19 years. And I'm still waiting for that so-called golden finger. Stayed up late gaming last night. Now my eyelids feel like they're weighed down with lead during class. Barely managed 10 minutes before darkness claimed me. When I woke up, gray skies, a broken-down balcony, and the stench of decay hanging thick in the air. I pinched myself hard. Damn! The searing pain jolted through my nerves. This wasn't a dream. Another transmigration? I hissed through clenched teeth. Last life, I woke up on Earth, somehow made it through college. What now? Post-apocalypse? Wasteland? Some other cursed world? System, show yourself. Stop playing dead. No response. Of course not. Suddenly, chaos erupted behind me. Screams, one after another. What the hell? Who just kicked my ass? Where are we? Weren't we just in class? Boot Camp 2.0? Has school lost its mind? Call the cops. I'm calling the cops. No signal. Don't bother. That last sentence silenced all the noise like someone had flipped a switch. I turned around. Our entire class was sprawled out on the ground, a total mess. Collective transmigration? Now that saw flex. Out of nowhere, a voluptuous silhouette entered my field of vision. A pair of tight skinny jeans hugged curves so perfect they could put peaches to shame. But the weirdest part? Right above that perfect curve, a faint blue, translucent bar hovered midair. Wait, what the hell? I squinted and leaned in closer. You pervert. Gu Dongshue's piercing scream practically exploded in my ears as she stormed over and shoved me to the ground. What were you staring at Zixin's but for? Qin Zixin turned around, her delicate face registering a mix of shock and disbelief. Instantly, every gaze locked onto me. A spark of gossip tingled in the air. Zixin, this creep nearly shoved his face into your butt. Gu Dongxue raged. A blush crept across Qin Zixin's face. Don't talk nonsense. I saw it with my own eyes. Su Ilan saw it too. Su Ilan adjusted her glasses, tilting her head a bit. Technically speaking, his face was still, she measured it with her hand. 20 centimeters away. Gu Dongshue's neck stiffened. With that lecherous look in his eyes, if I hadn't stopped him, he would have pounced. Look, now he's staring at your chest. Total creep. The boys burst into laughter. Legendary Jiang Lin. Looking's not a crime, is it? Even the school flower didn't say anything. Why are you so mad? Is it cause he didn't look at you instead? Feeling left out. Well, duh, between a peachy butt and a flat airstrip, there's no contest. Gu Dongshue's face turned an impressive shade of purple. You absolute incels. Wait till we're back on campus. I'm reporting all of you. You're all getting expelled. Boos and jeers erupted from the crowd. But I couldn't care less about their juvenile squabbling, because right in front of me, something new had appeared. A virtual screen. Global Apocalypse Survival Game Initiating. Detected anomaly. Game irregularity detected. System rebooting. Talent awakening in progress. A rush of heat surged through my veins. 19 years. Finally, it's here, the golden finger. Wait a second, a global apocalypse game? I quickly looked around at my classmates. No way. Has everyone been dragged into this game? Kid, have you stared long enough? A cold voice snapped me out of my thoughts. Zhang Jianlong stood up, his face brimming with hostility. Waiyu Heio's lackey. The tension in the room thickened immediately. Everyone knew that Waiyu Heio, the infamous ultra-wealthy heir, had long claimed Kinziken as his girl. Gu Dongxue sneered with glee. Jiang Lin is doomed for sure. Kinziken sighed in exasperation. Why do you hate him so much? He took sneak photos of me. Gu Dongxue exclaimed. Sneak photos of you? Kinziken froze in disbelief. If someone were to sneak photos, shouldn't it be of me? She glanced at Gu Dongxue, whose looks were as ordinary as could be and whose figure was, well, non-existent. A question mark practically hovered over her face. At that moment, Waiyu Heio approached, speaking softly to Kinziken. Are you all right? I'm fine, she replied. Waiyu Heio nodded, but his expression soon darkened. He gave Zhang Jianlong a subtle signal. Zhang Jianlong rolled up his sleeves and started toward me. I stood up. At 188 centimeters tall, my figure instantly overshadowed Zhang Jianlong's mere 170 centimeters. The muscles I'd honed during military training subtly flexed beneath my t-shirt. Zhang Jianlong froze in his tracks. His Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed hard. He stumbled back 3 steps. The room erupted into laughter. Zhang Jinlong's face turned beet red. His mouth opened and closed several times, yet in the end, he didn't dare step forward. I cracked my neck. The sound of joints popping filled the tense air. It wasn't for show. Instead, my eyes were glued to the golden text slowly emerging across my attribute panel. Unique talent, Plunderer. The game had begun. Zhang Jinlong's embarrassing display made Wayuheo's face darken further. Pathetic, he muttered under his breath before stepping forward himself. Two burly bodyguards followed closely behind him. Even in such a bizarre situation, fortune still afforded him protection. So you're Jianglin? Wayuheo's smile was icy, sending chills through the room. A man should act like a man. Peeping on girls, don't you feel ashamed? I wasn't peeping. My eyes locked onto the blue glowing bar above his head. A health bar. Everyone had one visible above their heads now, including mine. Wayuheo LV.1. HP 100/100. Still denying it. Wayuheo sneered. Everyone here saw you. I wasn't looking at her, I replied calmly. I was staring at something else. Oh, he raised an eyebrow. And what could possibly be more interesting than Kinzakin? I pointed above his head. Your health bar. The room fell silent. Wayuheo's hand instinctively reached up to touch his head. You mocking me? Believe it or don't. Doesn't matter to me, I said, turning away to leave. Open. Since this is a game, there have to be monsters. Staying here and wasting time is pointless. Stop right there. Hua Yuhao shouted angrily. Teach him a lesson. Two bodyguards immediately rushed toward me. Fists cut through the air. An ordinary person might not have been able to dodge, but my reactions were lightning fast. Sidestep, grab the wrist, and an over-the-shoulder throw. Bam! The bodyguard slammed heavily into the ground. Damage inflicted, -30. Target stunned, 2 seconds. Just as I thought. The combat interface has appeared. The other bodyguard froze for a second, and by then, my fist had already slammed into his stomach. Critical hit. Damage, -50. He clutched his abdomen and dropped to his knees. The entire room fell deathly silent. Holy crap, Jiang Lin is this strong. He just took on 2 guys? Aren't those professional bodyguards? Hua Yuhao's face turned a livid shade of red. You? Hissus. A strange sound echoed from somewhere in the distance. Everyone instantly fell quiet. What's that noise? Qin Zixin's face turned pale. It sounds like. Su Yilan adjusted her glasses nervously. Some kind of reptile? Before the words had fully left her mouth, a figure crawled out of the shadows. It looked human. Or rather, it Yusetto. Its skin was rotting, its eye sockets empty, and its limbs twisted unnaturally as it crept forward, letting out a hungry, guttural growl. Rotting corpse LV.3. HP 200/200. Abilities: Bite, Infection. Oh. Screams erupted everywhere. A zombie. It's a zombie. Run. Panic broke out across the room as people scattered in all directions. The zombie moved fast, lunging toward a girl nearby. It was Gu Dongxue. Help me. Someone help me, she screamed, retreating backward in terror. Hua Yuhao and his bodyguards were already long gone, and the rest of the group was fleeing in all directions. The zombie opened its rotting jaws, its putrid breath filling the air as it dove for Gu Dongxue. It was about to bite her when I rushed forward, not out of some heroic instinct to save the damsel in distress. No, I noticed something. Above the zombie's head, besides its health bar, were 2 small words. Lootable. I kicked the zombie in the chest, sending it flying. It crashed into the wall, leaving cracks in the concrete. Damage inflicted, -80. The zombie howled and scrambled back up, lunging toward me again. I grabbed a steel rod from the ground and swung it at its head with all my might. Critical hit. Damage, -120. Black blood splattered everywhere. The zombie twitched twice before collapsing, motionless. Zombie LV.3 defeated. XP gained, +30. Doomsday coins acquired, +10. At the same time, a new option appeared before me. Loot now. Yes. Loot successful. Skill acquired. Beginner infection resistance. So that's how it works. This is my unique talent, Plunderer. I can steal abilities from the enemies I kill. There's more. Someone pointed toward the distance, their voice shaking with fear. A dozen or so decaying corpses crawled toward us from all directions, closing in on our position. It's over. We're done for. Gu Dongxue collapsed onto the ground. Qin Zixin's face was deathly pale as she instinctively edged closer to me. Su Yilan quickly analyzed the situation. Based on game logic, the newbie village wouldn't have a no-win scenario. There has to be a way out. Where? Where's the way out? Hua Yuhao shouted hysterically. I gripped the steel rod tightly and sneered. A way out. The way out is to fight through. Newbie mission released. Survive for 24 hours. Reward, talent upgrade. The game had only just begun. And me? I was destined to be the one who breaks the rules. Scarlet numbers started flashing before my eyes. 59 seconds. Damn it. In a quick scan of my surroundings, I saw the room crammed with classmates. Far too many people. Hua Yuhao's annoying, punchable face was still hovering in my field of vision. I had to go. Now. Years of daily workouts, 100 push-ups, sit-ups, squats, and a 10-kilometer run every day had built this body into my ultimate trump card. Putting Zhang Jinlong down with one punch earlier? That was just warming up. But now wasn't the time to flaunt. Talent reset successful. Talent 1 acquired. Absolute drop rate. 100% chance of loot on zombie kills. Talent 2 acquired. Indomitable spirit. Gain 1 free attribute point daily. A dual talent. Just as I felt a rush of excitement, the sight of the crimson countdown extinguished my joy instantly. 56 seconds. Stop standing around. The game's about to start. I roared at everyone in the room, doing my due diligence. Shoving aside a few worthless bystanders in my way, I burst through the door. The dim hallway stretched ahead, where Miss Wang Jing was swarmed by a cluster of students asking a million questions. Her professional attire perfectly outlined her mature curves, with those long legs encased in black stockings accentuated by high heels. Tempting, to say the least. Unfortunately, this wasn't the time to admire the view. 41 seconds. The stairs on the left. Without hesitation, I charged for them. The building stood at least 50 floors, and I was on the 30th. I needed to find someplace safe. The more people around me, the more dangerous it'd be if they turned into zombies. That's Survival 101. Behind me, Hua Yuhao's voice echoed. Too many people means more danger. Let's move. At least that idiot wasn't completely brainless. 35th floor. I kicked every door open, checking for safety, then barricaded the entrance with a ragged sofa and a fridge. With a metal mop pole firmly gripped in my hand, I waited for the countdown to hit 0. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. A flash of light. From nowhere, a figure materialized. Red high heels, ripped black stockings, and a breathtakingly curvy silhouette. If only it wasn't for that rotting face. With her murky dead fish eyes, she truly was a charmer. Roar. She lunged at me like a rabid dog. I slammed my foot into her face, her features collapsing instantly as her body was sent flying back. Before she could get up, I charged forward and delivered another vicious kick. Smack. Her eyeball exploded, spilling black blood everywhere. Yet she writhed. Zombies are nothing if not persistent. I grabbed a nearby mop handle and plunged it violently into her hollow, mangled eye socket. Squelch. Brain matter splattered. A few glimmers of light radiated, and suddenly, items appeared on the ground beside her lifeless body. She really dropped loot. Meanwhile, on the 30th floor, a piercing scream tore through the darkness. Ms. Wang Jing's lips were ripped clean off by a zombie's teeth, blood pouring like a fountain. She tried to cry out, but the zombie was already tearing into her throat. The sharp, metallic scent of blood drew even more zombies crawling out from the shadows. Some girls fainted on the spot. Others soiled themselves out of fear. Most, though, screamed and scattered in sheer terror. Get inside. Get in a room. Now, Lu Zhixue yelled at the top of his lungs. A girl lay trembling on the floor, her tear-filled eyes blurred as she whimpered. Help me. Please. Gritting his teeth, Lu Zhixue rushed to her and dragged her towards a nearby room. But for most people out there, they had already become zombie fodder. The apocalypse game had officially begun. And this was only minute one. For pieces of loot lay motionless beside the fallen zombie beauty. Tier 1 experience pill. Mountain Valley spring water. Hot dog bread. Tier 1 solid wolf fong bad. White, shoddy quality. I willed the loot straight into my inventory. The convenience of auto-loot made me chuckle despite myself. I greedily unscrewed the cap on the spring water and gulped it down. The icy liquid slid down my throat, reinvigorating me, sharpening my senses. Though the screams outside continued in a relentless chorus, I had other priorities. Next, I pulled out the experience pill. It looked pretty much like a marble. Without thinking, I threw it into my mouth. Bleh! The taste nearly made me gag. Tier 1 experience pill. Usage method: crush to activate. You could have told me that earlier. I spat, cussing under my breath, and crushed the saliva-coated pill in my hand. Warm energy instantly surged through my entire body. Player: Jiang Lin, LV1, 20%. 20% XP from one pill? Leveling up seemed easier than I thought. My attention was drawn to the last line on my stats screen. Remaining free attribute points. 1. Add to strength. Strength, 910. My muscles swelled instantly, a tidal wave of power coursing through me. I clenched my fists, savoring the euphoria of becoming stronger than any human could naturally train to achieve. Roar. A guttural zombie growl echoed from outside, joined by the frantic screams of girls. Gripping the jagged wolf fang bat tightly, I stationed myself by the door. Peeking through the peephole, it's Tsin Xian and Yu Dandan. The two unlucky girls were on the verge of successfully shutting the door, but a zombie's hand was wedged in the gap. Yu Dandan could do nothing but scream, her shrill voice practically eardrum-piercing. Idiot, I muttered under my breath. If she kept screaming like that, she'd attract every zombie on the floor. Even though my strength had already surpassed 10 points, being swarmed by a horde of zombies would still mean certain death. And if there were level 1 zombies around, who knows when a higher level monster might show up. Quickly, I shoved aside the obstacles blocking the door and yanked it open. A spiked mace whizzed through the air. Thud! The zombie's head caved in instantly, black blood splattering everywhere. Loot dropped, but without even glancing at it, I shoved it into my inventory and retreated back into the apartment. Yu Dandan kept screaming, while Tsin Xian was frozen, her hands touching the black blood splattered on her face. Just a second later, she started retching violently. The two scrambled messily to kick the zombie carcass out of the doorway, shut the door, and collapsed weakly onto the floor. I sat comfortably on the sofa, popping an experience pill with satisfaction. My EXP bar had risen to 40%. This time, the drop included a bottle of soda and a chocolate bar, which would make a decent enough breakfast. Meanwhile, in another apartment, the group, led by Hua Yuhao, had huddled together. Boss Hua, what the hell is going on? Someone asked, their voice trembling. How the hell should I know? Hua Yuhao shouted, kicking over a sofa, his face livid. For someone like him, a spoiled rich kid, this life-or-death scenario was a literal nightmare. But for average folks, this might just be a chance to rewrite their fate. Zhang Jinlong's eyes gleamed with excitement. Boss Hua, if this is a game, does that mean we can kill monsters to level up? Yeah. Dong Bin chimed in as realization dawned. Kill monsters, level up, get stronger. We could become like superheroes. Only if you can survive, someone remarked cynically. This isn't a game where you get extra lives. Hua Yuhao glanced at his status panel, a small, smug grin forming on his lips. Any of you have a talent skill? Everyone shook their heads. Hua Yuhao's grin widened, clearly relishing his moment of superiority. I've got a skill called Powerful Strike. It increases attack power by 200%. You're awesome, Boss Hua. The group began to fawn over him immediately. Meanwhile, Qin Zixin bit her lip, anxiety swirling in her chest. Her talent was invisibility, 60 seconds of being unseen. It might save her life in a critical moment, but that was all it offered. After finishing my meal, I began strategizing my next hunt. The screams throughout the building had already quieted. The weak had been eliminated, and the survivors were all in hiding. The sky outside was gray, making it impossible to tell if it was morning or evening. At least there weren't any flying monsters in sight yet, which, admittedly, was a relief. Peering through the peephole again, I saw 5 or 6 zombies wandering aimlessly in the hallway. Zombies. One-on-one, they're not that scary. But getting swarmed? That's when things spiral out of control. One scratch, and it's game over. You turn into one of them. There's no room for mistakes here. I rummaged around my room quickly, and soon enough, I found a thick, heavy iron chain, about 70 centimeters long. An idea struck me like lightning. I looped one end of the chain around the door handle on the outside and wrapped the other end around my hand. This way, I could control how far the door could open without risking zombies barging in through the doorway. A perfect hunting trap. A spiked club would be ideal, but it's too bulky for an attack through a narrow gap. Instead, I grabbed a mop handle. It's just a hollow steel tube, cheap and crude, but plenty effective for aiming at eyes or mouths. I cracked the door open about 4 inches, carefully. Shush shush shoo. I made a faint sound with my lips. The nearest zombie whipped around instantly, letting out a guttural moan before charging at me. Its commotion riled up the others nearby, 3 or 4 at least. They stumbled, drooled, and sprinted in my direction like wild animals. Bang! The lead zombie smashed hard against the edge of the doorframe, its skull denting in from the impact. My muscles coiled tight, and the mop handle in my hand struck like a snake, straight into its eye socket. Squish! I twisted the pole viciously. Dark, putrid blood splattered everywhere, little chunks of brain matter oozing out. It dropped like a sack of meat, lifeless. Suddenly, a glow surrounded the corpse, a sharp, gleaming dagger, 5 crystal-clear experience orbs, and a small stash of food appeared out of thin air on the ground. Not wasting a second, I yanked on the chain with my left hand to secure the door, while my right hand swiped in the air, sending all the spoils neatly into my inventory. The next second, bang, bang, bang. The remaining zombies hurtled forward, clawing rabidly at the dead body to get to me. Their decayed hands swiped furiously at the thin crack of the door, desperate to shred me to ribbons. Rhea! Their ear-piercing roars echoed down the hallway. From across the hall, in another apartment, 2 girls were frozen in raw fear. "See, can we see what's going on?" Xia Shishuan's voice trembled, barely audible. Through the peephole, the view was terrifying, 4 zombies wildly tearing at the door across from them. "That's it. He's done for," Udandan whispered, her face pale as ash. "Should we help him?" "Have you lost your mind?" Udandan almost shrieked, clutching her chest. "You think we can just walk out there and not get killed? If you feel like dying, leave me out of it. We could make some noise, maybe lure them away. And then what? Get stuck in the same trap? Are you insane?" Dandan was losing her cool. "We have no water, no food. We'll die of dehydration before we even make it anywhere. No, this is our chance. Let him deal with the zombies. If he draws them away, we might have a shot at escaping." "Escape to where?" Shirshin choked back a sob, sliding down to the ground in despair. "They're everywhere. All our classmates are dead. Maybe it's better to just..." Suddenly, Shirshin, "Holy crap. Look, look." Dandan nearly had her eyeballs pop out of her head. "He's taking them out. He's killing them." She pointed furiously out the peephole, her voice rising in disbelief. "And wait, is that bottled water on the floor?" Shirshin shot up, her face pressed against the peephole now. The guy across the hall. Through the crack of his chained door, his improvised steel pipe plunged clean through another zombie's skull with a sickening splurt. It went limp instantly, crumpling to the ground. More glowing orbs. Supplies. Appearances of survival loot out of nowhere. How is he doing this? Boba tea? No. It's gone. The 2 girls exchanged glances, instantly understanding. An apocalypse game. Killing monsters, dropping loot. Thunk, thunk, thunk. 3 muffled sounds later, 3 corpses hit the ground. More food appeared, only to vanish again. Both girls' eyes were red. They hadn't had a sip of water in a whole day, and their throats felt like they were on fire. The front door opened. A foot kicked aside a body blocking the way. It was me, Jiang Lin. Udandan screamed. Sin Shirshin got visibly excited too. Back when the campus heartthrob poll happened, she secretly voted for me. I swept my eyes over the hallway, ensuring it was safe. Then, with 1 kick per body, I shoved the corpses further away to keep the door clear. I unhooked the chains and prepared to inventory the spoils. Click. The door across the hall cracked open slightly. Udandan peeked her head out, eyes brimming with expectation. I glanced at her. Bang. Door shut. Udandan's smile froze. What did that mean? She wanted to scream, to demand answers, to yell at me to come back out. But she didn't dare to. She was terrified of drawing more zombies to them. Staring at the dark, bloody streaks on the wall and the corpses on the floor. Nausea and fear overwhelmed her in an instant. She clamped a hand over her mouth and nose, staggered back into the room, and slammed the door shut. Yu Dandan forcefully swallowed down saliva mixed with stomach acid. Every drop of water was life now. What happened? Sin Xian asked gently, patting her back. Ah. Yu Dandan suddenly exploded. That bastard. He shut the door on me. Does he have no conscience? What? Sin Shishuan's expression immediately changed. We're girls, how could he? Jerk. Trash. What do we do now? We can't get out, and we're going to die of thirst. You're asking me? Yu Dandan's eyes reddened as she angrily kicked the shoe cabinet. He looted all that stuff, and he's not sharing even a bit. What a scumbag. The two girls slumped to the floor, back to back, completely drained of energy. Are we going to die here? Shut up. Yu Dandan forced herself to stay strong. If he can kill zombies, so can we. She tried to stand, but her legs gave out, and she dropped back down. But we don't even have the strength to stand. Sin Xian gave a weak smile. And she didn't have the guts to fight zombies, either. Silence filled the room, thick with despair. Next door. I sat on the couch, tallying my spoils. 5 level 1 zombies, 5 experience pills. Guaranteed drops? If not, then isn't my ability ridiculously overpowered? I crushed an experience pill. A burst of golden light erupted. LV1, LV2. All attributes +1. Strength, 11. Constitution, 9. Intelligence, 8. Agility, 8. Awesome. My whole body surged with vitality, and fatigue vanished entirely. It felt like a brand new lease on life. I slung my backpack over my. Dumping everything out of the bag, I scanned its contents. Bubble tea, bottled water, beer, bread, chocolate, tissues. Oh, and a steaming hot roasted chicken. My sole weapon? A cheap, white dagger. Totally useless. When it comes to fighting zombies, longer weapons are always better. What's this? I muttered, holding up a slip of blue paper with gold patterns on it. Purification talisman. Curiously, I slapped it onto my chest. Whoosh. A wave of freshness instantly washed over me. Every speck of dirt and grime vanished, even under my fingernails. Damn, that's impressive, I exclaimed, genuinely thrilled. One of the biggest survival issues in the apocalypse? Solved. I tore into a chicken leg, took a swig of beer, and let out a satisfied sigh. Is this what peak existence feels like? Knock, knock, knock. The sound startled me. Zombies actually knocking? Polite ones at that? Through the peephole, I recognized the trembling faces of Yu Dandan and Sin Xian. I cracked the door only slightly open. What do you want? The two girls gasped, clutching their chests like they'd nearly had a heart attack. Can you not scare people like that? Yu Dandan glared at me in annoyance. Got something to say? Then say it. If not, I've got food to finish. I took another bite of my chicken leg and another swig of beer. Their eyes immediately widened, round like saucers. I was eating in broad daylight. Drinking beer in this mess of a world? Gurgle. Yu Dandan's throat audibly betrayed her hunger, and without warning, her hand shot out toward my beer can like lightning. I sidestepped smoothly. Have you lost your mind? I said, raising a brow. You dodged. She shrieked, voice sharp as a blade. Stop playing. Give me that. I'm dying of thirst. Smacking her hand away, I raised the can high and downed it in one go. The ice-cold liquid sliding down my throat. Pure bliss. Seriously, in this apocalypse, who knows how many zombies I'd have to kill before I ever find another beer. I'm not about to share. Gone, I said, shaking the now empty can. You bastard. Yu Dandan completely lost it, practically ready to pounce on me and wring my neck. Before she could move, a smaller hand darted in. It was Sin Xian. She snatched the can and licked at the few remaining drops inside like her life depended on it. Save me some. Yu Dandan's panic grew. The two of them began wrestling for the empty can, their desperation making them resemble rabid cats in a scrap. In times of scarcity, pride becomes a luxury. It wasn't long before every last drop of liquid had been drained. Then, as if pre-programmed, both their heads revolved and locked onto me, their gazes sharp and desperate. It was the same look I'd seen before, right before I gave scraps to a stray dog. After it ate its fill, it simply walked away without looking back. Picking at a leftover chicken bone, I held it up. Want this? Their faces flushed red, anger and humiliation waging war beneath their skin. Jianglin, Yu Dandan yelled furiously. Do you think we're dogs? How can you treat us like this? Taking care of girls is one of men's responsibilities. Responsibilities? I sneered. Sorry, I'm not your dad. Just as I moved to toss the bone away. Wait. Sin Shixian shrieked. I'll take it. She grabbed the paper bag holding the scraps and bolted into the other room. Yu Dandan froze, utterly stunned. Girl, where's your dignity? Smack. Shut the door. Damn it. Her curse abruptly cut off. A zombie lunged out of the hallway, running on all fours like a rabid dog, charging toward them. Rarark. Yu Dandan scrambled back into the room, practically crawling in her panic. Bang. A loud crash shook the door. The two women darted into the bedroom, trembling with fear. Moments later, a dull thud. Silence. The zombie? Taken care of. By me. You bastard. Yu Dandan stomped her foot in frustration before whipping around to slap Sin Shixian on the shoulder. Are you out of your damn mind? Eating his scraps? Sin Shixian sighed. He's not playing into your PUA tactics, that's for sure. His stance is clear. If you're expecting unconditional protection from him, you're dreaming. That jerk. I'm actually giving him the time of day, and he's acting all high and mighty. Quit wasting energy and start thinking about survival. Then we kill the zombies. If he can do it, we can too. This isn't squishing ants, you know? Sin Shixian deadpanned. The zombies outside the door? Stronger. Faster. Way beyond anything they could handle. If they stirred up the horde, it'd be death on a platter. She picked up a chicken neck. Some meat was still clinging to it. I had only taken a few bites. Her cheeks heated up. To think she'd stooped to eating leftovers someone else had gnashed on. Her stomach twisted in cramps. Resolutely, she stuffed it in her mouth. Delicious. Shixian, you're seriously eating that? Yu Dandan looked visibly distressed. We're about to die. Who cares anymore? Sin Shixian's face flushed. You don't eat. You don't fight zombies. And let's not forget, we were the ones trying to snatch his beer cans earlier. Crunch. She bit through the chicken bone, then reached for the chicken breast. Eat. Who knows? Maybe after a nap, we'll wake up somewhere else. Keep dreaming. Yu Dandan grabbed my chicken drumstick and angrily bit into it, as though gnawing on my hand. So tough. Tough means it digests slower. Not bad, surprisingly. Is that the taste of the bone? Or his saliva? Shut up. Disgusting. Better than bark or grass. Still thirsty, though. That scummy guy won't share, and we're not about to overpower him. Yu Dandan muttered angrily as she chomped away. We're women. Is he blind? Or is that, not working? Sin Shixian's mouth twitched. Stop tempting fate. This is the apocalypse. There's no law. Piss off Jianglin, and he could literally lose it. He wouldn't dare. Why wouldn't he? Honestly, we're lucky Jianglin's not some predator. If he wanted to overpower us, what could we even do? Oh crap, what if he tries to break in tonight? Why do you sound like you're looking forward to it? Shut up. You're the one looking forward to it. Is your heart fluttering? Go die. I pierced the final zombie through. The hallway grew silent, utterly lifeless. I crushed an experience orb. A flash of golden light. Jianglin, level up. 0%. Strength, 12. Constitution, 10. Mind, 9. Speed, 9. Nice. Time to clear out the corpses. These things are blocking the hallway and messing up the grind. The door to the apartment next door is open, so I throw all the bodies in there. As the day turns to dusk, I decide to save the grinding for tomorrow. Tonight is the first night. I have to stay alert. Chuckle, chuckle. Light laughter comes from the next room. Chicken bones that good, huh? Shaking my head, I head back into the apartment. Food and water are always the most important resources. Even though the drop rate is decent, the amounts are pitiful. A slice of bread, a single pack of crackers. It's barely enough for me, let alone sharing with anyone else. After locking up securely, I step onto the balcony. I sweep the opposite apartment building with my binoculars. A few familiar faces. Looks like the people from school have been scattered around this district. Suddenly, a massive figure bursts into view. LV-10. Blue tier elite zombie. Shit. I stand up abruptly. Standing 8 feet tall, with arms as thick as tree trunks and fists that could crush a tiger with a single punch. It tears through a reinforced door like it's cardboard. The people inside scream and scramble in chaos, throwing whatever they can, Chairs, stools, microwaves. Anything within reach gets lobbed at the creature. Useless. Might as well be an itch. The elite zombie grabs a limp woman and brings her to its mouth. Crunch. Her head is bitten clean off. The grotesque sound of chewing feels as if it's happening right next to my ear. Damn it. I lower the binoculars. The remaining people are paralyzed with fear, some losing control of their bowels. One of them outright leaps to their death in desperation. If I were to run into a creature like that, fight back? That's suicide. The only option is to run. With my current stats, I should be able to get downstairs quickly. As long as I'm not cornered, I have a shot at escape. With a deep sigh, I continue watching. Every so often, another person dies, beaten to death, overestimating their own strength, or choosing to end it themselves. Night falls. The blood moon rises, casting a crimson glow over the world. The zombie frenzy begins. Raw. I double-check all the doors and windows, then sit by the bedroom door. Wolf-tooth club in my left hand, round shield in my right. I close my eyes, resting lightly. Screams pierce through the night. It only stops at daybreak. I open my eyes, having stayed awake for the entire night. Damn it. Stretching. I grab a cleaning talisman to freshen up, then eat some bread and drink milk tea. Downstairs, Wayuheo and his group aren't doing too well. An entire day and night without food or water, living in constant fear. Shin Zishin, looking completely worn out, stares back at us with dark-eyed bags and disheveled hair, barely resembling her usual self. She licks her chapped lips and croaks out. We can't keep going like this. If we do, we'll die of thirst before the zombies even get to us. Wayuheo's face darkens. 7 or 8 zombies are surrounding their front door. They can't even step outside, let alone farm monsters for a level up. Damn it. Wayuheo curses furiously under his breath. Wait for the zombies to scatter, then take them out one by one. But instead of thinning, the group outside is just getting bigger and bigger. After a day and night without food or water, everyone was on the brink of collapse. At this rate, they wouldn't even survive long enough to be bitten. They'd die from hunger or dehydration first. Hua Yuhao scanned the room. 4 men, 3 women. Qin Zixin, Gu Dongxue, and Su Ilan were out of the question. The only ones who could truly fight were the 4 men. Thankfully, their weight wasn't entirely wasted. At least their makeshift weapons were ready. A sharp knife was tied to a metal rod to create their only spear, which was naturally his. Zhang Jianlong and the others were armed with pots, pans, chairs, and stools as shields. After all, he had the power strike ability. It was a talent he could rely on. But Hua Yuhao didn't trust any of them to have his back. When it came down to life and death, anyone would put their survival first. Jianlong, Binzi, Old Chow, it's up to you guys now. Don't screw it up when it matters. Hua Yuhao gripped his spear tightly. My power strike can take one out instantly. Just hold the door, don't let the zombies rush in. Zixin, you and the others grab wooden sticks and back us up. If you manage to take one down, I'll give you major credit. Zhang Jianlong and the other 2 exchanged awkward glances before snickering. Having the campus beauty fight wasn't ideal, but desperate times called for desperate measures. Truthfully, they were more excited to see if leveling up would make them stronger, like in a video game. Qin Zixin clutched a wooden stick. She was terrified but nodded with resolve. Gu Dongxue, however, suddenly shrieked. What? You want us girls to fight too? Shut up. Hua Yuhao's face darkened. Scream again, and I'll make sure you never scream again. Qin Zixin quickly pulled Gu Dongxue aside. Stop it. But Gu Dongxue had already lost it. Why? I'm a girl. It's your duty as men to protect me. I order you to go kill all those monsters right now. Zhang Jianlong and the others stared in disbelief. Was this woman insane? Did she use filters so much she thought she was some kind of goddess? The growls from the zombies outside intensified, provoked further by her screams. Hua Yuhao's anger boiled over, and he slapped Gu Dongxue hard across the face, sending her flying. Have you come to your senses yet? If not, I'll make sure you do with a couple more. Gu Dongxue hit the ground, unresponsive. Qin Zixin and Su Ilan rushed to check on her. She's unconscious, and 2 of her teeth are gone. Qin Zixin said calmly. Hua Yuhao exhaled sharply, trying to regain his composure. Zixin, you're not mad at me, are you? This is on her. She shook her head. If she hadn't attracted more zombies, Now the situation is even worse. Hua Yuhao licked his dry, cracked lips, a manic gleam in his eyes. We can't keep this up. If we wait any longer, we're dead. Open the damn door. We're taking them head on. Zhang Jianlong swallowed hard. All right, brothers. Better hold on tight. My life's in your hands. Haha. Old Zhang, relax and go for it. Go to hell. The doorway was crammed with debris. Zhang Jianlong stood on the sofa clutching a brick, his hands trembling. The door's not even open yet. What's got you shaking? Hua Yuhao snapped. Weren't you just saying you were ready to kill monsters and level up? And now you're scared like a dog. Zhang Jianlong's face flushed. Big bro Hao, I'm just nervous. Don't let me catch you slacking, or we're gonna have problems. Don't worry, big bro Hao. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Jianlong turned the door handle, wedged the brick into the door crack, and then quickly rolled back beside Hua Yuhao. Dong Bin and Chao Debao held onto the ropes with every ounce of strength. The gap was barely 4 inches wide. A rotten face immediately pressed against it. Rower. SHD. Zhang Jianlong collapsed to the ground in terror. Dong Bin and Chao Debao almost let go of the rope, saved only by the fact that it was tied to their arms. Seeing a zombie up close was an entirely different beast from watching it through a crack. The fear factor multiplied tenfold. The zombie frantically clawed at the door, its nails scraping with an eerily grating sound. Hua Yuhao's palms were slick with sweat, but he kept his composure. Die, you bastard. Power strike. In an instant, strength surged through his body. The spear drove effortlessly through the zombie's skull. Squelch. The snarling stopped abruptly. Hua Yuhao was panting hard, his arms trembling, adrenaline pumping. Scream now, huh? Come on, try me. Rower. 2 more zombies lunged at the door. Hua Yuhao instinctively stepped back. Qin Zixin and Su Yilan, despite their pale faces, stepped forward and jabbed at the zombies with wooden sticks. Now was the time to prove their worth. Otherwise, life moving forward wouldn't be easy. Yuhao, wait until your skill cools down. Qin Zixin warned. Unfortunately, the girl's strength wasn't enough. The wooden sticks weren't even sharpened, leaving the zombies unscathed. Should have sharpened these, Qin Zixin muttered regretfully. Who had the time to think of that? Su Yilan sighed wryly. Hua Yuhao gasped for air. Just wait, the cooldown's almost up. He shot a glare at the still trembling Zhang Jianlong on the ground. You useless idiot. Get up and do something. Scrambling up, Zhang Jianlong looked at the snarling zombies and quaked in terror. Zhang Jianlong, get over here and help. Dong Bin and Chao Debao were red-faced, veins bulging. These damn things are too strong. With no choice, Zhang Jianlong forced himself to the door. Together, the 3 of them barely managed to hold it steady. This was exactly Hua Yuhao's plan. Trap the zombies at the door and take them out without getting hurt. But something felt off. Killing 1 zombie didn't seem to yield any leveling up experience. Was the experience gained too little? As his cooldown ended, Hua Yuhao activated Power Strike again, instantly killing a second zombie. 2 back-to-back uses of the skill left him dizzy, his body drained. So tired, so hungry, so thirsty. At that moment, Qin Zixin blinked her eyes. Yuhao exclaimed, just now, it looked like something dropped when the zombie died. Everyone immediately perked up. Really? What dropped? Was it a divine artifact? Are you out of your mind? A level 1 zombie dropping a divine artifact? Yeah, right. Stumbling over to Qin Zixin, Hua Yuhao asked, something actually dropped? I'm starting to question if we're really in some sort of game. Yeah, I saw it. It looked like a bottle of water. What? Everyone froze in disbelief. Water? But, right now, water was even more precious than any artifact. Hua Yuhao's energy shot up. Are you serious? It's really bottled water? If killing these things can drop supplies, I need that water. I'm dying of thirst. Share it with me. I've never felt this thirsty in my life. Now I fully understand why the desert is so terrifying. Outside the room, the bottle of water lay quietly in the pool of blood. Everyone's eyes were glued to it, their throats unconsciously moving as they swallowed dryly. But the mass of rotting arms clawing through the door gap was a harsh reminder of the danger. So close, yet impossibly out of reach. God damn it. Hua Yuhao punched the wall in frustration. Suddenly, Su Yilan spoke up. Yuhao, the system's inventory has a feature. The killer can remotely pick up loot within a minute of the kill. What? Hua Yuhao quickly pulled up his stats panel. A second later, he burst out laughing. Ha ha. No way, it really works. With just a thought, the bottle of water appeared in his hand, out of thin air. He was about to take a drink when his eyes landed on Qin Zixin's chapped lips. Handing it over to her, he said, "You first." "I'll just take a sip," Qin Zixin said, taking a small gulp before passing it to Su Ilan. The two girls knew better. Right now, Hua Yuhao was their key to survival. Chugging down half the bottle, Hua Yuhao felt life returning to his body. He licked his lips, then looked at the zombies outside the door, a fierce determination igniting in his eyes. These weren't monsters anymore. They were walking piles of experience points and supplies. At the same moment, I added the attribute points rewarded by unyielding spirit into my strength stat. Strength, 13. Bring it on, demons or monsters. I'll smash everything with one punch. I couldn't help but recall that level 10 elite zombie from last night. A sense of urgency crept up on me. If creatures like that existed across the street, who's to say there weren't more lurking in this very building? Two options lay before us. Level up quickly to hit level 10 and face it head-on, or play it safe, waiting for unyielding spirit to carry me further. I chose both. Peeking through the door's peephole, I spotted only one zombie in the hallway. Swinging open the door with force, I launched myself at it, delivering a brutal kick that sent it flying into the wall across the hall. Before it could recover, my spiked bat came down hard. Crack. Brain matter splattered everywhere, and food spilled onto the floor. Quickly scooping up the loot, I knew one thing for sure. We had to stockpile as much as we could. Who knew how long this drop rate would last? Lower the sound. Two zombies rushed over. One LV3, the other LV2. Looks like they've leveled up compared to those rookie ones yesterday. I grabbed a corpse nearby, wielding it like a weapon, and smashed it towards them. Both zombies dropped to the ground immediately. As they struggled to get back up, I charged. The spiked club in my hand came down hard, smashing straight into the LV3's head. The LV2 had just started to rise when it met the same fate, a direct hit. Skull caved in, eyeballs burst. Uffed. I spat out the blood foam that accidentally splashed into my mouth. 3 experience pills collected, and my XP bar jumped to 60%. Just as I was enjoying the thrill of the moment, a flash of blue caught my eye. No way. A blue drop. First tier Goldwood bracers, blue. Strength +1, Constitution +2. Excited, I quickly equipped the bracers. My stats panel updated instantly. Jiang Lin LV3, 60%. Strength, 14. Constitution, 12. Nice. What made it even better was the bracer's ability to turn invisible, perfect for keeping a low profile and making moves quietly. Creak. The sound of a door opening. A small head peeked out across from me. It was Udandan. She scanned the surroundings nervously, confirmed it was safe, and then jumped out. Glaring at me, she yelled, "You lousy jerk. You almost gave us a heart attack." I glanced her over, a pleated skirt and a cold shoulder top. Nice figure, though the dark circles under her eyes and her chapped lips screamed dehydration. Her face flushed red. She quickly hid back behind the door. "What are you looking at, jerk? What did I ever do to you to deserve that? You just left us to die? Aren't we classmates?" "Yes, classmates," I said with a shrug. "But you're not my woman, so why would I save you? We're girls. Pretty girls. How can you, a grown man? But I'm not the one you were shouting daddy to last night, was I? You're disgusting. Go to hell." Udandan lunged toward me, but Sin Shixian quickly held her back. "Jiang Lin, we're not like those kinds of girls." Sin Shixian bit her lip. "That's not important," I said, waving them off. "What's important is this. In this world, there's no law, no saints. If you want to survive, you've got to rely on yourself." They fell silent. After a long pause, Udandan muttered, "You've gotten so much stuff already. Couldn't you spare a little? The screams you heard all night?" I pointed out. Over 10 girls probably died in just this building alone. Across the world, likely millions are already dead. Should I grieve for everyone? Sin Shixian let out a bitter smile. "Jiang Lin, could we just have a sip of water? Just this once." I turned around and walked back into the room. "Jerk, such a heartless jerk." Udandan sounded like she might cry. Seconds later, I came back out with half a cup of milk tea. "Was planning to give this to you." Mine. Udandan snatched it from my hands and bolted off. Too sweet, too artificial, the flavor was all fake. I couldn't drink it anyway. Her high-pitched shriek was enough to attract the zombies, though. Before long, 7 of them emerged from both stairwells, led by. Sheesh, this thing's heavy, she exclaimed, gripping the spiked club tightly, her disbelief written all over her face. A hot and spicy stepmom cosplaying as a LV-4 zombie appeared in front of me. Her speed was unmatched, but instead of retreating, I charged right in. Bam! A direct hit knocked her down, but she wasn't dead. That LV-4 defense was no joke. As the other zombies swarmed in, I quickly finished her off with a critical blow. Crack! My spiked bat shattered into pieces, but not before the zombie's head turned to mush. Trash weapon. I cursed as I darted into the nearest room, rummaging through my bag for a backup. Meanwhile, 6 zombies slammed into each other in pursuit. Without skipping a beat, I grabbed the nearest thing, a fridge, and hurled it at them. Thud! The fridge crushed them, but it wasn't enough to kill. Snarling, the zombies clawed their way forward. One swing, one kill. Each of them fell by my hand until the room was cleared. I dragged their corpses into the corner and waited for more to show up. Nothing. The coast was clear. The whole building seemed to be caught in chaos, echoing with screams and battle cries. Looked like the other survivors decided to risk it all too. After all, starving to death was worse than going down swinging. 7 experience orbs burst in my palm. Golden light engulfed me. Level up. LV3, LV5. Raw power surged through my body, every muscle screaming with a thirst for combat. Hell yeah. I took a deep breath, feeling the rush of newfound strength. Leveling up. Man, it's better than any drug. Player, Jiang Lin LV5, 0%. Strength, 15 plus 1. Vitality, 12 plus 2. Mentality, 11. Speed, 11. Suddenly, a blinding blue light caught my eye from my bag. A rare weapon? I couldn't wait. I ripped it out of my inventory and held it up. A vicious chainsaw gleamed in the dim light, the 1.5-meter serrated blade dripping with dried blood, its teeth looking every bit like a predator's fangs. Grade 1. Berserk Killing Chainsaw. Rare blue. Strength plus 5. 5 extra strength points. My overall strength was sitting at 16, and this weapon just boosted me by over 30%. Insane. I glanced at the broken spiked bat in my hand. Utter junk. I tossed it on the ground without hesitation. Vroom. Vroom. The chainsaw roared to life as I pulled the cord, its blade spinning violently, the engine's growl filling the room. The sheer wind pressure from the spinning teeth rattled the air itself. Bring it on. I swung the chainsaw mercilessly down on the fridge. Crunch. The blade sliced through it like butter, splitting it clean in half. Shards of metal and plastic rained down as I kept hacking, reducing the fridge to a heap of scraps in mere seconds. The deafening roar must have caught their attention because Udandan and Sin Shirshian rushed in. Udandan's eyes darted between me and the chainsaw, flickering with interest before landing on the discarded spiked bat. This thing's mine now, she said quickly, swooping down and scooping it up. Knock yourself out, I said casually, tossing another broken weapon her way. One for each of you. Sin Shirshian caught the bat midair, staring at it in disbelief. Is this for real? This thing's massive. You are this generous? In my eyes, this is just trash. Udandan tried to swing it twice, but nearly sprained her wrist. Is this for killing zombies or killing myself? You're complaining after I gave you weapons? We're girls. Don't you have something lighter? Get lost. I'm not your dad. Bang. I shut the door. A knock followed shortly after. I opened the door, a mouthful of spicy ramen dangling between my lips. What do you want? The rich aroma made Udandan's eyes light up with greed. You want some? Wait till I'm done. You can lick the container. You jerk. Move aside. I'm coming in. She lowered her head and tried to slip through under my arm. I shifted my body sideways, blocking her path. Udandan didn't hold back, charging against me, her whole body pressing up against mine, trying to squeeze through the door frame. Hiss. The soft sensation against me made my heart skip a beat. This woman. Is this intentional? Get in for what? This is my room. I don't care. I'm coming in. She pushed harder, her petite body rubbing against me in the struggle. The powder keg was lit. Reluctantly, I stepped aside just enough to create a gap. Yu Danden's eyes lit up, and she darted inside. You're such a pain. She shot me a red-faced glare. I went back to eating my ramen. Yu Danden whipped out her phone to use as a mirror. Ugh, I look awful. All your fault. Puff, cough, cough. 2 noodles shot out of my nose. SHD. The fiery spiciness exploded in my nasal cavity. Ha 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 ha. Karma. Yu Danden laughed so hard she nearly collapsed. Keep laughing. Believe me, I'll hang you on the balcony to dry in the breeze. The laughter stopped instantly. You wouldn't dare. This is the apocalypse. There are no laws. If I were to do something to you right now, what could you even do about it? Yu Danden bit her lip. I never told you to hold back. I put down the ramen and stood, taking a step toward her. As the distance shrank, her breathing grew quicker, but her stubbornness kept her from backing away. I looked down at her. Woman, you're playing with fire. Uffed. What are you, a cliché CEO from some cheap romance novel? Grabbing her wrist, I smirked. Trying to get me to be your free bodyguard? Dream on. You have 2 options. 1 bar of chocolate or free service. 1 bar of chocolate? Am I only worth that much? Too much? Fine, half a bar. Screw you. She slammed her fists against my chest. Even a chicken is worth more than that. A chicken? Half a biscuit, tops. Bastard. 2 bars. Give me 2 bars. Sure, Xian is still in the other room, starving. A sly grin crept across my lips. Fine, have her come over too. 1 bar per person. The moment I said that, Yu Danden's pupils dilated in disbelief. You disgusting piece of SHD. You want a damn threesome? God, I must have been blind to trust you. Go to hell. Huh. You wish. I sneered. But if I told you I didn't want to, would you believe me? Believe you? Yeah, right. She gritted her teeth. The words barely left her mouth before she regretted it. Anyway, there's no way. Just give up on it. Her face turned red as she turned away. Fine. 1 piece. I shrugged, tossing her a Dove chocolate. As soon as she saw the candy, Yu Danden heaved a quiet sigh of relief. Thankfully, it wasn't one of the tiny ones. I want water too. Don't have any. You. She widened her eyes, furious. I haven't had a single drop of water in a whole day and night. My throat's dry as hell. I'm practically a mummy. Are you trying to kill me? I was at a loss for words. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Yu Danden grabbed the bottled water and downed it like her life depended on it, suddenly realizing plain water could actually taste sweet. Then, her eyes accidentally landed on a half-eaten bowl of spicy noodles left on the couch. Gurgle. Her stomach instantly betrayed her. Her eyes lit up, and before I could blink, she dashed forward and dug in, hunched over as she devoured the noodles noisily. I let her be. That bowl of noodles had left a psychological scar on me. Let her refuel, better than her legs turning to jelly. I walked up behind her and gently rested a hand on her back. Her lips were burning red from the spice, and she didn't even look up, still wolfing down the food like I might snatch it from her any second. Relax. I'm not taking it from you. I chuckled lightly. Keep eating. Yu Danden. Go how? You're a beast. Times 3. The last zombie fell to the ground, and Zhang Jianlong, Dong Bin, and Chao Debao collapsed onto the floor, cheering with hoarse voices. Hua Yuhao, out of breath, plopped onto the sofa. The long spear in his hand was utterly ruined. The weapon's head shattered into pieces across the ground. Damn thing. He tossed the broken junk aside with disdain, then quickly rifled through the loot bag with excitement. 8 zombies down, and the haul was decent. 2 XP pills, a plain spiked bat, 2 compressed biscuits, and 2 bottles of water. The food didn't last 5 seconds before it was divided up among the group. Hua Yuhao crushed the XP pills in his palm, watching his XP bar climb to 40%. His eyes ignited with determination. Just 10 more zombies, and he'd level up. This grind is freaking insane. He cursed, gripping the spiked bat and running his hands over it like it was pure gold. The 3 men immediately gathered around him. Whoa, this weapon's sick. 1 swing, and brain matters everywhere. With your charged hit, how? Even advanced zombies won't stand a chance against this. Bro, you're unstoppable now. So what are we waiting for? Let's head out. Half a biscuit isn't gonna cut it for long. Qin Zixin and Su Ilan also walked over, silently looking to him for the call. Holding the spiked bat, Hua Yuhao felt a surge of adrenaline. His eyes scanned the group before settling on Qin Zixin. Zixin, what's your take? Qin Zixin's eyes flickered slightly. Wayuheo was clearly in high spirits right now, and raining on his parade might create resentment. All right, she said softly. But be careful. We have no idea how many zombies are still lurking outside. If we get surrounded, it'll be dangerous. She paused. It would be best if we could rescue our trapped classmates. The more people we have, the better our chances. Haha. Zixin, you know me so well. Wayuheo laughed heartily. All right then, let's clear the world of these zombies and bring our classmates back. The three others let out excited howls. Rescue people? That was the last thing on their mind. All they were after was killing zombies, grabbing loot, and leveling up. After enduring so many bloody battles, their fear of the undead had diminished significantly. Facing zombies head-on no longer made them flinch. Zhang Jinlong picked up a discarded spear and swung it experimentally. Though the blade had broken, the remaining shaft still had some lethal promise. He walked menacingly towards the unconscious Gu Dongxue with a sinister glint in his eye. Smack! Smack! Two slaps landed hard, jolting Gu Dongxue awake. Holding her stinging face, she screamed. Ah! Who hit me? It hurts. What's going on? Shut the hell up. Zhang Jinlong's expression twisted in anger. Smack! 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 Several more slaps resounded as Gu Dongxue was beaten to the point of wailing in agony. Qin Zixin instinctively wanted to intervene, but Su Yilan held her back, shaking her head. Zixin opened her mouth as though she wanted to say something, but let out a helpless sigh in the end. Stop hitting me. Gu Dongxue whimpered, tears streaming down her swollen face. I was wrong. Zixin, help me. Shut up, you idiot. Keep screaming, and I'll kill you myself. Zhang Jinlong threatened coldly. It was then that Wayuheo abruptly gestured for him to stop. That's enough. We're all classmates here. Don't take it so far next time, he said with a faint smile, though his tone left little room for argument. You're right, Boss Hao. I got carried away. My bad, Zhang Jinlong said, chuckling awkwardly. Save it. Cut the crap, Wayuheo snapped, casting a dark gaze at the group of three. None of you better run for it, or let me catch you behaving like cowards. You won't want to see what happens if you do. The trio stiffened instantly, nodding fervently in agreement. What are you waiting for? Lead the way, Wayuheo barked. The three scampered off, weapons in hand, heading towards the door. Wayuheo turned to Qin Zixin, nodded once, and grabbed his spiked club before stepping out. Qin Zixin and Su Yilan hurried to follow, but just as they reached the door, Zixin stopped and turned back. Dongxue, she called out. Are you staying or coming with us? Gu Dongxue, still nursing her bruised face, felt her head throb. But the moment she heard Zixin's question, her mind snapped into focus. Staying behind? Was she supposed to just wait for death? No, I'm coming. Gu Dongxue stammered, stumbling to her feet and awkwardly trailing after them, barely able to walk straight. Wait for me, she called out in a panic. Shut up, Su Yilan snapped, frowning. Keep your voice down. Did you forget why you got hit? Gu Dongxue seethed, nearly stomping in rage. You've got to be kidding me. Look at what they did to me, and you didn't even say a word. Some friends you are. Are you serious right now? Su Yilan countered sharply. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have gotten surrounded in the first place. Honestly, I feel like hitting you too. I was scared. Is that so wrong? Gu Dongxue shot back defensively, her voice trembling as tears threatened to spill again. Spare me the excuses, Yilan retorted coldly. I'm a girl too. I get scared. But more than that, I want to survive. Hearing this, tears streamed down Dongxue's face as she broke down again, sobbing. Terrified and humiliated, she turned to Zixin. Zixin, they're bullying me, she choked out. Qin Zixin sighed helplessly. Stop messing around. We might be able to deal with your attitude, but Zhang Jinlong and his group won't. There are no laws here. They'll do whatever they want. Tone it down and hurry up. Gu Dongxue, looking wronged, scurried to catch up. Roar! A sudden guttural growl split the air, startling Gu Dongxue so much that she tripped and fell to the ground. Qin Zixin and Su Yilan's expressions darkened. But Hua Yuhao and his group? They were visibly thrilled. It was an isolated juvenile zombie. Brother Hao, something like this isn't even worth your time. Let us handle it. Zhang Jinlong lunged forward with a spear, jabbing it right at the zombie's forehead. The hit sent the zombie flying 2 meters. Damn, it's tough. You idiot. Aim for the eyes. Why are you going for the forehead? If you think it's easy, you try. A moving target isn't just sitting there for you. Fine, I will. Chao Debao yanked the spear from Zhang Jianlong's hand and strode over with a commanding air. Just as the zombie began to rise, he kicked it back down and thrust the spear with brute strength. Die, you bastard. Squelch. A glimmer of light flickered, and an experience pill appeared. Hell yeah, it dropped. Is my luck off the charts today, or what? Chao Debao grabbed the experience pill and handed it to Hua Yuhao. Here you go, brother Hao. Hua Yuhao immediately crushed it, his experience level shooting up by 20%. He grinned smugly. Well done, Chao. When I level up, you'll be the second one I take care of. Chao Debao beamed with joy. Thanks, brother Hao. Zhang Jianlong and Dong Bin, standing to the side, were filled with envy. Slap. Zhang, why the hell are you slapping yourself? God damn it. I'm such an idiot. If I'd known, I would have handled it myself. I just handed the glory to Chao Debao for nothing. That's just fate, man. Shut up. I don't believe in fate. Zhang Jianlong bellowed angrily. Roar. Another menacing growl echoed nearby. Zhang Jianlong's eyes lit up. Chao, give me the spear. This time, no one but me touches it. He charged forward, excitement written all over his face. Hua Yuhao watched him with an amused smile before turning to Qin Zixin. Zixin, after clearing this floor, are we heading up or down? Up, Qin Zixin replied softly. The lower floors, they're too dangerous. Yeah, I agree. Once we clear the upper levels, I should be able to gain a couple more levels. After that, cleaning out the lower floors will be a breeze. Qin Zixin made a faint sound of agreement, but her heart felt heavier by the moment. Based on what she was hearing, it was clear that Hua Yuhao had no intention of sharing the experience pills with her. While he was going to grow stronger and stronger, she would just be a lamb awaiting slaughter. Should I leave? Name: Qin Zixin, LV1. Strength: 5. Constitution: 7. Mind: 8. Speed: 5. Ability: invisibility. Sure, she could turn invisible to strike, but with only 5 strength, landing a deadly blow wasn't guaranteed. Unless the target was something like a juvenile zombie. And how often did zombies like that show up? If her strike failed, it wouldn't be the zombie dying, it'd be her. Qin Zixin turned her gaze to Sui Lan, contemplating her next move. Fang's face also turned grim, clearly thinking of the same issue. If they cooperated, with a surprise attack and their combined effort, they might be able to kill the zombie. But the drop rate was too low. They'd need to kill at least 10 of them to level up. What should they do? It wasn't that she didn't trust Hua Yuhao, but she couldn't afford to stake her fate on someone else. Her destiny had to remain in her own hands. Suddenly, a terrified scream shattered her thoughts. Ah! From the corner ahead, Zhang Jianlong tumbled out, rolling and scrambling. Hao Ji, help me. There's a monster. It's a monster. Haha. Zhang, you useless coward. Monster? I just took one down. SHD. You killed the kid. Now its parent is here. The next second, heavy footsteps echoed. Thud. 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 Hao Ji. That monster. We have to run. Zhang Jianlong tumbled his way to Hua Yuhao's side, his voice trembling. Hua Yuhao didn't reply. His eyes were locked on something ahead. Bang. The floor tiles burst apart. The entire building seemed to tremble. A 3-meter-tall mountain of flesh barreled out, a waist over 2 meters wide, every step cracking the ground like an out-of-control tank. SHD. Zhang Jianlong Yu. Chao Debao and Dong Bin's angry curses were cut short, almost scaring them into wetting themselves. Hua Yuhao's pupils contracted violently. Above the monster's head, 3 chilling letters were displayed. LV10, in blue font. Roar. The deafening roar of the giant zombie shook everyone to their core. Zixin, run. Hua Yuhao grabbed Qin Zixin and bolted. The others? If they couldn't keep up, they'd be perfect bait. The giant zombie wasn't fast, but it pursued them relentlessly. Hide in a room? No way. If we get cornered, we're done for. This is all your fault, you idiot. Gu Dongxue was lagging behind. She hadn't eaten or drunk water all day. Her strength was completely spent. The monster was just 5 meters away when she started shrieking hysterically. Help me. Don't leave me behind. Her desperate screams echoed through half the building, drawing a chorus of answering growls from nearby zombies. Hua Yuhao's face darkened. Ahead, a zombie, attracted by the noise, suddenly pounced. He kicked it away and raced upstairs with Qin Zixin in tow. Glancing back, he shot a furious glare at Zhang Jianlong and the others. The three immediately understood. They slowed their pace deliberately. That woman's asking for it. Zhang Jianlong's face twisted in cruelty. As Gu Dongxue caught up, he turned and delivered a sharp kick to her stomach. Gu Dongxue was sent flying backward, an expression of surprise still lingering on her face. She genuinely thought they were going to save her. Why? Two massive hands caught hold of her. Ah! Her screams were blood-curdling. The mountain of flesh opened its monstrous jaws agonizingly slow. Crunch! Under the horrified stares of the three men, the giant zombie bit down, tearing into Gu's torso. The winter snow had half her body ripped apart. SHD. The three of them scrambled upstairs in a panic, nearly falling over themselves. The blob-like zombie chewed voraciously, flesh flying everywhere, too preoccupied to chase them for now. 32nd floor. Hua Yuhao smashed open the skull of a zombie blocking their way with a single swing and dragged Qin Zixin into a room. Su Yilan, pale as a ghost, staggered in behind them, followed by Zhang Jianlong and the other two. What the hell was that thing? That must have been some kind of mini-boss. Even the name above it was a different color. Almost got killed back there. Zhang Jianlong, you piece of... Shut up. Hua Yuhao bellowed. His cold, menacing gaze swept over the group, silencing them instantly. They flinched and scurried into the adjacent bedroom with their tails between their legs. Pathetic. It was the first time Hua Yuhao had come this close to dying. If Zhang Jianlong weren't still remotely useful, he'd have already brained him with that bat. It was then that Qin Zixin noticed Gu Dongxue wasn't with them. The screams they'd heard earlier. They suddenly made sense. She was dead. Qin Zixin bit her lip. It wasn't exactly friendship. After all, they'd only met a few days ago. It was more the creeping fear about her own survival that made her shiver. Su Yilan slumped into the corner, hugging her knees as her body slightly trembled. Qin Zixin didn't know the truth, but Su Yilan had seen it all, clear as day. Zhang Jianlong had kicked Gu Dongxue straight into the monster's grasp. One bite, just one bite, and half her body was gone. Su Yilan bent over, dry heaving, almost gagging up her entire stomach. FK, what's going on across the hall? Man, they're crushing it. They've got it so good over there while we're shivering in terror. God damn it. Look at those muscles, though. And then look at your sorry ass. Absolute trash. Wait a sec, is that girl? Oh crap. Fengji, isn't that the same Yu Dandan you confessed to? Everyone turned to gape at Li Feng. Zhang Feng's face darkened, like the blackened bottom of a burned pot. That bastard must have forced her, no question. Scum. Really though? Everyone barely managed to suppress their laughter. In the video, Yu Dandan didn't exactly look unwilling. Hell, she even had the spare mind to peek over and glance at the surrounding zombie horde. And then there was Jiang Lin. Those muscles, biceps, pecs, 8-pack abs. It was like he could easily punch out 7 or 8 zombies without breaking a sweat. In an apocalypse like this, latching onto a guy like him was the ticket out. Forget giving something up. Hell, groveling at his feet would be worth it for survival. Respect and dignity? Look at the doorway. Teachers and students reduced to bones by those things. Dignity's a joke when you're staring death in the face. Survival is the only thing that matters now. Too bad someone like Jiang Lin was on the other side. Some of the girls glanced at the boys next to them, their faces full of disgust, wishing they could just rush over there and kick Yu Dandan out of the group to take her place. Stop gawking and think about what we're going to do next. One lanky guy stepped forward, snapping everyone back. What else is there to do? Stick to the plan, kill zombies, and level up. I'm in. The problem is, the drop rates are abysmal. Only 2 experience pills grabbed so far. How are we supposed to divide this up evenly? When on Earth will we be able to upgrade? What do you mean? Let's focus all our resources on one person, have them upgrade first, and then they can lead us forward. A moment of silence followed. Isn't this just the idea of the rich helping the poor after they get ahead? Before the apocalypse, laws existed, but even then, you rarely saw the wealthy actively helping the poor climb up. Now, in this end of days, there's no law, no morality. What if we pool our resources for one person and they don't keep their promise? They might even end up turning into a liability. I object. A short-haired girl was the first to speak out. Not long after, all the women stood united. Human nature can't stand up to tests like this. Upgrade, and then come back to help us? What a joke. If some saint volunteered, fine, I'd be on board. But guess what? No saints here. We're all adults. Don't treat us like idiots. Just because someone's a teacher doesn't mean they're a good person. Remember all those headlines about teachers abusing students? Happens every year. Lee Jianren adjusted his glasses without saying a word while the debate raged on. He knew himself too well. He was a man with desires and selfishness. If he really gained superhuman abilities, even he couldn't be sure what he'd do with them. He slipped out to the balcony, silently gazing across at the building opposite. On the other balcony stood Jiang Lin, shirtless and looking utterly unbothered. Pretty lively over there, huh? Jiang Lin muttered to himself. With a physical strength stat of 14, he could see their argument as clearly as if it were right in front of him. Shame I don't have a cigarette. A proper god should be smoking a cigarette right now. He grabbed a bottle of cola, taking a long swig before casually passing it to Yu Dandan, who was slumped nearby. Yu Dandan shot him a glare but grabbed the bottle anyway, drinking more than half in one go before shoving it into her backpack. Beast, she rasped, glaring at him some more. This bastard had actually carried her out here onto the balcony. She struggled to her feet, muttering under her breath. At least you didn't rip my clothes off, or I'd fight you to the death. There were no spare clothes here. If her outfit got ruined, she'd be left exposed. After a quick check to make sure her clothes were intact, she finally let out a sigh of relief. Jiang Lin's strength was monstrous. This was what post-upgrade power looked like. Yu Dandan couldn't hide her envy. But she knew that as a woman, the natural disparities in both physical and mental resilience put her in a lower league. Someone like Jiang Lin, a walking powerhouse, could take down zombies barehanded without breaking a sweat. And her? She was soft and delicate. Even though she trained in dance and yoga, she wouldn't last 10 seconds against a zombie. Not even armed. The odds of her surviving a head-on fight were slim, a 99% chance of losing. She didn't even need to fight to know she would lose. Yu Dandan sighed as she peered down. Zombies. A dense crowd of zombies. The streets were packed with them as far as the eye could see. The sheer number was staggering. She suddenly felt that escaping down there in her lifetime might be a pipe dream. Yu Dandan slumped like a wilting flower. Meanwhile, I stood at the window, my gaze drifting across the sea of zombies below. Having eaten and drunk my fill, I could feel the power surging through my body, every muscle itching to leap into the fight and unleash devastation. But reason? Ji quickly suppressed the impulse. Going down is easy, but climbing back up? Dream on. That blood-curdling scream from earlier still echoed in my ears, accompanied by a deafening, beastly roar. That roar shook the entire building. If I'm honest, Yu Dandan nearly wet herself out of fear. That scream, Gu Dongxue, that idiot of a woman who randomly declared herself my girlfriend for some incomprehensible reason. As for that terrifying roar, probably this building's boss, a monster on the same level as the colossal zombie across the street. Downstairs. From the sound of it, I'd estimate it's 3 to 5 floors below us. I leaned over the edge, looking down. Nothing. Then I glanced up at the floors above. What are you doing? Yu Dandan propped up her chin, staring at me with a complicated expression. She had originally hoped her charms could lock me down as her free, personal bodyguard. Too bad she discovered she had roped in a jerk who'd leave without a second thought after getting what he wanted. I withdrew my gaze and pulled out 2 daggers from my pack, tossing them her way. For how hard you worked back there. These are yours. Yu Dandan snatched them up and inspected the 50-centimeter blades. Why are you suddenly being so generous? What underhanded scheme are you cooking up now? Need me to demonstrate? I smirked coldly. If I had any bad intentions, do you think you'd even stand a chance at fighting back? Jerk. Killing a zombie's easy. Aim straight for the eye. Easier said than done. I'm a girl, not some beast like you. Zombies don't care whether you're a girl or not, I retorted. If anything, being a girl just makes you look even more tender and appetizing to them. Yu Dandan fell silent. Team up with Xin Shixian. If you two work together, killing a few low-level zombies isn't out of reach. Why can't you just help me out? She clasped my hand against her chest, batting her eyes dramatically. Big brother, won't you please take me along? I don't take flower vases with me. Umph. What's so wrong with being a flower vase? She glared at me, her chest rising and falling with anger. Flower vases can feed you, keep you company, make you happy, and you're still turning me down. You think I'm running a 24-hour free bodyguard service? I jabbed my finger toward the window. Look out there. Those zombies aren't going to just stay wandering around forever. At some point, they'll storm this place. If you don't have the courage or the guts to survive, dying is just a matter of time. If you can't even handle the weakest zombie on your own, what's the point of me dragging you along? You'd still die in a heartbeat. With that, I took out a cleaning charm and slapped it onto her forehead. If you weren't still a virgin, I wouldn't even bother saying all of this to you. Instantly, the sticky, grimy feeling on her body vanished. Holy crap, what is this? That's insane. I ignored her amazement and turned back toward the room. I'd rested enough. It was time to level up. Jerk, she shouted after me, mumbling under her breath while throwing fake punches in the air. Then, stumbling slightly, she dragged herself after me, her face pale as a sheet. You bastard, wait for me. I opened the door and checked. Look, no zombies. I glanced back at her as she shuffled forward with trembling little steps, and I couldn't help but grin. You're laughing? She snapped. Women are so dramatic. I strode forward, scooped her up with one arm, and kept walking. Bastard, be gentle. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking silenced Yu Dandan instantly. Sin Shirshian opened the door, and I unceremoniously dumped Yu Dandan into her arms before turning to leave. Trashy jerk. Yu Dandan seethed at my retreating back, grinding her teeth. Sin Shirshian supported her and quipped, calling him a jerk, but still throwing yourself at him. Could you be any more shameless? Shut up. Yu Dandan's face turned as red as a tomato. I am doing this for you, okay? She whimpered. I'm already so worn out, and here you are making jokes. Heartache? Or is something else aching? Sin Shirshian teased as her eyes scanned Yu Dandan from head to toe. Bang! Yu Dandan slammed the door shut with force. What the hell are you doing? Making all that noise. What if it draws zombies? To hell with it. There's not going to be a next time, okay? Get lost. I don't want to talk to you. Yu Dandan huffed. And to think I even saved half a bottle of Coke. Sis, my bad. Sin Shirshian clung to her leg, looking up excitedly. So, in the end, Jiang Lin isn't that bad, is he? He's been protecting us and sharing food. Yu Dandan's face instantly fell. Thinking about everything she'd sacrificed for so little in return, she wanted to scream to the heavens. What? Did he refuse to take responsibility? Did he just freeload off you? Sin Shirshian probed carefully. Not exactly freeloading. Yu Dandan crouched and sighed, holding up a tiny piece of Dove chocolate in her hand. It was just for this. Sin Shirshuan's jaw dropped as she stared at the chocolate. Just one piece of chocolate. Ahem, but chocolate is a high-calorie food. You love it the most, don't you? Sin Shirshian tried to justify. Shut up. My dignity. All for just one piece of chocolate. Well, if this counts as humiliation, I wouldn't mind being humiliated every day, Sin Shirshian said, swallowing hard. I mean, giving you chocolate shows he values your looks. If it were some ugly girl, even offering $10 wouldn't stop him from slapping her away. So what? Should I drop to my knees and thank him for this generosity? He didn't have to give you anything. He could have totally freeloaded, but he didn't. Plus, he gave you chocolate and Coke. How is that not worth a thank you? Whose side are you even on? Yu Dandan grumbled, pinching her angrily before sighing. That jerk gave me two options, one piece of chocolate or for free. What was I supposed to do? I begged him for two pieces. You know what he said? Sin Shirshian, simultaneously touched and curious, asked, what did he say? He said if I want two pieces, you'd have to join in too. Ah. Sin Shirshuan's face turned red as her heartbeat sped up. Softly, someone said, then why didn't you call me? Yu Dandan, clearly still frustrated, didn't quite catch what was said. She ran it on. That scumbag still wanted a threesome. What a joke. Sin Shirshuan's face flushed even more. What are you even talking about? What's with that expression? Were you anticipating it? Go to hell. Do I look like someone that's shameless? Why are you so worked up? Anyway, it's fine now. Fine? Jiang Lin looked like a beast of a man. Don't tell me he Yu Danden's face turned scarlet. She looked away awkwardly before snapping. What nonsense are you spouting? That guy's nothing but pure brute force. I mean, after he realized I was still, pure, he softened up a bit and gave me 2 weapons. Sin Shixian wasn't entirely surprised. Men, huh? They all seem to have a soft spot for the innocent ones. Then, something caught her attention. Wait, the weapons weren't some blunt, oversized club, they were knives. But alas, they were kind of short. It'd be awesome if we could combine them with something longer, Sin Shixian murmured, tapping her chin like an idea was on the tip of her tongue, but just slightly beyond reach. These knives are just too short. There's no way I'm charging straight into a zombie horde with these, she continued, frowning. That scumbag probably just gave you stuff he didn't want, Sin Shixian said with a hint of an edge. Poor you. How about I go next time instead, she offered slyly. Yu Dandan nearly choked in surprise, and then shot her a sharp look. Spotting Sin Shixian's teasing grin, she lunged at her. You little witch. Here I am suffering, and you're laughing at me. Please, like you'd let me. Sin Shixian retorted. What wouldn't I let you do? Oh, I don't know. Perhaps the thing where literally anyone in the house could hear you earlier? Yu Dandan flushed beet red. Ah, shut up. If it's so bad, maybe let's go together next time, Sin Shixian proposed with a deadpan expression. You're that kind of woman. What other choice do we have? Half a bar of chocolate's not feeding 2 people. How are we supposed to fight zombies on empty stomachs? If that's the case, maybe I'll just bite the bullet and go on my own again. Yu Dandan sighed. On your own? Every day? Do you really think you can handle that? And, are you even, capable of walking by now? TSK. Okay, fair point. That might be a problem. And don't forget, isn't your monthly visitor due soon? What are we going to do then? Starve for 3 whole days and 9 meals. You might be onto something. Suddenly, Sin Shixian gasped. Wait. What? Zombies? Yu Dandan's voice was sharp with alarm. No, not that. I just thought of something. Your, time of the month? Starting early. Shut it. That ended last week. I just got an idea. An idea? Wait, is this it? You've unlocked memories of your past life, haven't you? God, I wish. Sin Shixian rolled her eyes and bent down to pick up one of the short knives lying on the floor. Swinging it slightly, the blade glinted coldly under the faint light. It's too short, she muttered before suddenly, her eyes lit up. But what if we attach it to a long stick or handle? Boom! Instant spear. No more getting up close and personal with zombies. Yu Dandan froze, considering the suggestion for a second, then grabbed the other knife to inspect it closely. The more she thought about it, the more it made sense. Holy crap, Shixian, you're a genius. Quick, take out the cola. Sin Shixian licked her cracked lips. I'm dying of thirst. Let's refuel and then get back to work. If that doesn't work. She paused and flashed a sly smile. If that doesn't work, you can always get Jiang Lin to help. This kind of thing should be a piece of cake for him. No way. Yu Dandan's face turned pale instantly, and she exclaimed, You go instead. Her legs felt weak, and she could barely stand. I'm completely drained right now. If I go back again, they'll have to carry me out in pieces. That guy's probably leveled up several times by now. Yu Dandan gritted her teeth. He's practically a monster. A beast. Sin Shixian's cheeks flushed slightly. Is it really that bad? Let me see how bad your injuries are. She frowned suddenly. Wait, why do you smell so good? She opened the collar of her shirt and sniffed. The mix of sweat and corpse stench was overwhelming. In contrast, Yu Dandan smelled faintly fragrant. Did you shower? No. Yu Dandan suddenly realized. Oh, right. That guy slapped some paper on me at the end. After that, I felt completely refreshed, and all the grime disappeared instantly. That magical? Sin Shixian's eyes sparkled. I might have to put in a little effort tonight as well. At the stairwell, I was holding onto my chainsaw, cautiously peeking downstairs. No sign of the boss. Staying upstairs seemed like the safer option. 36th floor. I had just taken a single step when an LV2 zombie grandma suddenly emerged from around the corner. Our eyes met. Time felt frozen for 0.5 seconds. I reacted first, revving up the chainsaw and launching a vertical slash straight at the stunned granny zombie. WHIRR. Blood splattered everywhere. Flesh and bone sprayed apart. The grotesque scene nearly made my stomach churn. If it weren't for the fact that my mental attribute had surpassed the average human's limit, breaking through to 11 points, I would have thrown up all the instant ramen I had just eaten. SHD. Good thing this raging murder saw's cutting action sprays blood and guts to the sides. If it splashed all over me, no thanks. The roar of the chainsaw instantly attracted the attention of the zombies in the hallway. I quickly picked up the loot. A cleansed talisman. Nice, not bad. The rest? Experience candies, bread, and milk. After killing so many zombies, I've started seeing the loot patterns. LV1-3 zombies only drop basic food and common-grade equipment. LV4 and above, that's when blue gear and high-tier food start showing up. What would that LV10 mini-boss drop? If I could get an artifact. Peering ahead, I spotted 5 zombies charging my way. Target locked. LV5 zombie grandpa, the fastest one in the group. He was like a rabid monkey charging headfirst at me. The zombies swarmed in from all sides. To avoid being overrun, I gripped my chainsaw tightly and charged at the 2 on my left. Rark. VRRRR. The guttural roars of the zombies mixed with the deafening buzz of my chainsaw. Moving as fast as a lightning strike, I swung the buzzing blade, slicing through the air with a cold gleam. In an instant, both zombie heads were split in half. Skull fragments flew, and their bodies collapsed straight to the ground. After the carnage I'd just endured, my face remained expressionless. Impassive, I raised my leg and kicked one of the fallen corpses toward the old zombie. The body shot through the air like a cannonball. The old zombie's reaction, however, was completely unexpected. It leapt gracefully, dodging the makeshift projectile with ease, and pounced at me with claws outstretched. Behind him, though, the corpse crashed into 2 other zombies, knocking them flat to the ground. In a split second, I raised my chainsaw high and brought it down with the force of a mountain crash aimed squarely at the old zombie. The immense power drove him to his knees, while the spinning blade tore into his skull with ferocious sparks. Rayard. Holy crap, this guy's skull is tough. Despite the unexpected density of his bones, I wasn't about to back down. Teeth gritted, I pushed the chainsaw to its limit. The blade roared louder, and with a meaty crunch, tore through his head and body in one clean motion. The attack left a deep gouge in the ground below. I returned my attention to the 2 zombies that had been knocked over earlier. Clutching the chainsaw tightly, I dispatched them with 2 swift strikes. Each fell without resistance to their newfound demise. Quickly, I gathered up the loot that had scattered across the blood-stained ground and immediately caught sight of something that made my eyes glint with anticipation, something good. A pair of shoes radiating a faint blue glow had dropped. Without hesitation, I crushed 6 experience pills in my hand. Level up, Jianglin LV6, 20%. Strength, 16 plus 6. Physique, 13 plus 2. Mental, 12. Speed, 12. Damn, this level up feels better than being with you, Dandin. I muttered, licking my lips as I picked up the glowing shoes for a closer look. A first-tier resilient sneakers, blue, plus 3 speed, plus 3 agility. 2 attributes. I smirked. No wonder that old zombie was darting around like a monkey. Agility? Does that mean there's a hidden stat? I slipped the shoes on immediately. The moment I laced them up, a light-as-a-feather sensation swept through my entire body. I lifted my leg and kicked upward toward a diagonal angle. Whoosh! The sound of the air splitting filled my ears. Holy crap, it's real. The added agility had made it so I could execute a perfect high kick effortlessly. Not only that, but I could feel the extra strength in every movement. More controlled, more precise. If this wasn't the middle of a chaos-ridden battlefield, I'd seriously consider testing my speed right here, right now. With these stats, I could probably run the 100-meter dash in under 5 seconds. Man, this feels amazing. Scanning the other dropped loot, my eyes locked onto something unusual. Black strips of fabric? I reached down and picked them up. A first-tier, Lancewee thong, blue. Plus 1 charisma. Are you freaking kidding me? A thong with a stat bonus? An old zombie dropping a thong. It was almost laughable. I shook my head and shrugged. Whatever. I'll just give it to you, Dandin, later. Wonder what difference plus 1 charisma makes. At that moment, a girl's scream echoed from a distance. Ugh. It was clear she was terrified by the sight of the halved zombie woman. Then came a series of shocked exclamations. Holy shit! Who did this? Ugh. That's brutal. Was this even done by a human? Looks like it was sawed through. Lu Jishue's voice cut in. Sawed through. He stepped forward, walking across the blackened blood and scattered flesh on the ground. Our eyes met. I grinned. He froze, his gaze locking onto the chainsaw in my hands. Shit. Lu Jishue quickly sped toward me. The others started to crowd around as well. Isn't that old Jiang? He's not dead. No kidding, he was the first one to run. Wait, is that a chainsaw? Did he take down all these zombies by himself? What a badass. Yeah, but also so cruel. You care about cruel when we're killing zombies? Are you out of your mind? They were people once too. At least leave their bodies intact. Insane. Intact bodies? Want me to leave you one too? No wonder this idiot was hiding in the back the whole time. Turns out he's a goddamn traitor. Zhao Jian kept arguing. Zombies don't have human rights anymore. Screw your human rights. Get him. Zhang Xuebin's fist connected with Zhao Jian's eye socket with a thud. Everyone else jumped in, fists and feet flying. Several girls who had been retching froze in shock at the sudden brawl. I shot a quick glance at the chaotic scene. Your group's pretty lively. Lu Jishue furrowed his brows, but didn't bother intervening. At a time like this, clashes like these were inevitable. Even he had a simmering anger boiling inside him. Getting randomly thrown into this hellhole, watching his classmates and teachers die one by one in front of his eyes. How could he not be furious? If not for the sake of his brothers, or the family whose whereabouts he didn't know, he'd have long found a corner to break down and cry. He wanted to drown in alcohol, to let it all out and release the grief inside him. But here, forget booze. Even water was a luxury item. Lu Jishue exhaled deeply, his gaze burning as he stared at the bloodied chainsaw in my hand. Did you get that thing as a drop? Seeing his eyes practically glued to it with envy written all over his face, I couldn't help but laugh. I swung the chainsaw in front of him a bit, teasingly, until he looked ready to lose it. Then I burst into laughter. Yup, that's right. What do you think? Cool, huh? Overflowing with badass charm. Am I right? Shit. You lucky bastard. That's not a regular piece of gear, is it? Lu Jishue looked at me, green with envy. It's just a blue-tier weapon, barely stronger than the standard stuff. Blue tier. Your luck stat must be through the roof. Heh, didn't think you'd figure it out so quick. Get lost. Lu Jishue stood in thought for a moment, his eyes darting as if coming up with a scheme. How about joining us, huh? It's always good to stick together, right? And hey, we've got a bunch of girls in our group. I rolled my eyes. Dream on. I don't have time to babysit you all. If I can't even be bothered to look out for you Dandan and Xian, what makes you think I'd babysit a group of fools? Lao Lu, this is the freaking apocalypse. I know. Then why the hell are you dragging a bunch of dead weights around? I can't just leave them behind. We're all classmates after all. You're too damn nice for your own good. It's a principle of mine. If I have the ability, I'll help them survive. Geez, are you trying to guilt trip me or something? My face darkened. Was that a subtle jab at me for being capable but not giving a damn? Lu Jishue shook his head with a slight smile. I get what you're saying, but I just can't ignore it. Watching them die while standing idly by, I just can't do it. I'm not saying let them die. Just leave them in a room or something. Dragging them outside with you. Are you trying to get yourself killed? That doesn't feel right, though. What's so wrong about it? Just toss them some food every day so they don't starve, and that's that. Take Zhang Xuebin and a couple of guys to kill zombies and level up. But those girls, and the ones who don't even have the guts to fight, why drag them out with you? For sightseeing. Zombies only drop experience pills, not actual XP. Carrying a bunch of useless people around is practically begging to die. Especially those squeamish girls, still puking their guts out. Total liabilities. Lu Jishue chuckled bitterly. Easier said than done, right? The truth is, he'd already thought of that plan before, but every time he brought it up, they'd all look at him with those "you're abandoning us, you heartless bastard" faces. Some even went into full-blown hysterics, refusing to listen to reason. To be honest, he got it, but man, was it exhausting. I thought for a moment, then casually tossed him 3 spiked clubs, patting his shoulder. You can be a good guy, sure, but don't go full martyr. Martyrs? They're just easy targets. And when you let people take advantage of you like that, death isn't far behind. This, just take him. From one classmate to another. Honestly, you're a decent guy. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't even bother. Thanks. Lu Jishue stayed quiet for a moment, then looked up with a small smile. Don't worry, I know what I need to do now. No sooner had I thrown out the spiked clubs than Zhang Shuabin and the others darted forward like dogs catching the scent of a fresh steak. The bloodstains on the ground didn't faze them one bit as they scrambled to pick up the weapons, caressing them like they'd just found sacks of cash. Besides Zhang Shuabin, the other two clubs went to a couple of burly guys who happened to have come up from the same high school as Lu Jishue. Zhang Shuabin's face lit up with devotion. Holy crap, Jiang bro, you're the real deal. From this day onward, you're officially my idol. In their group, only Lu Jishue had a spiked club. The others were all using makeshift weapons to fight the zombies. When they compared their weapons, all three of them threw down their sticks in disgust. I couldn't help but laugh. Typical guys, always chasing the newer, shinier toy. All right, I'm out of here. Huh? Zhang Shuabin froze. Brother Jiang, you're not sticking with us? Stick with you? Why would I do that? I'm not interested in your ass. Come on, man. I meant teaming up. Team up for what? You lot are useless at killing zombies. You want me to carry you? What? So all the loot goes to me. You down for that? Well, Zhang Shuabin scratched his head. When you put it like that, guess not. They had zero zombie killing experience and were basically freeloaders. Tagging along with them was a lose-lose for everyone. Zhang Shuabin glanced around at the carnage, realizing just how brutal my skills were. By now, I was probably at level 3 or 4. If we teamed up, any zombie that popped up would be dead before they could even get a swing in, leaving them with nothing to show for it. Wait, stop right there. I turned to look at the guy shouting. It was the one who'd just gotten a brutal beatdown. This dumbass had a face full of bruises, but his eyes were oddly full of life, though he didn't exactly look like the sharpest tool in the shed. And where'd you crawl out from? I sized him up. Pretty sure this guy wasn't from my class. Lu Jishue and Zhang Shuabin walked over. Zhao Jian, you itching for another beating? Dude, I'd be happy to rearrange your spine. Zhang Shuabin cracked his knuckles. Hold up, Binzi. Let's see what he's got to say. What could this idiot possibly have to say? Just earlier, he was whining about how Brother Jiang was too cruel to the zombies. Talking about how they were people too, once, and how we need to respect their rights. Seriously, I can't with this guy. He's a certified moron. Lu Jishue's lips twitched. Zhao Jian, those are flesh-eating zombies. You saw how brutally our classmates got killed. Are you even thinking straight? Ignoring Lu Jishue, Zhao Jian fixated on the chainsaw in my hand with a burning stare. Where'd you get that chainsaw? Let me think. Oh yeah, pretty sure a rather provocatively dressed woman dropped it. Whoa, provocatively dressed lady. Zhang Shuabin licked his lips. Brother Jiang, mind sharing exactly what position got the job done? The group burst out laughing. Ha, bet that was one hell of a scene. Obviously, look at all the black blood splattered across these walls. Imagine how desperate she must have been. The way you're describing it, I'm getting hyped up just thinking about it. Yeah, but only if you don't look at her face. Bet that gaping zombie maw would make any one of you collapse on the spot. Ha. Remember that time this idiot ran in, thinking he was saving a damsel in distress, only for her to turn around? Dude pissed himself on the spot. Brother Jiang, about that sexy. Continued chaos ensues. How strong is the female zombie? The lively chatter in the group helped ease my tension quite a bit. That's the good part about being around people. It lightens the mood, keeps things less stressful. Still, I prefer being alone, peaceful, no idiots. Not super high, an LV4. By the way, only LV4 or higher zombies drop blue tier gear. What? LV4? Damn, Jiang, you're a beast. Everyone's jaws practically hit the ground. The strongest zombie they'd ever managed to kill was an LV3, and that had taken a whole team effort. Even back then, Lu Jishue had almost wrecked both his arms swinging that spiked club of his. The sparks flying off it were no joke. The thing's skull was way tougher than any LV1 zombie they'd encountered. If he was that shocked, then my level must be. The group stared at me with eager eyes. Jiang, how many attribute points do you get per level up? Huh. I froze. turning to look at Lu Zhixue, dumbfounded. He awkwardly rubbed his nose. Wait, you guys still haven't leveled up? We're doing our best, Jiang. But those XP pills? The drop rate is abysmally low. You're lucky to get one after killing 3 or 4 zombies. Hold up, don't tell me you're dividing them up evenly. Before Zhang Xuebin could open his mouth, Zhao Jian chimed in arrogantly. Of course we're splitting them. Fair shares. We're a team, after all. A group effort means we split the rewards. That's just common sense. I shot a look at Lu Zhixue. Honestly, I couldn't figure out why he still kept someone like Zhao Jian around. Unbothered, Zhao Jian marched on with his sermon, even reaching out a hand toward my chainsaw. Come on, we're all classmates here. Obviously, you're loaded with gear if you're this strong. It's not bad. That's the spirit. Zhao Jian's eyes gleamed. A sheen of hunger plastered all over them. He even swallowed audibly before continuing. We're all starving over here. If you've got food, you should share it with everyone. It's only fair. And weapons. One for each of us. With weapons for protection, zombies wouldn't stand a chance. He practically puffed out his chest. Jiang, right? Surely, you're not one of those heartless jerks who'd leave their classmates high and dry over such a small thing. You wouldn't refuse us, would you? Oh, by the way, that chainsaw of yours, it looks solid. Let me take a closer look at it. The moment those words left his lips, I noticed Lu Zhixue's pupils shrink. I smiled. But it wasn't a nice smile. It was cold, ice cold. It wasn't hard to figure out why Lu looked so rattled. He could sense it, my killing intent. That was his innate talent, perception, the ability to detect all kinds of signals creatures emit. Goodwill, hostility, malice, excitement, sorrow. Even the malevolent aura of zombies couldn't escape him. That's likely the only reason he'd been able to lead this group to dodge death time and again. Jiang. Lu barely managed to get my name out before I felt my lips curl further into a chilling grin. The kind that'd make even a seasoned fighter like him break out in goosebumps. And in the next instant, my left hand shot out like lightning, clamping down on Zhao Jian's face like a steel vise. He didn't even have time to process what was happening. Pain exploded across his cheeks as his entire body was effortlessly lifted into the air. Feet dangling, torso suspended midair. The sudden attack plastered his mind in blank disbelief. By the time he finally realized what was going on, he screamed in rage. Let go of me. Zhao Jian's face turned pale as he desperately pried at my fingers, trying to break free. But my grip was like forged steel. No matter how much strength he summoned, he couldn't move me an inch. As I tightened my grip, his skull felt like it was about to crack. The pain was unbearable. Frightened, Zhao Jian panicked and screamed frantically. Let me go? Let go of me. Help me. Lu Zhixue. Zhang Xuebin. Save me. He screamed and struggled, scratching, clawing, kicking, throwing everything he could at me. Faced with his wild attacks, I remained completely unbothered, my gaze ice cold. My physique was at 15 points now. His feeble assaults? Please, they couldn't even manage to rip out a single strand of my hair, let alone hurt me. Jiang Lin, take it easy. Lu Zhixue stepped forward hesitantly. Zhang Xuebin and the others opened their mouths, but wisely chose silence, taking a couple of steps back in unison. A few girls who had approached cautiously recoiled behind the group, trembling as they watched me in fear. They had initially wanted to stick with me. After all, staying with Lu Zhixue meant going hungry all the time. 3 meals for 9 days. It was already a struggle to get enough water to drink, let alone be properly fed. They were on the verge of collapse. But now seeing me like this, perhaps Lu Zhixue wasn't so bad after all. Sure, I looked good, but my temper? Awful. And clearly, I had violent tendencies. Looking at me, exuding an icy aura, the girls shivered. Take it easy? I scoffed. What a joke. This idiot had the nerve to put his hands on me, trying to guilt-trip me with some moral high ground. He was practically begging to die. With a flick of my wrist, Zhao Jian, who weighed over 100 pounds, was tossed like a rag doll, arcing through the air. Holy sh! Lu Zhixue's pupils dilated instantly. Zhang Xuebin and the others instinctively followed Zhao Jian's trajectory with their heads, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Zhao Jian froze midair for a moment at the highest point, and then gravity took over. His scream pierced the sky. 36 stories down, A dense horde of zombies awaited below. The outcome was obvious. Holy crap, Brother Jiang is insane. Serves him right. That idiot always hides when the zombies come, but rushes to the front when it's time to grab loot. Zombies' rights. My ass. What kind of nonsense is that? People murmured among themselves. While some were clearly afraid of me, many more were inwardly thrilled. One less person meant more food and experience orbs to split among the rest. Turning my back on Lu Jishui, I waved dismissively. Lu, this world doesn't need martyrs. Keeping dead weight like that guy around only puts more lives in danger. No need to thank me, I said flatly. Today just happens to be a good day. As I walked away, I caught Zhang Shuibin muttering, Brother Zhang's right. Those other useless ones need to be dealt with too. The moment they see zombies, their legs turn to jelly. A nice guy ranting about the apocalypse wouldn't let his guard down like this. Let me reimagine the translation. Damn it, you're even crueler. When you're poor, you protect yourself, and when you're rich, you save the world. Right now, we can barely fend for ourselves, so why bother with others' problems? Good. Looks like they're finally getting it. The apocalypse doesn't need weaklings. Another zombie lunged at me in the hallway. With a quick counterswing, my blade flashed. Level 1 rusted Tang sword drew a crimson arc, and the zombie's head fell to the ground in an instant. The severed head rolled to my feet, its mouth still snapping, trying to bite. Humph, you're asking for it. I thrust my blade into its eye socket and gave it a little twist. The silence was welcome. Cigarettes. Eyeing the pack of smokes looted from the faintly glowing loot drop, I raised a brow. Just in time, I could use the break. Flick. The lighter sparked. Smoke filled my lungs, curling out through my nose in wisps of white. My body's long surpassed human limits. A little smoke's no big deal. With a cigarette still dangling from my lips, I took down another clueless undead with a swift slice. Crushing another experience orb, I noted my reluctant progress. Player Zhang Lin LV 0.90%. Strength 25. Constitution 18. Mental power 15. Speed 18. 3 out of 5 pieces of the defensive set equipped. All white grade. But hey, armor's better than nothing. I advanced slowly, scanning ahead. Bang, bang, bang. Pounding against a door and muffled screams reached my ears. I've seen this scene play out countless times by now. But this time, baka, bakemono. Japanese? A smirk crept onto my lips. There are still some little Nihonjins left alive at the school? Intriguing. I leaned against the wall and lit another cigarette, deciding to wait. Let's see what kind of mess they'll make first. Inside the room, 7 or 8 people pressed their weight desperately against the door, cold sweat dripping down their faces. Professor Ozawa, you must make a decision. The bespectacled young man wiped his brow. Bakairu, snarled Ichiro Ozawa, before turning his sharp gaze to the young man. Kaikuin, your thoughts? Kai Houchin scanned the room. Aside from himself, the rest were all Japanese exchange students. Professor, there are only 3 zombies out there. We've got 7 men. It's 2-1, advantage us. Ichiro Ozawa's expression darkened. Let his nation's prodigies risk their lives? Absurd. Too bad there's only one Chinese guy here. As he schemed how to push Kai to the front lines, a younger voice chimed in. Professor, Watanabe spoke boldly. Kaikuin is right. A mere few zombies are no match for me, Watanabe. It's too dangerous. Watanabe pulled the professor aside, lowering his voice. This isn't just some bioweapon leak. Look at our system panels. Technology like this? Not even Japan has something so advanced. There's no way this is from China. We've crossed into another world. Alien tech. Ichiro Ozawa tried to protest. Even if it is, I'll seize it for myself. A vicious glint appeared in Watanabe's eyes. Anything that should belong to us, belongs. No one's taking anything that belongs to Great Japan. He shot a glance at Kai Houchin. This guy from Long Kingdom? Can't let him stay. We need to disguise ourselves, or else. Ozawa got the message. The hatred between Long Kingdom and Japan, out here in this lawless apocalypse, meant they might not survive the day. The sound of chirping birds outside the door grew fiercer. I flicked the ash off my cigarette. Almost time. Gripping my tang blade tight, I silently approached. 3 zombies were still mindlessly crashing into the door, completely unaware of death nearing. Swish. The flash of my blade. The zombie on the left lost its head. The second one started to turn. Swish. Blade straight through its skull. The last one finally reacted, opening its rotten mouth and lunging at me. I sidestepped, spinning the hilt of the blade around to slam it into the back of its head. Crack. The spine snapped. Zombie down. 3 seconds. 3 zombies. Easy. The door ahead continued to rattle, with whoever was inside still bracing against it, oblivious that the threat had been neutralized. I knocked on the door. Open up. The zombies are cleared. Speaking standard Mandarin. Who's there? A cautious voice came from within. Just a survivor passing through. I exhaled a puff of smoke. You want to step out for some fresh air? After some shuffling noises, the door cracked open. Kai Houchen's face appeared through the gap. His pupils shrank when he saw the corpses on the ground. You took them all out yourself? Who else? I raised an eyebrow. The door opened wider, revealing a group of young, Asian-looking faces peeking out. They tried to appear as if they were from Long Kingdom, but that aura, they could fool others. Not me. Thank you for saving us. Kai Houchen adjusted his glasses, his face full of gratitude. The rest chimed in with thanks, their Mandarin surprisingly flawless. Too bad the wary glints and calculating looks in their eyes betrayed them. No biggie, I replied casually, scanning the group. Exchange students? Why, yeah. We're all in the physics department. Watanabe blurted out nervously, worried about being uncovered. Oh, really? I smiled. Welcome to Long Kingdom. The air froze for a heartbeat. Ozawa and Watanabe exchanged subtle glances. Kai Houchen seemed like he wanted to say something. By the way, I cut him off abruptly, switching to Japanese. Hello, everyone. Their expressions became stiff in an instant. You know Japanese? Watanabe's voice wavered. Just a bit. I dropped the cigarette butt to the ground, grinding it underfoot. I mean, after going through so much study material, I had to pick up a little, right? Ozawa's face went pale. The game was only just beginning. Blood still dripped from my tang blade. If you don't mind, can we crash here for a bit? I stared at Ozawa. It's not too safe out there. Oh, of course. Watanabe forced out a smile. Come in. I strode inside, casually shutting the door behind me. Click. The sound of the lock felt ominous, like a death knell. When it came to Watanabe killing Kai Houchen, Ozawa Ichiro had no objections whatsoever. Just a Chinese guy. If he's dead, he's dead. After a brief exchange, Watanabe headed toward a group of girls. Flashing the lead girl a soft, reassuring smile, he said, Sakura, we're making our break soon. Don't worry. I'll protect you all. Sakura stood up nervously. Watanabe-kun, please be careful. Watanabe waved dismissively as he turned away, his warm smile giving way to icy indifference. He shot a look to Maikawa Naiku and Fukai Ice. The two exchanged a knowing glance and began approaching Kai Houchen slowly. Out in the hallway, I stifled a yawn. Honestly, I felt like barging in there with my blade and hacking away, not caring who I hit. If someone wasn't supposed to die, well, tough luck. That'd just be their bad fortune. Suddenly, a furious shout echoed out. Now that caught my attention. What the hell are you guys doing? Huh? Kai-san, for the greatness of Japan, your sacrifice is necessary. You're insane. Kai Houchen's voice trembled. Professor Ozawa. Kai-kun, your sacrifice will have great meaning. God damn you all. A loud thud cut him off, followed by pained coughing from Kai Houchen. Fukai sneered. Baka, how dare some Chinese punk glare at me? I've been annoyed by you for a while. Slap, slap, slap. The sound of relentless slapping echoed. Damn, Chinese skin's so freaking thick, my hand's starting to hurt. Fukai complained. Enough. Watanabe's voice was cold. Don't kill him. And stop shouting Baka. I don't ever want to hear that word again. Fukai stood at attention. Yes. Smack. Watanabe gave him a backhanded slap. Yes, my ass. Everyone fell silent, too frightened to speak. Cracking his neck, Watanabe barked. Open the door. Make him go first. Bang. The door burst open, and Kai Houchen, beaten to a pulp, was shoved out. 3 zombies lunged at him with feral aggression. A blood-curdling scream tore from his throat. Watanabe and his crew charged in, ganging up on the zombies in a frenzy. Arms crossed, I leaned against the wall, watching the whole clown show. First time watching someone else take down zombies. I had to admit I was curious. Would they actually get anything without bonus loot drops? The 3 zombies went down. All that dropped was a single water bottle and a lousy piece of bread. That's it. I straightened up. Not even an XP boost. How unlucky can you get? Guess Lu Jishua wasn't kidding. Ordinary people really do have awful drop rates. Good news for me, though. Still panting, Watanabe and the others stood tired and covered in blood, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Fukai Ice raised his club triumphantly and slammed it down onto one of the fallen zombies again. Watanabe-kun, killing zombies is such a rush. Imagine if. Sorry, I can't comply with this request. Feeling cocky, huh? Can't afford to let my guard down like this ever again. Watanabe, right? I glared at him, my eyes burning with rage. You're gonna find out what it means to become a human stump today. No. Wait. Watanabe stepped back in a panic. I'm Watanabe Yagoma. Tenko Hikari is my uncle. If you kill me, you're dead too. Well, even if Tenko's own damn mom showed up, I'd still slice you down today. Aren't people from the Dragon Nation all about harmony and peace? I surrender. Haraha. Too bad I'm as petty as they come. Stay back. One more step and I'll shoot. Do it then. Go on, fire another one. Let's see if you've got it in you. Die, die, die. Bang, bang, bang. The trajectory of the bullets wasn't visible, but I could see Watanabe's desperate trigger pulls in the direction of the muzzle perfectly clear. I dodge. Dodge, dodge, dodge. Haraha. Out of bullets already? I was just starting to have fun. The Tang Dao scraped against the ground, letting out a menacing metallic screech. Watanabe's face twisted in terror, his courage shattered. Why? Why won't you let me go? I'm destined to become an unbeatable powerhouse. Slash. His left arm flew off. Before he could even process what just happened. Slash. Slash. One more severed the right arm. Another cut clean through his leg at the root. Error. Watanabe's shrill screams filled the space. He was now a true human stump. Blood sprayed for 3 feet in every direction. Watanabe's eyes widened, his stumps bleeding profusely, yet he somehow remained conscious. His venomous gaze locked onto me, seething with hatred, as if trying to imprint his grudge into his very bones. I licked my lips. Going for the human stump look, huh? Don't worry, I'll make sure you're satisfied with the end result. Kill him. The remaining bunch of islanders went mad. Both men and women grabbed whatever could pass as weapons and charged forward. Roar. A guttural roar echoed from the stairwell. Gunfire, screams, and the overwhelming scent of blood had attracted all the monsters in the building. Don't stop. Sakura stepped forward, her clear voice trembling with hatred. Fight with everything you have. For the glory of Japan. For Professor Ozawa. For Mekawa-san. For Fukai-san. And for Watanabe-san. Kill the dragon bastard. Die. I scoffed. What a bunch of useless chickens. Exploding off the ground, my figure became a blur, moving so fast their pupils could barely contract. What? Slash. 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 My Tang Dao carved through the air, severing heads as it moved. Apart from Sakura, everyone else ended up either cleaved in half or decapitated. At the same time, the first zombie clambered out of the stairwell. Sakura froze on the spot. She only felt a gust of wind rush past her, and then they were all dead. Roar. The overwhelming stench of blood drove the zombies into a frenzy as they came crashing in a mad rush. Sakura's legs buckled. Against me, she could summon the will to fight. But against a horde of zombies? She could do nothing, only await her death. I stood there dazed. It was the first time I had killed so many pests in one go. My blood felt as if it were on fire, boiling with raw adrenaline. Arg! Throwing my head back, I let out a primal roar before gripping my blade tightly and charging straight into the swarm of the undead. Die, die, die. Go to hell, all of you. The Tang blade danced in the air, severing heads that flew skyward, only to be split in half mid-flight. A dozen zombies were instantly reduced to chunks. Loot scattered across the ground in all directions. Sakura collapsed onto the floor, trembling. No way. How are you this strong? Damn you Chinese. The warriors of Great Japan will kill you all eventually. I turned, extending my hand. Every piece of loot flew straight into my grasp. Crushing an experience pill, I leveled up instantly to LV10. Yet, there were still over a dozen experience pills left in my hand. I crushed another one, Nothing happened. Jiang Lin LV10, 0%. Strength, 20 plus 6. Constitution, 17 plus 2. Mental power, 16. Speed, 16 plus 3. Experience pill incompatible. Please use Tier 2 experience pills. Tier 2? I'd have to kill LV10 or higher zombies. Die, Chinese scum. Sakura completely snapped. The agony of waiting for her own death drove her mad. Seizing my brief moment of distraction, she crept toward me, thrusting a blade toward my side. I raised my hand and caught the blade effortlessly. She gritted her teeth and used all her strength, yet the blade didn't budge at all. "Why won't you just die?" she screamed hysterically. I snatched the knife out of her hand and threw it aside, sneering. "Want to die? It's not going to be that easy. What are you going to do to me?" Grabbing a fistful of her hair, I lifted her face to mine. "Today, I'll avenge my fallen countrymen." "Let me go? You beast. I preferred the defiant version of you from earlier." "No. Please spare me." "Too bad. I'm a demon." Smack. I slapped her hard across the face. Not hard enough to kill her outright, but enough to stop her hysterics. Gripping her chin, I leaned in. "Don't speak my language. Use yours." "Yamit," she whimpered. "Good girl." Suddenly, a horrified gasp came from the hallway. "Oh my God. Who did this?" Su Xinyao stared at the room full of dismembered zombie limbs, her stomach churning. She clapped a hand over her mouth and ran to a corner to stop herself from throwing up. Meanwhile, Xiameng crouched to inspect the remains. The cuts were clean, precise, lethal in one strike. Every single zombie met the same fate. It was the work of one person, an unimaginable and terrifying display of power. But these weren't just stationary dummy targets. These were zombies, fast, agile, and harder to kill as their levels rose. To annihilate more than a dozen with such ease, it was chilling. Then Xiameng's pupils dilated in shock. Amidst the carnage lay the corpse of a human. The blood smearing the ground was unmistakably fresh and vividly red. The four of them approached cautiously, only to nearly wet themselves in fear at the sight. "What the hell? This is insanely brutal. A damn psycho did this. Ugh, let's get the hell out of here before the maniac comes back." "Where?" "The whole building is crawling with zombies. Still beats ending up as meat skewers." "Not necessarily. Being eaten alive by zombies is way worse. Are we seriously debating ways to die right now? What else are we supposed to do? Look at this. Those zombies were wiped out like it was nothing. Where can we possibly run to?" "Wait." Su Xinyao suddenly raised a trembling finger. "Do you hear something?" The four froze and turned to face a slightly ajar door. From beyond it, faint muffled sounds began to emerge. The muffled sounds of voices echoed. "SHD, that psycho is here. Should we go save that person?" "Save who?" "Save her. Are you out of your mind? You sure you're not just going to get yourself killed? Then move." "My legs are shaking." Xiameng rolled her eyes at the others. "I'm not stupid, you know. To be able to slaughter that many zombies so effortlessly, no doubt their strength completely overwhelmed hers. Sure, she pitied that girl, but this wasn't the time to play the savior. She wasn't some selfless saint." Click. The door creaked open. The four of them felt as though they were plunged into an icy abyss. "It's over." I stepped out, feeling refreshed, and locked eyes with the four women. Narrowing my eyes, I took them in. "Oh, please don't kill me." Su Xinyao burst into instant tears. I raised an eyebrow. "Are you crazy?" Judging from their accents, they were clearly locals. If they were one of us, I naturally wouldn't touch them. I'm no murderous lunatic. Sure, Xiameng had an alluring figure and Su Xinyao had a sugary adorableness, but I'm not the kind of guy who loses his senses just because I see a pretty face. Yawning, I turned and headed downstairs. After all that exhaustion, hunger was setting in. That Tier 1 XP pill wasn't going to cut it anymore. I had to start planning my next move. I disappeared around the corner. The four women exchanged stunned glances. "What the hell? Did he just call me crazy? Come back here and say it to my face." Su Xinyao stomped her foot furiously. "Sis, don't act up. What's the deal? We're so beautiful, and he just leaves after one look? What, are we beneath him? Couldn't it also be that he's just tired? Figured it out. He must be weak. Ha, damn it, Viagra." Xiameng rubbed her temples. "You better be careful, or he'll come back and show you who's boss." Su Xinyao shrank back slightly. "With a guy like him? Please. Weak as hell. I could take on a whole group on my own. Stop bluffing. Let's go check inside. The four of them stormed into the room and immediately froze upon seeing the scene inside. Quick, come see this. The sight of the girl sprawled on the bed made all of them draw in sharp breaths. Is she dead? Xianming leaned closer to check for any sign of life, her expression turning grim. A murderer, for sure. This is cruel. By the looks of those marks on her neck, strangled? Monster. He deserves to be torn apart. Carefully, Xianming draped the remains of the girl's tattered clothes over her body. A faint metallic clink echoed as something fell to the floor. What's this? OSHD. Su Xinyao's eyes widened. This girl is Japanese. Fukata Sakura? There are Japanese students at school too? Seen plenty of Americans, but Japanese? Guess I never noticed. A glint of satisfaction flickered in Su Xinyao's eyes as she licked her lips. Well, suddenly I'm not that mad anymore. Looks like justice served. Her distaste for anything Japanese ran deep. Dead was dead, and though this was a horrific end, maybe she deserved it. Xianming gaped at her. You were just calling the guy an animal, and now. Ugh, who could have known she was Japanese? Su Xinyao shrugged nonchalantly, her gaze flickering slightly. That guy outside. Think he also knew. Living the small life, huh? Who knows? Why don't you go ask? Get lost. Cut it out. This place is creepy as hell. Let's move already. Su Xinyao shivered, feeling an unsettling sensation like something was watching her from behind. Let's go, let's go. Eat first, then get back to killing mobs and leveling up. This drop rate is terrible. I've taken out several and only got 2 experience pills. Be grateful there's something to eat at all. You gotta dream big, otherwise, what's the difference between us and a dead fish? Then let's find someone to latch onto. That guy back there was pretty solid. Stick with him, and you'll eat well and drink better. Suck up to him enough, and maybe he'll toss you 100 or so experience pills. No thanks. I'd rather not end up beaten black and blue, only to get choked out. What's the point of making it if I can't live to enjoy it? Huh? Didn't you say he was all bark and no bite? Go to hell. The four joked and quarreled as they left, their fear subsiding, replaced by light-hearted banter. I carved my way through a few zombies on the way back to base. After collapsing onto the couch for a moment, I sat up and sorted through my loot. 2 packs of Huazi Siggies, a container of mouth-watering chicken, 3 boxes of self-heating rice, and, get this, a whole case of beer. Instant noodles, cookies, chocolate, you name it, I've got it. With my boosted stamina came a doubled appetite. At most, this stash might last 2 days. 3 boxes of rice, a whole chicken, 5 cans of beer, barely 70% full. I lit up a cigarette, letting out a satisfied belch. Sweet. I scanned through my inventory. Cleansing talisman, spiked club, dagger, tang sword, chest armor. Hardwood bow. I fiddled with the bow, muttering. Too bad there aren't any arrows. Useless. Just then, a sheet of talisman paper caught my eye. Synthesis talisman. Effect. Combines 10 low-tier experience pills into 1 high-tier experience pill. Holy crap. I was ecstatic. I'd been stressing over how to level up. Low-tier experience pills were piling up, and zombies under level 10 only ever dropped the low-tier kind. My plan was to stall for a week or 2 and grind my way up naturally. But now, a chance to synthesize. Though, 10 for 1. I did some quick math. Leveling up to LV11 required 50 low-tier pills. 50 pills. That's enough to skyrocket any LV1 noob straight to LV10. What a ripoff. Still, overpriced or not, I had to go for it. Otherwise, these low-tier pills were as good as marbles. Can't eat them, can't use them. And there's no way in hell I'm giving them away like some saint. I'd look like a total idiot. In my inventory were 16 low-tier pills, just enough to synthesize 1 high-tier pill. I gripped the synthesis talisman and clutched 10 experience pills. Synthesize. With a flash of light, 10 became 1. I crushed the high-tier pill, and my experience bar jumped 20%. Cue the headache. 10 pills for a 20% boost, meaning 50 pills to level up once. And to jump from LV10 to LV20? That's 500 pills. And just think, this is only for getting to LV20. From LV20 to LV30. Leveling up just 1 level costs 500 crystals, so 10 levels is 5,000. And after that, 50,000, 500,000, 5 million. And that's not even counting the synthesis charms. Still, killing high-level zombies is way more cost-effective. Before level 30, it's manageable, but after level 30, it's just not worth it. After venting my frustration, a wave of sleepiness hit me. I turned over and instantly passed out. In my dream, Sakura turned into a vengeful spirit to take my life. Too bad. If I'm not afraid of zombies, why would I be scared of some ghost? I charged at her with a wicked grin. Before long, piercing wails echoed through the dream. Yamit. Meanwhile, next door, Sin Xian and Yu Dandan exchanged looks. After waiting for so long, Jiang Lin had finally come back, but he didn't even glance at them before heading straight into his room. Yu Dandan huffed angrily. What a jerk. Huffed. Sin Xian couldn't hold back a laugh. Women, always saying one thing and meaning another. If you want to go, just go. I won't laugh at you. Shut up. Yu Dandan stiffened, then suddenly looked a bit awkward. I'm injured, remember? Based on what we said earlier, shouldn't you be the one to go? Sin Shishuan's laughter cut off. Her cheeks instantly flushed red, and her gaze darted around nervously. Yu Dandan lifted her chin teasingly. What chicken? In no way. Then why's your face so red? Sin Xian covered her burning face. It's just a little hot in here. She tugged at her collar and tried fanning herself. Yu Dandan smirked. Then look at me, huh? Little Xian, if you're scared, just call me sis. I'll help you out. Keep dreaming. You wouldn't dare go either. Huh? Taming that guy is easier than dealing with a dog. Did someone forget how badly she got bitten? That's because I didn't take it seriously. If I did, I'd have him begging for mercy in no time. Sis, I was wrong. Oh. Yu Dandan's smile froze. She stared at Sin Xian in shock. No way. You actually said it? I was bluffing. If I really go, I'll be lucky to crawl back alive. Sin Xian darted back into her room, sticking her head out just enough to shout, Go, sis. I'm counting on you for dinner. Don't forget to have Jiang Lin help with the spear. You've got this. You've got your mother. Yu Dandan's face darkened. The words were already out, and backing down now would be way too embarrassing. She was so torn, her toes were practically curling. Do I actually go? Skipping one meal won't kill me. But if not today, there's always tomorrow. Screw it. There are tired oxen, but there's no land too worn to plow. Worst case, I'll just give it my all. Yu Dandan gritted her teeth, deciding to rest for a bit before having a talk with Jiang Lin. Meanwhile, inside her room, Sin Xian leaned against the door, patting her chest in relief. Her face was burning up. All her big talk about cutting Jiang Lin down to size, and when it came time to deliver, he chickened out. Even though Jiang Lin had his attention, sending himself over voluntarily was just too embarrassing. Ugh, Dan, our survival depends on you now. Anyway, it gets easier after the first time. Maybe Jiang Lin will feel bad for all your hard work and give us more food. 45th floor. Zhang Jianlong stomped angrily on zombie remains, cursing through gritted teeth. Damn it. Not even a single live one. Which bastard killed them all? They'd come all this way to find only piles of corpses, no living zombies in sight. At first, they were startled, but the higher they climbed, the more frustrated they grew. Every zombie had already been killed. How were they supposed to level up now? With a massive zombie blocking the way down on the 33rd floor, retreat wasn't an option. What do we do, Haoji? Someone asked nervously. Use your damn head instead of asking me. Ask. Why not ask your dad next time? Hua Yuhao snapped, his temper flaring. If it weren't for Zhang Jianlong luring the giant zombie toward them, they wouldn't be in such a mess to begin with. And now someone else was stealing their kills? This was beyond infuriating. Zhang Jianlong retreated awkwardly, sulking off to kick open doors in search of supplies. Chao Debao and Dong Bin followed suit, joining in on the door-kicking spree. Qin Zixin and Su Ilan exchanged glances. Without a word, they moved toward the stairwell to stand guard. This much noise could very well attract more monsters. Suddenly, a door creaked open. Zhang Jianlong, mid-kick at an adjacent door, missed his target completely and ended up in an unintentionally perfect split on the floor. Ah, damn it! He screamed, clutching at his groin. Zhang Xuabin burst out laughing, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Haha, Zhang Jianlong, look at you. Practicing your splits out of nowhere. How impressive. Screw you, Zhang Xuabin. You. This is karma for kicking my door. Serves you right. Just wait. Oh my god, my balls. Zhang Jianlong whimpered, groaning in pain. Ha ha ha. The commotion attracted the rest of Hua Yuhao's group. As they approached, Zhang Xuabin leaned smugly against the doorframe, arms crossed, a mockery-laden gaze locking onto them. This wasn't some playground game anymore. End of the world or not, Hua Yuhao was painfully aware that he was no longer the spoiled, rich second-generation kid who could mess with people at will. Now, it was anyone's game. Haoji, Zhang Xuabin set me up. Zhang Jianlong whined from the floor. Yeah, right. You kicked him wide door and hurt yourself. How's that my fault? Zhang Xuabin shot back, with zero sympathy. Get up. Hua Yuhao barked, shoving Zhang Jianlong aside with his foot as he barged into the room. He scanned the space. A group of 7 or 8 strong men stood there, gripping blood-soaked weapons. As for the women, one glance, and he dismissed them entirely as irrelevant. Hua Yuhao's definition of the apocalypse was becoming clearer by the second. Women were nothing but tools for gratification or disposable pawns. When it came to fighting zombies or facing real danger, they were utterly useless. The room was as silent as a tomb. Sitting like a coiled tiger ready to pounce, Lu Zhixue remained motionless, his eyes fixed on Hua Yuhao with a feral intensity. Those predators' eyes held a promise, to rip and tear the moment the opportunity arose. Hua Yuhao's face darkened. Their stares met, and an unspoken tension exploded between them, the weight of it thick enough to suffocate. 3 seconds passed. Then, breaking the moment without looking back, Hua Yuhao spun on his heel and strode away angrily. Haoji! Zhang Jianlong cried, no longer feigning his injury. He scrambled to his feet, clutching his sore groin, and hobbled after him. As the group made their retreat through the hallway, Zhang Xuabin spat dismissively, sneering as he watched their backs. Look at them, pretending to be hotshots even after their family went bankrupt. What a joke. Lu Zhixue remained still, taking a small sip of his bottled water, his expression heavy with thought. Hua Yuhao's glare just now wasn't just filled with jealousy. It carried a venomous malice, much like a snake. In this doomsday game, zombies were terrifying, but the darkness in human hearts was even more frightening. Binzi, get back here, Lu Zhixue said sternly. From now on, stay alert, especially during night watch. If Hua Yuhao or Zhang Jianlong get close, let me know immediately. A dangerous glint of killing intent flashed in Zhang Xuabin's eyes. Old Lu, why don't we do what Brother Jiang suggested and strike first? He made a cutting gesture across his neck. The girls gasped in shock, covering their mouths in disbelief. They had never expected Zhang Xuabin to be this ruthless. But relying on these guys was the only way they could survive. Wisely, they chose to stay silent. After all, the other girls who had argued or made noise before had been slapped and driven away by Zhang Xuabin. When he got brutal, he didn't even spare the women. Killing zombies, I can manage. But people, one of the boys hesitated. I don't think I can do it. Yeah, me neither. Zombies are just monsters, but people are. Zhang Xuabin sneered. Zhang Jianlong and those lapdogs of his. They used to bully you all the time when they were serving Weiheo like lackeys, didn't they? You saw it yourselves today. We give an inch, and they take a mile. Lu Zhixue sighed. Binzi, the problem is, Zhang Jianlong and his crew haven't done anything yet. We can't just kill them based on suspicion. If we do that, how are we any different from them? And besides, are you sure you're ready to actually take a life? Zhang Xuabin scratched his head. I mean, probably. Probably. Let's wait until you can take on a zombie one-on-one first. Then we'll talk. TSK, I can handle it now. All right then. Head on out, Mr. Tough Guy. And let's see how you show off your skills. Ugh. Meanwhile, elsewhere. Fking Zhang Xuabin. Just wait until I get my chance. Zhang Jianlong spat out angrily, clutching himself over his injured groin, his face twisted in pain. Chao Debeo smirked mockingly. Guess we'll call you Zhang Eunuch from now on, huh? Ha ha ha. Shut up. Zhang Jianlong snarled. That Lu Zhixue bastard. He actually rallied so many people together. Well, he's a top student, scored over 700 points on the college entrance exam. Plus, his dad's a martial arts coach. He can fight really well himself, too. Just wait till I level up. I'll kill them all one by one. Yeah, stop bragging. Chao Debeo rolled his eyes in annoyance. Huich, Zhang Jinlong lowered his voice. I noticed a few rooms back there with people hiding inside. What do you say we bring them along? There's strength in numbers, and worse comes to worst, they can be, well. He didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was all too obvious. They'd be cannon fodder. Yu Heo's eyes darkened with malice. He was even angrier than Zhang Jianlong. A bunch of nobodies had dared to look at him like that. One day, he'd kill all of them, every last one. Let's go check it out, he ordered coldly. With Yu Heo's stormy expression leading the way, Zhang Jianlong and the others nervously closed their mouths, silently following behind him. Ahead of them, Qin Zixin and Su Yilan trailed behind. Zixin, Hua Yuhao is acting strange, Su Yilan whispered. Qin Zixin had, of course, noticed it too. But they had no escape route. If they tried to leave now, they didn't need zombies to worry about. Hua Yuhao alone wouldn't let them go, unless they turned to Lu Zhixue for help. But would Lu Zhixue be willing to risk offending Hua Yuhao for the sake of two defenseless women? Sheltering them wouldn't bring any combat advantage, would mean sharing scarce resources, and could provoke retaliation. For Lu Zhixue, that would be a massive risk for little to no gain. Qin Zixin touched her face lightly. Once upon a time, this face had been her pride. It carried confidence, admiration, and endless opportunities. Now, it had turned her from a goddess into prey. Be it wolves or dogs or something else entirely. Everyone seemed ready to take a bite out of her, and she was powerless to defend herself. Let's wait a little longer, Qin Zixin said with a strained smile. At least for the moment, we're still safe. With nowhere to go, running away now would only provoke him. If we get caught, no one will come to save us. Su Yilan stayed silent. The gruesome death of Gu Dongxue still etched in her memory. That monstrous creature with its gaping, blood-soaked maw. Her horrific screams before the end. Every time she thought about it, it sent shivers crawling down her spine. She wanted to tell Qin Zixin the truth, that Gu Dongxue's death wasn't the work of zombies alone. Hua Yuhao and Zhang Jinlong had played a role. But in the end, she bit her pale, trembling lips and said nothing. Even if she spoke up, what difference would it make? Suddenly, Zhang Jinlong's terrified scream pierced the air again. Could it be zombies? Doesn't sound like it. Come on, let's check it out. There was Zhang Jinlong, collapsed on the ground, his pupils reduced to pinpricks as cold sweat drenched his face. A blade had stopped just 1 centimeter from the tip of his nose. Any closer, and his head would have been split in half. Holy sh! Swish! The Tang Dao lunged forward, its tip pressing directly between his brows. Zhang Jinlong's eyes went crossed, beads of sweat pouring down like rain. Please. I was wrong. We're all classmates here. Have mercy. Xianming gripped the Tang Dao with a cold, unwavering gaze, staring him down. Behind her stood Su Xinyao and Zhang Lu, both armed and visibly furious. They were just about to settle in and rest when Zhang Jinlong's attempt to kick the door practically scared them out of their skins. Dream Jet, this sneaky rat's no good. Just take him out already. Su Xinyao barked. Killing him might be too much. Shouldn't we be sticking together in times like this? Stick together, my ass. Su Xinyao fired back angrily. Didn't you see that lustful look in his eyes? If we give this scumbag a chance, he won't stop until he's screwed us over literally. Well, then maybe we should kill him. Now you're making sense. Dream Jet, let me handle this. I'll smash this bastard's head in with one hit. Su Xinyao firmly gripped her spiked club, looking ready to strike. Xianming pressed her lips into a tight line, visibly struggling inside. If they killed him, it would haunt her conscience. But if they let him go free, the venom in Zhang Jinlong's glare promised future retaliation. Suddenly, Hua Yuhao's group appeared in the background. The reinforcements arrived. Xianming's pupils constricted. She hadn't expected there to be accomplices. Especially Hua Yuhao's blatant greed shining in his eyes. It immediately alarmed every fiber of her being. Zhang Jinlong breathed a sigh of relief and shuffled a step back. Finally getting a good look at Xianming, he was stunned by her beauty. SHD, this woman is the real deal. His eyes lingered over Xianming's curvaceous figure, particularly her long legs, igniting his desire. Qin Zixin was off limits because she belonged to Hua Yuhao, and Zhang didn't dare cross that line. But the woman in front of him. You BTCH, how dare you point a knife at me? Just wait. Don't let me catch you off guard, or I'll make you regret it. A menacing thought flashed through Zhang Jianlong's mind as he grinned wickedly, preparing to stand up. His brothers were all here now. Even if this woman had guts, she'd never dare make a move. Xiameng's whole body tensed as she shifted her gaze between Hua Yuhao and Zhang Jianlong. Letting Zhang get away would essentially be letting a tiger back into the wild. But killing him? That would leave 3 other men, putting her companions in an even more dangerous situation. Hua Yuhao stood still, a seemingly harmless smile on his face, but subtly signaled Chao Debao and Dongbin. The two immediately caught on, their eyes burning with anticipation as they fixated on Xiameng's tang knife. Just as Zhang Jianlong managed to stand up straight, Su Xinyao's petite figure suddenly emerged from behind Xiameng. With a giant mace gripped tightly in her hands, she swung it ferociously at the back of Zhang Jianlong's head. Die, came the deceptively sweet voice, as sugary as poisoned honey. Zhang turned his head just in time. Boom. The mace came crashing down with a thunderous impact. His pupils dilated in shock as the world flipped upside down in an instant. Darkness consumed him entirely. Jianlong. Chao Debao's voice cracked with disbelief. And that little girl? Where had she come from? You're dead meat. Dongbin roared, his spear lunging forward like a venomous snake, aiming directly for Su Xinyao. Her knees nearly buckled, but like lightning, the little girl darted behind Xiameng. Meng, save me, she whimpered. You're ruthless when sneaking up, aren't you? Xiameng rolled her eyes, but her body had already moved to shield Su Xinyao. The tang knife slid from its sheath. A flash of cold light tore through the air. Flash. The spear splintered in half. The blade didn't stop there, slicing from Dongbin's nose down to his chest. Blood sprayed, flesh peeled back, exposing stark white bone. Arg! His scream pierced the night. Su Xinyao popped out defiantly again. That scared the hell out of me. Just let me. Enough. Xiameng yanked her back hastily. The other 2 are coming. Sure enough, Hua Yuhao and Chao Debao advanced, radiating murderous intent. The rest of the group was just starting to process what had unfolded. In a matter of mere seconds, Su Xinyao had taken one out with a single strike, and Xiameng incapacitated another with one devastating slash. That's Hua Yuhao. Zhang Lu narrowed her eyes. Who's he? A top-tier trust fund brat. Changes girlfriends every 3 days. His abortion list could probably fill a notebook. Scumbag. He deserves to taste what it's like to lose those. Good thing the ambush worked. Otherwise, if it was 4 against 4, we'd have been screwed. Now you all see how amazing I am, don't you? Su Xinyao chimed in smugly. Xu Xinyao stood tall, chest out. Xiameng had a headache. But Zhang Lu had a point. 4 against 2, the advantage was theirs. Dongbin was still convulsing in a pool of blood. His nose was nearly split in half, and blood gushed like a fountain from his chest. With no medical aid in this apocalyptic world, he and Zhang Jialong were as good as dead. Hua Yuhao's face darkened with rage. His original plan of recruiting allies to take down Lu Zhixue was now in shambles, with 2 of his men taken out before they even got started. Boss, what do we do now? Chao Debao's voice trembled with fear. That slender Tang Dao, nearly 5 feet long, had just sliced through an iron pipe like butter. This woman was no joke. Hua Yuhao's 2 female companions, Qin Zixin and Su Ilan, exchanged glances. Now was their moment. Suddenly, Hua Yuhao let out a laugh. Relax, this might just be a misunderstanding. What? Everyone froze in place. Is he crazy, Ming? Xu Xinyao jabbed at Xiameng. We just took out 2 of his guys, and now he claims it's a misunderstanding? Careful. Xiameng's grip tightened on the Dao. This scumbag. He's looking to charm us, make us his pawns by day and his. Shut it. Xiameng's face turned unreadable. Meanwhile, murder danced in Hua Yuhao's eyes. Once these insolent women were in his grasp. Don't be foolish. His fake smile was almost scarier than a snarl. You killed my men. You're going to have to make it up to me. Here's the deal. Help me take out 1,000 zombies, or work for me. In your dreams. Xiameng sneered. 1,000 zombies? Pure suicide. Working for him. Like lambs to the slaughter. I wasn't asking. Hua Yuhao licked his lips, his gaze lingering on Xiameng's legs. So what'll it be? Agree, or I'll break your limbs. A pity to ruin those legs, though. At that moment, 2 shadows dashed forward. Qin Zixin and Su Yilan rushed to stand in front of Xianmeng. We want to join you. Qin Zixin blurted out urgently. Wait, you're not with them? Xu Xinyao was dumbfounded. He's lost it, and we don't want to be sitting ducks, Su Yilan added quickly. And as a gesture of good faith, his ability is Power Strike. Double damage, but with a 1-minute cooldown. Avoid the first hit, and he's toast for the next minute? Xianmeng's eyes gleamed. Exactly. And downstairs we have classmates who hate him too. Xu Xinyao clicked her tongue, impressed. Wow, you've got quite a group. All our friends were zombie chow on the way here. If it weren't for Mengming's martial arts, we'd be goners too. Hua Yuhao cursed internally as he glared down at the two fallen men. His plan was unraveling, but his mind wandered as he glanced at Xianmeng's toned legs and Xu Xinyao's petite figure, both exactly his type. He used to have countless methods to tame wild foxes like these, but now? Now he needed to move fast. The more people involved, the more divided their loyalties became. Qin Zixin and Su Yilan shared a bitter look. This group might look united on the surface, but selfish motives lived in every corner. Food, decisions, survival. Conflict, a single spark could ignite this powder keg. Friendship? Love? In the face of life and death, they are as fragile as thin paper. Hua Yuhao's face was already distorted. Veins bulged, fists clenched tightly, his knuckles cracking audibly. UBTCH, he snarled through gritted teeth. I saved your ass, and this is how you repay me? Hatred gnawed at his heart like a venomous snake. Had he known it would come to this, why bother acting the gentleman? It would have been so much easier to just deal with these two women outright. He had planned to use one powerful strike to intimidate Xianmeng into surrendering. Now, things had taken a turn for the worse. What was supposed to be 2 versus 4 had now become 2 versus 6. Looking at Dong Bin convulsing on the ground, Hua Yuhao suppressed his anger with great effort. He didn't want to take an injury, not even a little. Chao Debao crouched down to inspect Zhang Jianlong. His skull was caved in, blood and flesh indistinguishable. Chao reached out to check his pulse. Dead. That little brat Su Xinyao really hit hard. What the hell is this idiot doing here? Out of the corner of his eye, Chao Debao caught sight of a familiar figure. Zhang Xuabin. Zhang Xuabin stood there, completely stunned, his pupils constricting sharply. He had thought to take advantage of the chaos to kill off the worthless Zhang Jianlong and impress Lu Zhixue. Instead, Zhang Jianlong was already dead, and Dong Bin was barely holding on. Ha! Zhang Xuabin suddenly burst into laughter. Hey Lu, come watch this show. The laughter pierced Hua Yuhao's ears like a dagger. Su Xinyao's mouth formed an oh, holy crap, so many filthy men. Qin Zixin's eyes glimmered. Today's matter might be settled soon, and it'd be perfect if Hua Yuhao and Lu Zhixue ended up fighting each other. She knew Hua Yuhao too well. He was vengeful to the extreme. If they let him go today, he'd come for their lives tomorrow. No way. A cold sweat broke out down her back. He can't leave here alive. Zixin, are you okay? Su Yilan asked worriedly. We can't let him go, Qin Zixin said with a trembling voice. Otherwise, we'll never know peace. Su Yilan opened her mouth to object. Who would risk it all to fight for them? Hua Yuhao's powerful strike wasn't a joke. One swing could crush a zombie's skull. Looking at her own skinny arms and legs, rushing forward would mean certain death. Suddenly, Qin Zixin's shaky breath steadied, and her gaze turned ice cold. Kill him. The words echoed in her mind. Kill him, and it will all be over. She turned to Xianmeng and Su Xinyao, her voice hoarse. Hua Yuhao must die today. I'd love to take him out, Su Xinyao frowned, but I'm not strong enough. And with his powerful strike, anyone who goes up against him is just asking to be killed. You already killed Zhang Jianlong and Dong Bin. Qin Zixin's eyes narrowed. He won't spare you. He has talent and levels up faster than you do. This is the best opportunity to end him. If we miss it, we're all gonna die. Die because of him, she added. Su Xinyao pouted. Threatening us? Sending us to die? No. Qin Zixin took a deep breath. I have a gift too. What? Even Su Yilan was stunned. Zixin, you have a gift as well? Yes. Qin Zixin cast a glance toward Hua Yuhao, who was locked in a standoff with Lu Zhixue. I'll go first. I'll take a stab at him. The rest is on you all. What kind of ability is that cool? Su Xinyao hadn't even finished her sentence. Qin Zixin vanished. Vanished into thin air. Where did she go? Everyone was in shock. I'm in. Qin Zixin's voice emerged from nowhere. I can't guarantee I'll kill him, so I'll still need your help. Invisibility. Su Xingyao's eyes were glowing green with envy. That's so freaking awesome. It has a cooldown, Qin Zixin replied with a wry smile. And I'll become visible again after attacking. The most problematic thing is my hands are shaking like crazy. You've already killed several zombies. Su Xinyao rolled her eyes. What's there to be scared of when it's just some lousy guys? This is killing a person. Zhang Lu's voice trembled. Su Yilan fell silent for a moment. Zixin, maybe forget it. Forget it. Su Xinyao snapped. Look at the two lying on the ground. If he doesn't die, we can say goodbye to sleep from now on. Xieming finally spoke. You just need to injure him. Aim for the lower back, stab, and then retreat. Don't linger. After that, we'll protect you. The group of girls instantly understood. In this world, a serious injury was practically a death sentence. Between infection and blood loss, it was only a matter of time. A spark of hope lit in Qin Zixin's eyes, her fears slightly easing. Hua Yuhao hadn't noticed the oddity yet, his attention fixed entirely on Lu Zhixue and his group of 8. Between the wolves in front and the tigers behind, today wasn't looking good for him. A bunch of lowlifes, he spat, glaring at Lu Zhixue. What the hell are you trying to do? Zhang Xuebin grinned and stepped forward. Can a guy just wander around? Not happy. Deal with it. Zhang Xuebin, you piece of trash. Chao Debao barked as he inserted himself into the fray. Watch your tone when talking to Brother Hao. I'll talk however I goddamn please, moron. Son of a... Chao Debao grabbed a stick, ready to charge. Come out and fight one-on-one if you've got the guts. A clueless mutt like you? I could take 10 of you myself. Chao Debao had barely taken 2 steps when... Hua Yuhao's blood-curdling scream tore through the air. Qin Zixin, you BTCH. Chao Debao whipped around in shock. Hua Yuhao was down, lying in a pool of his own blood, a rusty blade sticking out of his stomach. Nearby stood Qin Zixin, her face pale as a sheet, her red-rimmed eyes brimming with fear. Her whole body trembled uncontrollably. How was this possible? Qin Zixin, the gentle and delicate campus belle, who couldn't even fight for herself, had managed to get up close and stab Hua Yuhao? Xieming and Su Yilan darted over, yanking Qin Zixin back and retreating to the room. Bang! The door slammed shut. Why are we hiding? Su Xinyao pouted. This is the best time to take him out while he's injured. Let's all gang up and beat him to death. Are you crazy? Xieming shot her a glare. Did you forget he has an ability? Right now, he's like a wounded tiger. Anyone who gets close will definitely eat a near-death hit. Oh right. Su Xinyao stuck out her tongue, pacing in circles around Qin Zixin, clicking her tongue. How can you be this gorgeous and have such a killer figure? Okay, I admit I'm officially jealous. She motioned around Qin Zixin's waist with her hands, her eyes lighting up instantly. Gosh, your waist is so tiny it can fit in one hand. Her hands wandered mischievously, but Qin Zixin, still trembling, her pupils dilated, looked like a frightened rabbit. Xieming yanked Su Xinyao away. That's enough. Geez, don't be so stingy. Su Xinyao pouted. Get lost. Xieming turned toward Qin Zixin, her tone firm. You did the right thing. Someone like Hua Yuhao would have become a demon if left unchecked. What you did was justice. Exactly. Su Xinyao peeked over Xieming's shoulder and added with a thumbs up. Honestly, I didn't really want to take you guys in at first. I mean, who knows what your motives were. But now, she grinned. Just for that single stab, I officially accept you as one of us, sis. From now on, we fight zombies together, level up together. She suddenly lunged at Su Yilan. Whoa, your skin is so smooth. Xieming. Outside the door, Lu Zhixue and the others exchanged uneasy glances. Who would have thought the campus belle could be so ruthless? That stab, Hua Yuhao's kidney is done for. More than just the kidney, man. He's practically a goner. But I thought the campus belle was part of Hua Yuhao's group. Women's minds are impossible to figure out. Zhang Xuebin shivered. Damn, those girls have been sneaking glances at me lately. You think they want to stab me next? Lu Zhixue shook his head. Stop overthinking it. Hua Yuhao just passed out from the pain, for now. But once he comes to, His gaze swept across the group. Are you ready to risk your life against a rabid dog? What he didn't say aloud was the sense of deadly threat he had felt from Hua Yuhao from the very beginning. That guy definitely had a combat-related ability. Let's go. Lu Zhixue turned to leave. Just like that? We're leaving. What else? Ganging up on an injured dog. Lu Zhixue sneered. That knife's so rusty. Hua Yuhao's as good as dead anyway. The group dispersed. Silence fell over the hallway, broken only by Hua Yuhao's groans. Chao Debao lingered, his face shifting between a range of conflicted expressions. Zhang Jianlong was dead, Dong Bin was dead, and now Hua Yuhao was done for too. No medicine, no water, no food. There was no way Hua Yuhao would pull through. Gritting his teeth, he turned and walked away without looking back. Take care of Hua Yuhao? What a joke. Hua Yuhao watched as Chao Debao disappeared around the corner, his bloodshot eyes burning with fury. You're all dead meat. He ripped the blade from his abdomen, a rusty knife with fresh blood dripping from its edge. This was the very knife he had given to Qin Zixin for protection. You wretch. I'll skin you alive. Fighting against unbearable pain, he poured bottled water over his wound, scrubbing away the rust. The agony drained the color from his face, and his vision blurred. I won't die here. He forced himself to stand. He needed a safe place to recover his strength, and then he'd make them pay. But behind a cracked door, a pair of eyes silently watched his retreating figure. Bang, bang, bang. The noise jolted me awake. My body tensed as I scanned the room. No zombies. Phew. I slumped back onto the couch, nervously massaging my face. I'd actually fallen asleep. Glancing down, my face flushed. Quickly, I summoned a cleansing charm and waved it over myself. Damn it. Even the tiniest Japan moment leaves me spiritually drained. Bang, bang, bang. Outside the door, I heard Yu Danden's voice, sharp and annoyed. You worthless jerk. Don't tell me you're dead in there. I got up and peeked through the peephole. Nothing suspicious. Only then did I unlock the door. Yu Danden looked around nervously, her pale face full of unease. When she saw me open the door, her cheeks flushed and she ducked her head, trying to squeeze past me inside. Her soft body bumped against me, carrying a faint floral scent. Without hesitation, I grabbed her waist and pinned her against the door. You pervert. She punched my chest angrily. After several hits, her fists hurt more than I did. You jerk, hand it over. She stretched out her palm. Hand what over? I traced her smooth, slender thigh with a smirk. Food. Water. Weapons. Whatever you've got, give it to me. Oh, that? Why didn't you say so? There's plenty on the table. Yu Danden turned her head to look, only to see a pile of chicken bones. Furious, she nearly exploded. Are you treating me like a dog? Don't want it? Fine, I'll toss it out. Wait. She dove off the couch in a hurry, packing the bones into her bag before glaring at me. I need more. With a lazy wave, I gestured her closer. She huffed, but shuffled over. You're too greedy. You think a pile of bones is enough for me? You want food? Then call me daddy. Yu Danden flushed bright red. Daddy, I'm hungry. I want bubble tea. And cake. Ha. Ha ha ha. Stop laughing. She growled, biting my hand in frustration. I pulled her into a tight embrace. Here, I've got something good for you. Really? Her eyes lit up with hope. The next second, a few purple ribbons appeared in my hand. Yudon snatched it over, her face shifting from pale to green. It was a G-string. Die? You freak. She threw it hard at my chest. This is an apocalypse game, I said, locking eyes with her. This G-string wasn't bought. So, tell me, where do you think it came from? Her face went deathly pale in an instant. Ripped off another woman. This thought struck her like lightning. The realization that she had just been holding that thing made her stomach churn, and she frantically wiped her hands all over my shirt. Ugh, so disgusting. What exactly is going on in that brain of yours? I rolled my eyes. Yuck, you pervert. Yudon jumped up. Even if I had to jump off this building today, I wouldn't wear that disgusting piece. Fine by me. I smirked. I'll just save it for Sensixuan. Her expression flared up instantly. Scumbag. Eating from one bowl while longing for another, huh? She spat in my direction. And for the record, Sichuan is a germaphobe. Even if you killed her, she'd never wear someone else's used stuff. Oh, please. I dangled the strap in front of her. This is blue-tier equipment with unique attributes. Germaphobe or not. Even if she had kidney stones, she'd wear it without a second thought. What? Yudon froze. Blue-tier equipment? Unique attributes? She lowered her head to examine the purple strap, and in 2 seconds, a notification popped up. Tier 1, Langsha G-string, blue common. +1 charisma. What? Her eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This was loot. A piece of equipment. +1 charisma. Wearing it would make her more attractive? She swallowed hard, then snatched the G-string from me like lightning. What's this about jumping off a building? I teased. Doesn't that make you a hypocrite? Doesn't your face sting? Blah, blah, blah. Yudon stuck out her tongue. My dignity's already been stomped on by you a million times. I'm totally fine with it. +1 charisma. No way am I passing this up. She eagerly started putting it on. What once seemed disgusting now appeared oddly appealing to her. As expected, once someone sheds their pride, they ascend to a whole new level. When you stop caring about appearances, you become untouchable. Yudon couldn't wait to whip out her phone for a selfie. Her battery was down to just 2%, and she winced as though in physical pain, but that didn't stop her from taking as many pictures as she could. I shook my head and chuckled. Women truly are fascinating creatures. But when I finally got a good look at her face, my heart skipped a beat. That tiny boost in charisma completely transformed her. Yudon's appearance leaped from an 8 to at least an 8.5 out of 10. Even her aura shifted to something more enchanting. She looked Kavya, more captivating than ever. In this moment, she was a contender for campus queen. I abruptly yanked her over. Hey, my iPhone. You dog of a man, she yelled, glaring at the closed door while grinding her teeth in frustration. But this time, the haul was pretty solid. Especially that +1 charm thong. It could rival a legendary artifact, and she wouldn't trade it for anything. Sin Shixian opened the door, and Yu Dandan stumbled straight into her arms. Holy crap. Dandan, you made it back alive. I thought I'd be collecting your corpse tomorrow. Uffed. Yu Dandan put on a defiant front. Him? As if, even if he trained for another 10,000 years, he still wouldn't be a match for me. I totally went easy on him. Sin Shixian rolled her eyes. 2 doors between them, and Dandan seriously thought she hadn't overheard everything? Dandan, what happened to you? You're different. Caught on, huh? Dandan smirked proudly. Well, gorgeous, aren't I? What did you do? Eat something. A beauty pill. Beauty pill, my ass. Ouch, ouch. Be gentle. Dandan spilled the story about the magic thong, and Sin Shixuan's eyes lit up. Quick, take it off and let me try it. Huh? No. Yamit. 39th floor. Several shadows crept up to a door with suspicious stealth. You're sure he's inside? Duh. I saw him go in myself. The door's locked. We can't pick it. Guess we'll have to break it down. But that'll alert him. That's the point. Su Xinyao grinned wickedly and launched a high kick. Bang. The deafening crash echoed through the hallway. Are you out of your mind? Xiameng and Qin Zixin jumped at the noise. This is called exhaust the enemy with harassment. Su Xinyao couldn't hide her smirk. Once he comes out, we bolt. When the enemy advances, we retreat. Genius. The other two suddenly saw the light. Su Xinyao just wanted to make Wei Yuheo's life a living hell. The next second, the sound of zombie roars filled the air. 2 birds, 1 stone. Xiameng patted Su Xinyao appreciatively on the head. My Xinyao's finally using her brain. Damn it. Meng Meng, get lost. Su Xinyao exploded in frustration. Dawn came. No telling how many people had died overnight. I stared at my stat screen, debating where to assign my newly acquired attribute points. Better to save them for a critical moment. After breakfast, I stepped out onto the balcony to relieve myself and scoped out the surroundings. The sky was overcast, the temperature pleasant. The number of zombies below had thinned out. Only small clusters remained. The mist obscured the view, making it hard to see far. Across the street, things were lively. 7 or 8 people armed with makeshift weapons were ganging up on one zombie, jabbing at it furiously. Each time the zombie roared, the group would back off, then surge forward again to stab it wildly. The walls and floor were covered in blood. A few thoroughly mangled zombie corpses lay off to the side. Huh, interesting. I put away my binoculars, picked up my Tang Dao, and headed out. Being overpowered gave every step a sense of swagger. This time, I skipped heading upstairs and decided to clear the zombies below. After cutting down several of them, my chipped blade suddenly shattered, breaking into several pieces. Cheap whiteboard quality weapons really were garbage. Then again, it might also be that I just didn't know how to use a sword properly. Each swing was brutal, hitting with such force that sometimes the blade went straight into the wall. When the blade broke, I simply pulled out another one. Thankfully, the drop rate for weapons is high. Otherwise, even fighting zombies would require being overly cautious. What a frustrating thought. From the distance, the sound of footsteps approached. A staggering figure came into view, leaning against the wall. Our eyes met. Hua Yuhao froze in shock. You're still alive. Can you learn to talk like a normal person? I flipped him off. Hua Yuhao's face was as pale as a ghost, his spirit clearly broken, and his shirt around the abdomen was soaked with blood. Someone had stabbed him. Getting severely injured at a time like this? That's no different from signing your name in the Book of Death. Where's your crew? I asked, amused. Hua Yuhao used to live the high life at school, surrounded by girls or escorted by his lackeys, a picture-perfect winner in life. Zhang Jianlong and the rest must still be around, right? His expression turned grim. They're all dead. He scrutinized me, his frown deepening. The ground was littered with scattered zombie body parts, the wall splattered with blood, and yet I was peculiarly spotless. After 3 days of not showering, there should have been at least some grime. This guy has talent. Strong talent. Why? Why him? I'm the one who should be the protagonist. Hua Yuhao was burning with resentment on the inside. I dragged my katana closer, a menacing smile creeping across my face. First time seeing somebody get bit by a zombie. I'm curious. Want to see if you'll turn. You don't mind, do you? Mind your ass. Hua Yuhao cursed internally, though he dared not show it on his face. Today, I radiated a sort of intimidating presence. He'd never felt this level of fear before, like a child being towered over by an adult. What kind of talent did you awaken? Oh, sounds like you've got some talent too. I sneered, raising my fist and hovering it close to his face. Want to talk? Or should we see which is tougher, your skull or my fist? The mighty tiger brought low, bullied by a dog. Grinding his teeth, Hua Yuhao spat out. Fine. Have it your way. So, what happened to Zhang Jianlong and the others? Left you for dead when they saw you wounded. They died. Really dead. I muttered, a bit surprised. After all, they're one of the few people whose names I actually remembered. Got killed by zombies? Always acting so cocky, yet they folded just like that. No. Hua Yuhao's face grew darker. It was all Qin Zixin's doing. That BTCH stabbed me while teaming up with outsiders. I gave her everything, and that's how she repaid me. The school beauty? Hornets sting the worst, and no one's more vicious than a woman. I gave a peculiar look. Gave her everything? What? You mean you lusted after her body and got played instead? Now you're calling her a BTCH because she struck first? Didn't expect that girl to be pretty impressive. For a moment, the image of Qin Zixin flashed in my mind. That fiery, curvaceous school beauty, those tight jeans perfectly accentuating her curves. We didn't have much interaction, but that didn't stop me from appreciating the view. Seeing the disdain on my face, Hua Yuhao's expression morphed into something resembling a pig's liver. My innate ability is Powerful Strike, double damage with a 1-minute cooldown. He wasn't lying. His mind was too chaotic right now to come up with a convincing lie. And honestly, if I caught him lying, I'd just take him out on the spot. Who's he going to complain to after that? I nodded thoughtfully. This feels more like a skill than an innate ability. Double damage definitely becomes OP in the late game. Too bad I haven't unlocked a single skill yet myself. I walked past Hua Yuhao as he let out a muffled groan of pain. Jiang Lin, what do you want? Do you have any healing potions? He looked at me with desperate hope in his eyes. Given I could take out so many zombies without a scratch, it was obvious my innate ability was strong, and my level must be high. And in apocalypse-style games, there's always some kind of healing potion, right? Bowing his head to ask me for help must have been humiliating for him, but he had no other options. After a whole night, his wound was starting to fester. If this kept up, he was done for. Healing potion? I paused, a weird expression crossing my face before I smirked. Funny you should ask, because, no, I don't have any. That's impossible. Your ability is so strong. You take out zombies like it's nothing. How could you not have any? Even if I did, Why would I waste it on you? I gave him a pitying glance before continuing downstairs. Looks like I'm about to lose another acquaintance. Hua Yuhao's frustration boiled over. You'll all regret this. Mark my words. Cough, cough, cough. Still, he clenched his jaw and followed behind me. Staying upstairs was a death sentence. The only slim chance of survival lay downstairs. Besides, with me clearing the way, he'd probably run into fewer zombies along the way. I moved fast, cutting through the stairwell with precision, methodically cleaning house. LV1 to LV5 zombies? No problem. One swing of my blade for each. 1, 2, 3. By the time I hit the 5th floor, I'd collected 40 experience orbs. My entire body was drenched in blood, and I was practically radiating killing intent. To put it simply, I was fully in the zone. Suddenly, a shadow darted out from around the corner. Instinct took over. I didn't even think before swinging my blade. Splat! The top of its skull went flying. But no orb drop. My brow furrowed in confusion. This was my first time killing something and not getting loot. It's supposed to be a guaranteed drop rate. I leaned in for a closer look. Oh, that explains it. It wasn't a zombie. It was a person. Eh! A shrill scream echoed from around the corner. My eyes flickered viciously, and I swung again without hesitation. When it was over, I slapped my own forehead in frustration. Ugh, got carried away again. The first one I took out was a black foreign exchange student. Now, sprawled on the floor next to him was a blonde girl. Not my fault. Something dark and human-shaped jumps out at me in this mess. I'm not going to stop to double-check before I swing. I let out a deep breath, slapped on a cleansing charm to get rid of the filth sticking to me, and turned back upstairs. After mowing down dozens of zombies, I'd vented most of the bloodlust. If I kept going like this, I might end up carving through innocent people purely by accident again. Not that it really matters in the long run, but still, too much of a good thing, you know? All right, let's translate your intense gaming-inspired scene into a fluent and immersive American English style. Damn, still gotta kill 50 more at this rate. No idea if there are even enough left in this building. I crushed the XP pill in my hand, and a golden glow engulfed me. LV10, LV11. All stats +2. 2 points gained. The rush of getting stronger. Man, I could get addicted to this feeling. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy, echoing footsteps got louder the higher I climbed. Something big was up ahead. A boss. My heart raced, and within seconds, I'd sprinted up to the 33rd floor. Holy SHD. Right in front of me stood a massive blob of a zombie, blocking the entire hallway. 3 meters tall, its body was all fat, rounded like a ball, with hands the size of giant fan blades. I froze for a moment, unsure where to even begin. Rushing at it recklessly might just get me crushed in those meaty hands. God damn it, I cursed, hurling my tang blade straight at the blob zombie. Schlunk. The blade sank deep into its stomach, leaving only the handle sticking out. You dumbass, over here. My voice boomed, echoing off the walls. But the sword impaled in its belly didn't seem to faze it in the slightest. Roar. The blob zombie let out a deep, guttural howl and launched itself toward me at full speed, its massive, blood-hungry eyes locked on me. No way in hell I was going to wrestle with that thing up close. The hallway was too narrow. It had completely dominated the space, leaving me no room to maneuver. Out in the open, with its speed still slower than a regular person's, it wouldn't have been much of an issue to take it down. But here, different story. I glanced at the stairwell nearby, and a plan began to form in my head. A deafening roar echoed through half the building. On a lower floor, Hua Yuhao's legs nearly gave out beneath him, and he almost slipped and tumbled down the stairs. That monster again. Someone must have pissed it off, and if you're stuck in its path, you're dead, no question. That thing's destructive power was insane. It could rip through walls like they were paper. Swallowing hard, Hua Yuhao quickened his pace, descending the stairs rapidly. With every level he passed, his fear deepened. Zombie corpses littered the floors, each one cleanly slain with a single strike. Jianglin, is his power really this terrifying now? God damn it. Jealousy burned hot in Hua Yuhao's chest. He wanted nothing more than to kill and replace me. But he knew it was just a fantasy. He didn't stand a chance. By the time he reached the 7th floor, he peeked around a corner. A few zombies were still wandering on the level below. Looks like Jianglin only cleared up to here. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted two unusual corpses. Joe. Even with its skull bashed in, he recognized the black guy. The body next to him belonged to a girl, also someone familiar. Clearly, both of them had been killed by Jianglin. But with his own life on the line, Hua Yuhao wasn't about to waste energy worrying about them. As he turned to leave, something next to the black guy's body caught his eye. A talisman. Cleaning talisman. What the hell? A tool. Cleanses the body. Wait a minute. Realization hit, and excitement flared across his face as he snatched up the talisman. If its description was accurate, this talisman could purify the infection in his own wound. Huh. Looks like luck's still on my side. Laughing hysterically, he tore off the makeshift bandages around his injury and slapped the talisman onto his wound. Pain pierced through his body, but he couldn't hold back the smile creeping across his face. As relief began to flow through him, he could only hope. Let me know if you need more of this translation or any additional edits for style. The satisfying sensation, the pus, is gone. Completely cleaned out. Ha hiss, it hurts so bad. OFCK. Huh. The sudden voice made Wayuheo's face tighten. Wang Defa. Who? The black man froze for a moment, warily scrutinizing Wayuheo. Did you kill Joe? Do you think it was me? Well, Wang Defa went silent for a moment, then shook his head. Tell me, who killed Joe and Li Xiao? Wayuheo's eyes narrowed slightly. Although he wants me dead, with my skills, even 10 of him wouldn't be enough to take me down. Considering that, a cruel glint flashed across Wayuheo's eyes. Wang Defa, was it just you and Joe here? No, John and the others are around. Joe just couldn't wait and decided to take Li Xiao out for some fun. Good. The one who killed Joe is strong. There were a lot of them. You can't handle it alone. Bring John and the others. FCK? Who is it? I'll kill them. They're upstairs, and there are 6 gorgeous girls with them. Wang Defa's eyes lit up. While he was talking revenge, deep down, what he really hated was losing a plaything. The ones in the room? He was tired of them. If someone labeled them as gorgeous, they must be far better than the usual garbage. Excited, Wang Defa licked his lips. Who, you're hurt? A small scratch. Who hurt you? I'll avenge you. Heh, avenge Joe first. As Wayuheo walked away, he glanced up toward the second floor and let a venomous smile spread across his lips. Lu Zhixue, Qin Zixin, just you wait. Roar, the blob zombie bellowed. I stood on the stairs, clutching the maniac chainsaw tightly, my eyes gleaming with a mixture of madness and excitement. Hee hee, you little fool. This is what I call an IQ checkmate. Dot. A maniacal laugh burst from me, echoing through the stairwell. The chainsaw's blade spun furiously, letting out its sharp screech. Whir crunch. The chainsaw bit into the blob zombie's head, dark red blood spraying everywhere. Roar. It suddenly raised its massive hand, aiming a brutal swipe straight at me. The wind howled as its hand slashed through the air, sharp enough to tear through eardrums. The gigantic hand slammed down with a thunderous crash. Pushing off with my foot, I dodged backward in an instant. At the last possible moment, its hand crushed violently against the wall. Boom. The wall shattered, leaving a deep handprint embedded within. The entire building trembled under the impact. Damn, it's like an iron palm. I gasped, drawing in a sharp breath. If that hit had landed fully, I would have been slapped into the next zip code. Blob zombie, 3 meters tall, a literal mountain of flesh, arms thicker than my torso. The cut I just made barely even scraped a centimeter deep into it. Did this thing stack all its defense stats onto its head or something? There's no time to overthink it. I swung the chainsaw high, aiming straight at its wrist, and brought it down with all my might. Say goodbye to your arm. The chainsaw screeched through the air, the deafening buzz mingling with the spray of blood and flesh, an overwhelming stench filling the room. Roar. The fleshball zombie let out a furious howl, flailing its massive arms wildly, trying desperately to grab hold of me and shove me into its gaping maw. Its eyes burned with singular focus on its prey, utterly ignoring the gruesome injuries riddling its body. But my mind had just one thought. Kill it. At long last, with a final devastating strike, its 2 monstrous arms came crashing to the ground. The now armless fleshball zombie toppled over, collapsing like a grotesque mountain of meat. Without its enormous arms to fight back, all that was left were those absurdly sharp rows of teeth. This was my chance. Leaping high into the air, I raised the roaring chainsaw above my head. Plunging the blade into its massive mouth, I tore through its fangs, shredded its tongue, and drove it deeper until the blade emerged from the base of its neck. VRRRRRRR. The chainsaw roared with untamed fury as I planted one foot on the writhing beast's body. Every muscle in my arm strained, veins popping, as I drove relentlessly to split its head clean in two. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed a few heads peeking out from the staircase. "It's that psycho," Su Xinyao muttered under her breath. Xieming quickly clapped a hand over her mouth. "Are you trying to get yourself killed? Did you forget what happened to that Japanese woman?" Qin Zixin and Su Ilan exchanged wide-eyed glances. "Is that Jiang Lin? How did he get so powerful?" Qin Zixin mused aloud. He was the first to react when the game started. Qin Zixin continued, her eyes seeming to drift into deep thought. Su Ilan's gaze flickered with unease. With Hua Yuhao having vanished, the thought of him watching her from the shadows sent a chill down her spine. Maybe she should try teaming up with Jiang Lin. Crack. The chainsaw's relentless whir reached its fever pitch as it finally split the fleshball zombie's head wide open. In that instant, a blinding burst of colorful light erupted, illuminating the entire stairwell. "Holy crap! Purple loot!" Su Xinyao screeched. "And roasted lamb." Gulp. She swallowed hard, nearly drooling. "Why is it that when we kill zombies, we only get stale crackers, but he lands a feast?" "Because he killed a boss." Xieming rolled her eyes dramatically. "Then let's go boss hunting too. I want roast lamb legs." Su Xinyao declared, fists clenched. "Get real? With just a few of us? We'd be lucky not to be eaten ourselves if we ran into a boss," Xieming shot back. Meanwhile, I gathered the spoils of my battle into my inventory. But as I scanned the loot, my heart skipped a beat. A fiery orange-red blade now rested in my hands. The intricately etched falling leaf patterns shimmered along its edge, its chillingly sharp gleam mesmerizing me. I ran my hand lightly along the blade, the icy sensation intoxicating. Testing its edge, I brought it down upon the fleshball zombie's neck. Shhhhhk. The blade slid through effortlessly, like slicing through tofu. Nice. Autumn leaf blade, rare, purple tier. Strength plus 15, Constitution plus 8. Trait, razor sharp. Equipment requirement, strength 20, Constitution 15. With this equipped, my stats skyrocketed. Jiang Lin LV 11. Strength, 38, 22 plus 16. Constitution, 29, 19 plus. Plus 10. Spirit, 18. Speed, 21, 18 plus 3. This power, it feels like I could tear through steel with my bare hands. I glanced down at the chainsaw in my hands, then tossed it into my backpack with disdain. Trash. It's not worthy of my current strength. Ha ha ha. Being invincible is so lonely. I laughed heartily, looking up at the sky. In this world, what else is there that can stop me? Once I calmed down, I took out 2 skill books. Blade Mastery, purple rare. Increases attack power by 30% when using blade weapons. Quick Combo white. Allows 2 consecutive attacks. The second hit deals 110% damage. Without hesitation, I slammed Blade Mastery. In an instant, countless blade techniques flooded my mind. It felt like I had been mastering the art of the blade for decades. I swung a few practice strikes. Smooth and flawless. Proficiency plus 1. Huh. I frowned and checked. Blade Mastery, 1/10, 000. 3 seconds for just 1 point? At this rate, I'd have to grind for an entire day to level it up, and the requirements for higher levels would only get more ridiculous. Damn it. Ugh. I clenched my teeth, but the next second, fine, I couldn't resist. A smug grin crept onto my face, and I learned the quick combo skill as well. The skill is straightforward, sudden bursts of consecutive attacks, with a stronger second hit. Very practical. Thanks to Blade Mastery, I even started predicting 3-hit combos. Then 4-hit. No, don't get ahead of yourself. Amidst the purple glowing loot, I noticed a scroll. Backpack expansion scroll, plus 10 slots. Perfect timing. Too much loot can be a problem. My 100-slot backpack was already over half full of junky white tier items. Too painful to toss, but too bulky to keep. Oh, almost forgot about the blue gear. I quickly threw on my new armor. Beast chestplate, plus 5 strength. Beast hide trousers, +5 constitution. Golden bark helmet, +3 spirit. My stats refreshed instantly. Character, Jiang Lin, LV 11. Strength, 43. Constitution, 34. Spirit, 21. Speed, 21. I could feel my blood boiling. I threw a punch at the wall. Boom. My entire arm went straight through, rubble flying everywhere. Holy crap, it wasn't just me. Even the group of girls secretly watching from the shadows were utterly stunned, mouths slightly agape. He's like a monster. Doesn't that hurt? Freak. Did he just evolve or something? What level is he? That strength is insane. He's got to be at least level 10. Level 10? We're still at level 1. How's that even possible? Because he's a total freak, that's how. Dusting off my hands, I turned to face the group of chattering onlookers. You think I can't hear you? Wait, hold on. That peach-shaped bottom looks familiar. It reminded me of Hua Yuhao, that guy I just ran into. The culprit was almost in sight. Our school belle, Qin Zixin. TSK. When a woman goes hard, there's no room left for men to step in. I leisurely climbed the steps, continuing to collect the spoils of battle. The meatball zombie dropped a second-tier XP pill, confirming my theory. Third-tier pills must drop from level 20+ monsters. A second-tier healing potion, a whole bottle of powdered medicine, usable both internally and externally. Good stuff. When I looked up again, there they were, people I knew. Xiameng, Su Xinyao, and those long-legged beauties I'd seen just yesterday. 6 women, still chirping away like 2 flocks of ducks. Step aside, coming through. Silence fell in an instant. Su Xinyao immediately flattened herself against the wall, shrinking her neck like she was terrified I might take a swipe at her with my blade. The others quickly gave way too. Only Qin Zixin stayed calm, forcing a composed demeanor. Jiang Lin, long time no see. Ah, the school belle herself. Gotta hand it to you, you've got guts. My gaze swept over her curves as I licked my lips. She instinctively crossed her arms in front of her chest. You dare. Relax. Forcing you wouldn't even interest me. I shrugged. But if you're offering, I'd gladly oblige. Get lost. Who would ever offer that? Her face flushed red. You never know, I said casually, tossing an XP pill up and down in my hand. If you're after XP pills, gear, or food, come find me. Floor 35, room 3582. Ha ha ha. Laughing heartily, I turned to leave but threw back one more line over my shoulder. By the way, Hua Yuhao headed downstairs. What? You jerk? Explain yourself clearly, she shouted after me. I didn't bother to reply, going straight up the stairs instead. 7th floor. Hua Yuhao gripped a spiked club tightly as he followed Wang Defa into a room. 7 hulking black men stood there, along with a few frail-looking women. Leading the group was John, towering at 6 feet 3 inches, his muscles bulging and veins popping. Brother Fishhall. John erupted with enthusiasm, rising to greet him. Hua Yuhao stayed cautious. Before the world turned upside down, John had been nothing but deferential toward him. Now, things were different. Wang Defa quickly stepped forward, whispering something in John's ear. Hearing about Joe's death, Black Dog's eyes flared with rage. Fuck. It was definitely you who killed him. The next moment, his massive fist came swinging at Hua Yuhao's head. Without hesitation, Hua Yuhao activated Power Smash, his spiked club arcing diagonally. Crack. The blow shattered Black Dog's knee, sending him crashing down with a shriek of agony. Ah! The other black men instantly sprang to their feet, eyes blazing murderously. Hua Yuhao's back was drenched in cold sweat, but he didn't budge an inch. Showing fear now would mean getting torn apart. John raised a hand to stop his crew, his sharp eyes scrutinizing Hua Yuhao closely. They locked eyes for 10 seconds. Black Dog overstepped. Brother. My apologies for that, John finally said with a smile. Huh. John, you've awakened a special talent too, haven't you? The word too landed heavily. John understood what it meant. No regular human could shatter a knee with one hit. Haha. As expected, Brother Fishhall's powers are mighty as well. I'm here to propose collaboration. There's no need for both sides to go down together, my friend. Of course, we're good friends. Hua Yuhao shot a sideways glance at the unconscious Black Dog. Brother Black Dog, that might have been a bit too rough. Hope you don't mind. 5 black men glared at him with intense hostility. Wang Defa quickly stepped in to defuse the situation. Hey, we're all friends here. Let's calm down, John said coldly. Hua, quit disrespecting my brothers. All right, my friend. Hua Yuhao smirked faintly. Meanwhile, the roars of zombies outside grew louder, and the doors shook violently under the impact. A false alliance was forged in the bloodbath. The door opened. Hua Yuhao stepped inside with powerful strides, his eyes sharp as blades as they cut across the room. The 5 men jumped to their feet, their fists clenched so tightly that their knuckles cracked. Are you looking for death? The bulliest of them growled lowly. Hua Yuhao's smirk deepened. A sharp pain radiated from his abdominal wound, sweat beading on his forehead, but he suppressed it, slumping into a chair nonchalantly. John. His voice was like a file scraping against metal. Let's talk business. John had an arm draped nonchalantly around a trembling girl beside him, his hand running across her shoulders. What business? My brothers cut down zombies like they're nothing. We don't need you. Is that so? Hua Yuhao leaned back, his tone laced with mockery. What happens when everyone levels up and zombies become scarce resources? Tell me, do you foreigners think you'll still get a piece of the pie? The air froze for 3 seconds. Or, Hua Yuhao's smirk turned razor sharp. Are you planning on reliving your ancestors' history? Bang! John shoved the girl aside viciously. She hit the ground hard, crawling to a corner as she covered her mouth in fear. Are you provoking me? John's eyes narrowed dangerously. I'm merely stating facts. Hua Yuhao remained unfazed. Idiots aren't worthy of being my allies. Wang Defa charged forward furiously. Hua Yuhao didn't even spare him a glance. Silence. And then, both John and Hua Yuhao burst out laughing simultaneously. Ha ha. All right. Good brother, let's hear about this plan of yours, John said, flashing a grin full of white teeth. Prove your worth first, Hua Yuhao said, his gaze cutting. I need you to take care of some pests, 7 or 8 nobodies who haven't awakened any abilities. Piece of cake. John licked his lips. I heard there are plenty of pretty ladies upstairs. Even that campus belle. Internally, Hua Yuhao sneered. Got them. Let them and Lu Zhishue's group rip each other apart. Then Jiang Lin can clean up the rest. 35th floor. Jiang Lin was on the balcony, swinging his blade. Blade mastery, 996/10,000. Each slash was faster, sharper, more precise than the last. Sweat flew, cascading like a waterfall alongside the flash of his blade. Knock, knock, knock. The sound interrupted his training. He opened the door, only to find Lu Zhixue. Seriously? How the hell do you know I live here? Jiang Lin frowned. Don't sweat the details, Lu Zhixue replied dismissively, rubbing his hands. Can I borrow some weapons? I swear I'll return them. Jiang Lin gave him a once-over. How many? 4. I'll lend you white grade gear. Bring me back blue grade. Then I want blue grade. You're really ambitious. Fine. If you want blue grade, then return with purple grade. Deal. Lu Zhixue replied with determination. Jiang Lin was taken aback. Are you sure? Absolutely sure. Lu Zhishue's gaze was firm. If I get purple grade gear, I'll return it to you immediately. Unless, of course, I die. Don't die too early. Otherwise, I'll be at a huge loss. In the end, Jiang Lin gave him. Killing Frenzy Chainsaw ×1. White grade Tang, Swords ×3. White grade Crossbow Bolts ×2. Beast Chest Plate ×1 blue grade. Beast Pants ×1 blue grade. After seeing Lu Zhixue off, Jiang Lin resumed his training with the blade. 3,000 swings later, his body was drenched in sweat, like he'd just been fished out of water. He slapped on a cleansing charm, instantly feeling refreshed. Pulling out a roasted whole lamb, he tore off one of the legs and bit into it. The juicy fat burst in his mouth, filling the air with the aroma of freshly cooked meat. From the building across the way. Holy, what's he eating? Zhang Feng exclaimed, clutching his binoculars as saliva dripped from his mouth. Roasted whole lamb. It's roasted whole lamb. What? Everyone scrambled like mad to get to the windows. They'd only gotten half a piece of a compressed biscuit each today, and that guy was actually gnawing on a roasted whole lamb? No way, someone cried in anguish. This is so unfair. I'd be happy with just one single bone. The hunger glowing in everyone's eyes turned feral. Luck, huh? Huh. Zhang Feng muttered bitterly under his breath. No one even bothered with him. That guy was hopelessly hung up over a girl. The woman had long since moved on and aligned herself with a powerhouse, but Zhang Feng still refused to face reality. "He's looking over here," someone suddenly shouted. A few girls started losing their minds, dashing to the windows, jumping up and down, desperate to catch my attention. Tearing into the lamb leg, I glanced toward the opposite building. Those girls who were waving frantically quickly came into view. "What? Trying to seduce me from this far away? It's not like I can fly," I muttered, shaking my head. More importantly, they were just too plain. Average faces, average bodies. It did nothing to excite me. Definitely not as much as the school beauty. Now that girl with the long legs? She looked promising. As thoughts of Xian Ming's stunning legs entered my mind, a playful smirk tugged at my lips. No. I shook my head violently, banishing the distractions. Women are just dessert. Leveling up is the real main course. Refocusing, I scanned past the girls, setting my sights on the giant zombie out there. That fleshball zombie dropped purple-grade loot, so a giant zombie is likely to as well. Now's the perfect time for a first kill with enhanced drop rates. Missing this opportunity would be such a waste. With my current strength, I could take it down in one strike. If I can pop 1 or 2 high-end items. Purple gear? Now that'd make me truly unstoppable. The more I thought about it, the more excited I became as I widened my eyes and began scanning around. A few moments later, no sign of the giant zombie, but I had scarfed down more than half of a 20-pound roasted whole lamb. My appetite had become unbelievable, and the meat slid down my throat like water. Amazing. After a satisfied burp, I stowed the remaining roasted lamb and started practicing my blade swings while keeping an eye on my surroundings. Next door, Yu Dandan was grinding her teeth in frustration. She had put in so much effort, and Zhang Lin was stingy to the core, refusing to share anything. Yet as soon as Lu Zhixue showed up, Zhang Lin became generous like he was hosting a clearance sale. Especially that murderer's chainsaw, a blue-tier weapon that granted +5 strength. Her current strength was just 5, and with that chainsaw, she'd instantly hit the pinnacle of human limits. Hiss! She clutched her sore behind, sucking in air through her teeth. What a scumbag! Sin Shixian nervously scratched her nose, avoiding eye contact. "This is your fault." Yu Dandan shot her a glare. "Why didn't you step out earlier? If you had grabbed the chainsaw, cutting down zombies would have been a piece of cake. I was scared they'd hit me." "Useless." "Ugh, it still hurts. Look, you're in this state already. Stop trying to act tough. If you end up charging out there and get slapped to the ground by a zombie, that'd be even funnier. Are you asking for a beating? I go through hell to get you food, and I can't even complain a little. Fine, fine. Big hero, sit down before your wound tears open." Yu Dandan sulked on the sofa with a wincing pout. "That jerk only gave me a Snickers bar and a bottle of water. Totally unacceptable. From now on, I'm counting on you." "What? He wants Bothoff us." She snorted. "Dream on." Sin Shishuan's face turned crimson as she lowered her head. She wanted to refuse outright, but her stomach betrayed her with a loud growl. Clenching her teeth, she threw her head back with a determined, ill-Justine kind of resolve. "All right, leave it to me. Don't worry, just think of it as getting bitten by a dog. It won't hurt that much." Sin Shixian nearly stumbled flat on her face. "You were literally howling in pain just a moment ago." Yu Dandan awkwardly started picking at her toes. "Just close your eyes, count to 2, and it'll be over in no time." Sin Shixian knew exactly what she was thinking. Misery loves company. If she had to suffer, she wasn't going to do it alone. A true sisterly bond meant sharing everything, didn't it? So what? Like I'd chicken out now? After half an hour of hesitation and enduring Yu Dandan's increasingly judgmental looks, Sin Shixian finally bit the bullet and dashed out of the room. As soon as the door clicked shut, regret flooded her. The cold wind swept through the hallway, making her shiver to her core. Her legs nearly gave out on the spot. Not scared, not scared. If a zombie shows up, I'll just kill one, if 2 show up. OMG, someone save me. Knock, knock, knock. She knocked for ages, but Zhang Lin didn't open the door. Sin Shixian pressed her thighs together, her fear hitting its peak as she darted glances around. This was her first time standing alone in the dim, blood-stained hallway. She even held her breath, afraid that a single noise might draw attention. Zombies are coming. Finally, the door opened. She rushed into my arms like she'd just found her savior. I was bare-chested, instinctively wrapping my arms around her slim waist and casually shutting the door behind us. I thought it was Dandan at first, but something felt different. She'd gotten way thinner. I glanced down, and sure enough, it was Xian. Her small face was flushed, and she froze for 2 seconds before starting to pull away. "You're already here. No need to act shy." I laughed aloud. Wait. Let's set the terms first." She quickly lowered her head, clearly embarrassed to the core, like she was striking some sort of deal. I wasn't in a hurry. Leaning in near her ear, I teased in a low voice. "First time?" She stiffened like she'd been electrocuted, and after a long pause, she barely managed to let out a soft Perfect. I sat down on the couch, pulling her onto my lap. Her long legs, visible under her short skirt, had some black smudges on them, and she reeked of sweat and something sour. Pulling out a cleansing charm, I smacked it down on her thigh. "Ah," she yelped. Then her eyes widened as a refreshing sensation overtook her body, and she looked positively delighted. "That's amazing. Is this a cleansing charm?" Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Want more?" She nodded eagerly. Home. Home. You know the price." My hand brushed lightly against her leg. Her face flushed red again as she pouted. "You've become so bad. You were so generous giving gear to Lu Jishua. I'm a girl, soft and sweet. Shouldn't you treat me even better?" I eyed her up and down. She did look a bit prettier than before. That +1 charm boost was working. First off, I didn't give anything to Lu Jishua. I lent it. White gear gets returned as blue. Simple. Second, you girls are always talking about equality, aren't you? Consider this me respecting that. This is an equal exchange. You make me happy. I'll give you what you deserve in return. You really don't feel anything for me? She asked quietly, a hint of disappointment in her tone. Of course I do. Otherwise, I'd have kicked you out already. Then why so heartless? Feelings? Way too expensive. Ugh, scumbag. Better to be a scumbag than a nice guy. I don't want to hand over all my gear just because someone says I don't make them feel secure. I'm not that kind of girl. Remember Qin Zixin? Hua Yuhao got stabbed by her, remember? What? Really? Actresses are heartless, and women without loyalty are worse. I don't know which one you are. Of course, you might say Hua Yuhao deserved it, but then again, I'm not exactly a saint either. Xin Shixian was at a loss for words, forcing a bitter smile. You win. She gritted her teeth and said, I'll give you everything. Don't expect constant protection, but if I'm in real danger, you Havito step in. Relax. One-night stands earn 100-day courtesy. As long as it's in my power, I'll help. Ugh, you mean one-night stand, don't you? She rolled her eyes, then added, Also, I want food and water. We're all exhausted, and you're unhappy. Haha, just perfect. I saved something nice for you. She turned her head, only to see the treasures I'd left behind, and her nose nearly twisted with rage. They were nothing but gnawed bones. You think we're dogs? I leaned back on the couch, watching Xin Shixian dart toward the table, a trace of amusement tugging at the corner of my mouth. The distinct sound of a lamb leg bone hitting the table broke the silence. Her eyes lit up instantly. There were still strips of meat hanging from it. How pitiful. The once dazzling short video goddess, now ecstatic over a few scraps of meat clinging to some bones. The apocalypse barely started 3 days ago, and yet, people's bottom lines were already starting to crumble. With these, this should last 2 days. She muttered under her breath, hurriedly gathering up the bones with practiced efficiency. I watched the conflicting expression on her face. She wanted to hold on to her dignity, but reality wouldn't let her. That struggle was more captivating than any performance she'd ever crafted. Come here. I patted my thigh. Her movements were stiff as she sat back down on my lap. Let's get this over with. I pulled out my phone, battery at a measly 5%. On the screen was an image of Saber in her most iconic pose. Can you pull it off? Her face immediately turned crimson. You? She started to retort, but swallowed her words halfway. It's gonna cost you extra. Huh. I tossed her a cup of milk tea. Impress me. And there's more where that came from. She clutched the milk tea tightly, greed momentarily flickering in her eyes. High-energy snacks like this had practically become currency in the apocalypse, and she knew it better than anyone. A moment later, She grabbed a rope and walked toward the door. Straighten your legs. Lower your back. I adjusted her posture as I moved closer. Don't look so rigid, like some zombie. Snap. The crisp sound echoed throughout the room. The iron tang of blood filled the hallway. Qin Zixin inched along the wall, descending carefully with each step. Any sudden move could draw out zombies. Or worse, humans. Why was she, a lone woman, risking so much? Su Xinyao's bitter words kept ringing in her head. She bit her lip and pressed forward. The growls of the zombies grew louder, and her heartbeat thundered in her ears. Suddenly, a familiar voice broke through. John, you've got quite the talent, taking down zombies barehanded. It was Hua Yuhao. Haha, brother Yuhao. Together, this building is as good as ours. I cowered behind the corner, cold sweat trickling down my back. John, the 6 feet 5 inches black exchange student? Anybody who's disobedient, we kill them. The cooperative ones, we keep as slaves. Hua Yuhao's tone was as frigid as the night. Those are your people, John reminded him. My people. Hua Yuhao sneered. Only the obedient are my people. The rest? Enemies. I pressed my hand over my mouth, desperate not to make a sound. Hua Yuhao was somehow healed from his injuries, and he'd gathered so many allies. Wait until they walked far enough away, then I activated stealth mode and sprinted upstairs like mad. I have to tell the others. I have to. Bam! I nearly crashed into Zhang Xuabin. Holy crap, you scared me to death. I panted heavily. Campus bell? What's wrong? Hua Yuhao. He brought in a group of black international students as reinforcements. At least 7 or 8 of them. Zhang Xuabin's face turned pale instantly. Those muscle-bound freaks. Damn it. I didn't have time to waste explaining. I continued running upstairs. Before I realized it, I was standing in front of room 3582, Jiang Lin's room. Qin Zixin, are you out of your mind? But between being caught by Hua Yuhao and his guys my hand trembled as I knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. No response. I froze. Should I feel relieved or disappointed? I'd finally made up my mind, and now nobody? Inside the room, I was leisurely enjoying Shun Shishuan's performance when I heard the knocking. Without much thought, I casually asked, "Who is it?" Shen Shishuan glanced through the peephole, and her expression shifted slightly. It's Qin Zixin. Qin Zixin. Interesting. Let her wait, I said as I leisurely adjusted Shen Shishuan's pose. You keep going. Shen Shishuan bit her lip as a surge of jealousy flickered in her eyes. She knew the moment I met Qin Zixin, she would be cast aside. After all, Qin Zixin was undeniably the most recognized beauty on campus. Damn scumbag. Shen Shishuan gritted her teeth, trying to suppress the wave of emotions, and made an intent noise to reclaim my attention, just as the knocking outside became more urgent. Yu Dandan peeked her head out first, and when she saw Qin Zixin, a flash of disdain flickered across her face. Oh, the campus queen is here to gaslight people, huh? She smirked inwardly. That woman must have discovered that I was on the rise and now wanted me in her collection of simps? In her dreams, Qin Zixin flinched a little, clutching her chest, trying to steady her breathing. Dandan, you scared me. Puffed. Yu Dandan leaned lazily against the doorframe. Still dreaming of growing old peacefully? Have you even looked at those zombies out there? Like they'll give you the chance. Qin Zixin was momentarily speechless. Here to suck up to Jiang Lin, huh? Yu Dandan shot straight to the point as if to pierce through her intentions. Qin Zixin blushed furiously and stammered, unable to form a proper answer. Well, let me give you some advice. Give it up. Yu Dandan's tone took a sharper edge. That scumbag's bad to the core. You have no idea. Look at me. Almost got played to death by him. And all for a piece of chocolate. If the law still worked now, I'd have pressed charges against him for assault right away. Qin Zixin's jaw dropped in shock. He's that terrible? You don't believe me? Then listen to what's happening inside. Yu Dandan sneered. Qin Zixin pressed her ear against the door. Within moments, her face turned crimson, flushing all the way down to her collarbone. This bastard. He's an animal. Yu Dandan laughed coldly. Shen Shishuan's in there, being, well, it's not like we have a choice. To survive, we have to endure the humiliation. Qin Zixin stomped her foot. Scumbag. She spun around, intending to. Let's go. Someone called out, then turned back around. Dandan, you and Shishuan should come join us. Xiameng's team is all girls. Yu Dandan hesitated, tempted. Staying here might be safe, sure, but she'd never have a chance to get stronger. We'll discuss it when Xian gets back, she said. Besides, we need a few days to recover from our injuries. Qin Zixin ran off, her face flushed. Yu Dandan sneaked up to the door, pressed her ear against it to listen, then winced in pain and limped back to her room, muttering under her breath, "Bastard." Qin Zixin stormed upstairs, fuming. "If I ever talk to you again, I'm a dog." Meanwhile, upstairs, Lu Zhixue stood confidently gripping a massive chainsaw. At level 2, bolstered by his equipment, his strength stat had hit 14. He felt invincible. Thinking of me, he rubbed his nose. "Now that's a real beast," he muttered to himself. The team decided to strike preemptively, hit Hua Yuhao and his gang of shady international students before they made their move. "Play dirty," Lu Zhixue suggested. They'd use the zombies to wear them down, block off escape routes, and force them into a desperate battle. Hua Yuhao's skill had a 1-minute cooldown, a critical weakness. They'd just sit back and reap the rewards. In the living room, I continued practicing my self-taught chaotic whirlwind sword technique. Earlier, I'd gotten a little carried away and ripped my shirt off, so I gave Xian one of my chest armor and leather pants sets, just clearing out my inventory. I still had over 30 pieces of gear in my backpack, which I chucked into the bedroom. After another wave of zombie slaying, I'd have dozens more to loot. If only I could sell these, I thought to myself. Give them away? I'd rather destroy them. Xian lounged nearby, lazily watching me spar, her gaze cloudy. "So cool," she murmured. Then suddenly, "Jerk, you have healing potions. Why didn't you give one to Dandan?" "They just dropped," I replied. "Didn't have them earlier." "Well then, can you let her use one? Tell her to come over." Xian started to get up, then froze, realization hitting her like a brick. "You pervert. What are you planning? Nice outfit, right?" I smirked meaningfully. "Don't even think about trying to bribe me. Aren't you afraid I'll take it back?" She instantly backed down. "I'm sorry." It was all she had left to wear. "There are tons more in the room, including blue tier gear," I said casually. "Blue gear." Xian swallowed hard. With one piece, she could instantly rise to goddess status on campus. "A few more pieces." "What's your deal?" she stammered, her voice dry. I kept spinning my blade in silence, offering no answer. She understood immediately. Still, her legs betrayed her, taking hesitant steps toward the bedroom door. "I won't bow to evil forces," she told herself firmly. But her body disagreed. Peeking into the room, her jaw nearly hit the floor. The place sparkled with a bluish glow. Beast chest armor, leather pants, combat boots. Did this guy loot an entire zombie nest? Beast chest armor blue quality, strength +5. Beast leather pants blue quality, constitution +5. She glanced down sheepishly at her plain white gear. Equipment, stats at 0. Put this set on, and she could solo a mini-boss. Frantically, she pulled up the attribute panel. Xian LV1. Strength, 5 constitution, 7 spirit, 7 speed, 5. Terrible stats. Except for constitution barely passing at average, the rest were downright dreadful. Glancing at the room full of gear, Xian's breath quickened, her eyes reddened. The damn allure. "I'm sorry, Dandan," she gritted her teeth. Faced with an opportunity like this, I just can't resist. After a second of hesitation, her pride was thrown out the window. She spun around abruptly, her face flushing as she glared at me. "I want a full set." I rested my sword on my shoulder, smirking playfully. "Greedy women. I like it. But a full set doesn't come cheap. Name your price." Xian bit her lip and nodded. "As long as I get the gear, you can do whatever you want with us." "Deal. But it depends on your performance. If you don't impress, you'll only walk away with 2 pieces. No backing out." She shot me a glare, leaning against the wall as she stepped out. 2 sets of low-tier gear, that's all it was. But the key was the marketing effect. Women's competitive nature is terrifying. Why should she get to strut around looking all polished and capable of soloing zombies while I am tattered and being chased and bitten? Soon enough, the other beauties would come flocking. Hee hee. I let out a sly chuckle. Hearing about some god-tier health potion, Yu Dandan barged into the room. As soon as the door closed, she froze, stunned by the scene before her. You evil wench, open the door. What kind of weird three-way setup is this? For our future, Sin Shixian retorted, her face reddening, her voice almost shaking. Future, my ass. I leaned back on the couch, patting my lap. Sin Shixian shoved Yu Dandan toward me. You'll get it in a moment. Yu Dandan glared at me. You bastard. What kind of brainwashing crap did you feed her? I'll never let you have your way. Sin Shixian tossed her a beast plate chest piece and explained all the stats. Yu Dandan's gaze locked onto that sweet +5 to strength, and her heart raced. Holy crap, why didn't you say so earlier? If I'd known, I would have knocked out Sin Shixian myself and dragged her here. Forget a three-way, I'd agree to a four-way if needed. I went through hell for 2 days. This scumbag definitely did it on purpose, just to see me beg like this. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt, and she suddenly teared up. Why the heck did Sin Shixian get instant rewards while I was left to suffer? You bastard, I'll fight you to the death. On the 7th floor, Hua Yuhao leaned against the wall with his eyes shut, ignoring John's provocation entirely. John found it dull. Hua Yuhao had changed. There was now something snake-like and ruthless in his gaze, flashes of cruelty that made John's heart tighten. Hua, bro, what's the deal? John stepped closer. Hua Yuhao opened his eyes, smirking coldly. Your time is running out. Don't forget what happened to Joe. He was vicious, but that guy killed him off. While you're relishing your victories, they're getting stronger. Isn't this just waiting to die? John's heart skipped a beat. Ever since awakening his ability, he had indeed gotten cocky, thinking he was chosen by fate. Wayua's reminder snapped him back to reality. He was already surrounded with nowhere to run. Do we act now? Wayua's expression turned sinister. John, there's just the 7 of you. How many people from Dragon Country are upstairs? They're just in a daze right now. But back them into a corner, and even the women will fight like hellions. If you tell them zombies can become food, the ones downstairs won't be nearly enough. John shuddered. Besides a few scattered fools, the rest of these Dragon Country people, once enraged, could tear his group of 7 apart in seconds. Wayua pressed on with his manipulation. This is the moment when your advantage is greatest. Once everyone starts leveling up, your physical edge will be gone. You'll be crushed like bugs. He crushed a clump of dirt in his hands, letting the dust scatter in the air. Wang Defa and his crew rose in anger. Did you just call us bugs? I'm just stating the facts. Honest words sting, huh? Bugs too offensive? Let's try another word, ants. Wayua sneered coldly. John held back Wang Defa. Brother Hua is right. We must destroy the resistance now while we can. How do we proceed? Wayua tapped on the table. A real man hesitates at nothing. Sweep the floors, clearing out layer by layer. Those who surrender become cannon fodder. The rest? Eradicate them down to the last root. All right, let's do it. The group began discussing the details of their plan when suddenly, the roar of a chainsaw echoed from outside the door. Lu Zhixue stormed in with fury, swinging the slasher's chainsaw straight at the steel-reinforced door. With a screech, the door split cleanly in two. Wayua and Lu Zhixue locked eyes again, sparks flying between them. This time, the tables had turned. Wayua immediately stood up straight, his expression turning ice cold. Lu Zhixue, you're asking for death. Lu Zhixue smirked. This scumbag was colluding with outsiders, planning not only to kill, but to enslave his fellow countrymen and women? Traitor. Bastard. His gaze swept over John and the group of 7, and his heart sank. That crushing sense of danger earlier, that came from the hulking black man. But this sense of oppression wasn't even remotely close to the overwhelming terror of Jiang Lin. Honestly, when I first knocked on Jiang Lin's door, I wanted to run a million times. My instincts told me that whatever was in there wasn't human. It was a monster, something far beyond comprehension. If I hadn't memorized his unique scent, I never would have believed Jiang Lin could become that powerful. But when Jiang Lin casually tossed me the slasher's chainsaw, it all clicked. There was no way that bastard didn't score a purple-grade weapon. Insane luck. Thoughts raced through Lu Zhixue's head as a smirk of mockery curled at his lips. He pulled out a small-hand crossbow and fired without hesitation. Thwack! The arrow shot toward the group of black fighters. He hadn't practiced enough. Time was short, and the bolts were freshly whittled. Wayua, ever the slimy coward, shouted, "You're dead," but physically recoiled back into the room. exposing only half his body. Typical spineless rat. Without waiting for impact, Lu Zhixue bolted out of there. Huayue froze in disbelief. That was it. The next second, a scream echoed through the air. Black Mike clutched his abdomen and dropped to his knees, a crude wooden arrow impaled in his body. FCK? Damn those Chinese. John roared in rage. The group was still in shock from Lu Zhixue's bloodstained chainsaw, not expecting he would ambush them like this. John charged out in fury, not waiting for the others, who grabbed their weapons and ran after him, some barely dressed. Huayuhao's face twitched. A bunch of idiots. They couldn't even recognize such an obvious trap. Roar. The growls of zombies echoed louder and louder, mixed with John's enraged shouting, using others to do his dirty work. It dawned on Huayuhao in an instant. Lu Zhixue intentionally sabotaged the gate to let the zombies wear them down. So that's where your harmless act went. Smart, but underhanded. This wasn't his fight. Time to leave. Without hesitation, Huayuhao turned toward the balcony. FCK? Where do you think you're going? Mike, clutching his abdomen, staggered to his feet, glaring furiously. I'm heading out. Like hell you can stop me. You failure, Huayuhao sneered coldly. Traitor, you've been lying to us. That bastard out there must be your accomplice. Idiot. Huayuhao couldn't be bothered with someone already half dead. He briskly moved toward the balcony. The girls huddled fearfully in a corner, their pale faces showing they were too scared to even speak. Mike, gripping a short knife, stumbled at Huayuhao, bloodlust shimmering in his crazed eyes. I'm going to kill you. Huayuhao stood on the balcony, surveying for a way down before smirking. First, though, he turned back, mockery dripping from his expression. If you're so desperate to die, let me help you out. I told John we should have killed you long ago. Ha, that's hilarious. I'm not some saint, but at least I'm still human. What the hell are you? Mike's eyes turned bloodshot, his entire body quaking. He knew he was a dead man, but he wasn't going down alone. He was taking Huayuhao with him. Bang! With a single swing of his bat, Huayuhao caved in Mike's skull like it was nothing. The man didn't even get to twitch before collapsing. Trash, Huayuhao spat in disdain, glancing once at the lifeless body before making for the balcony. Outside, John and the others were locked in a brutal struggle against the zombies, hopelessly outnumbered. Huayuhao grabbed onto the rain pipe and began lowering himself down. Every step was a strain, every movement a reminder of his injuries. But the excruciating pain only magnified his hatred. Just wait for me. Next time, I'll show you what true cruelty looks like. I need a cleansing talisman, healing medicine. I'm not going to die here. Meanwhile, Lu Zhixue and his group were barricading the stairwell with miscellaneous debris, watching coldly as John and the others battled the swarm of undead. That big black guy is tough. He's ripping zombies apart with his bare hands. What about that bastard Huayuhao? That snake's always scheming. If he saw Mike go down, odds are he's already bailed. Shame these zombies are all low level. Lu Zhixue sighed quietly, disappointed, as he leveled his crossbow at John. Thwack! FCK. John took an arrow to the back, but roared in fury, tearing apart a zombie with his bare hands. He spun around toward the staircase. More zombies swarmed up, already 7 or 8 of them. Another of his brothers went down, tackled, and ripped apart by the undead. FCK. Overwhelmed with rage, John triggered his ultimate ability, Berserker Mode. His body swelled to 3 times its original bulk, muscles ballooning like they were pumped full of air, turning him into a monstrous grizzly bear-like figure. But with his transformation came a complete loss of reason. He was now a vicious killing machine driven solely by instinct. 2 zombies lunged at him. John's blood-red eyes glared fiercely as he lashed out, his massive hands grabbing their heads like they were tiny dolls. With no effort, he lifted them into the air. Reaha! He tilted his head back and unleashed an ear-splitting roar before slamming the zombies hard into the ground. Bam! BM! Their skulls shattered like overripe melons, splattering the surroundings with gore. The girls screamed in terror, backing away rapidly. Lu Zhixue assessed the situation and realized things had spiraled out of control. Xiameng, get the girls upstairs. Leave this to us. He turned to Zhang Shuabin and the others. John's lost his mind. He might start attacking anyone near him. You all need to get out. Old Lu, are you insane? You're going to take him on alone. No. Qin Zixin is still downstairs distracting the zombies. If we run, what's going to happen to her? Plus, the experience orbs on the ground here are enough for him to level up. If he does and recovers his sanity, his power will skyrocket. Combine that with Hua Yuhao, and we'll stand no chance. We have vetoed take him down now. Silence fell over the group. Damn it. Who said I was going in solo? His strength probably outmatches mine, and he's a freaking tank. I can't take him one-on-one. You guys bolt upstairs, then sneak attack him while I keep him pinned. Together, we take him out. Why didn't you say that earlier? I was about to cry for you. Shut up. I have to survive. My little sister's still waiting for me. Yeah, we all have to live. Kill this bastard. Xiaming tightened her grip on her katana. She spoke resolutely. Xian Yao, you take the others upstairs. I'm staying to help. Su Xinyao glanced at her own diminutive 4 feet 11 inches frame, then at the towering 7 feet 6 inches berserker that John had become. Was she supposed to jump and aim for his kneecaps? Oh, fine. You be careful, Meng Meng. Reluctantly, Su Xinyao tore herself away, leading Zhang Lu, Su Ilan, and the other girls up the staircase. Yet before they could get far, boom, a deafening crash came from above. Everyone stopped dead in their tracks. That sound, it was familiar. They'd heard it earlier when blocking the stairwell to slow the zombies. Su Xinyao's heart sank, and she bolted up the stairs as fast as her legs could carry her. Su Ilan and the others scrambled to keep up. The upper floors had long been cleared of zombies, so there was no immediate threat. Still, as they raced up 2 flights of stairs, they were met with a wall of debris completely blocking the way. Not even a cat could squeeze through. Worse yet, the crashing continued from above. Someone was still fortifying the barricade. Su Xinyao's face twisted into a shade of pale green. She snarled in frustration, kicking a cabinet wedged into the blockage with all her strength, and screamed at the top of her lungs. You bleep, ING assholes. Don't let me find out who. Damn it, I'll catch you guys if it's the last thing I do. And when I do, you're going to regret messing with me. I'm so pissed off right now. You think you're the mantis hunting the cicada? Guess what? There's always a bird behind you ready to pounce. Those jerks played us like fools, pretending to be all meek and cowardly, acting like they didn't have the guts for anything, but all the while, they were planning to stab us in the back. Sure, they can stash stuff in their inventory, but only if they can carry it with one hand. Sofas, refrigerators, washing machines, stuff like this? There's no way a group of girls could manage it. What do? Take another route. Su Ilan asked urgently. Su Xinyao bit her lip hard. It's useless. If they've blocked this way, you can bet they've done the same with the other route. We have no choice now but to fight with everything we've got. First, we deal with the monster downstairs, and then we'll settle the score with those bastards upstairs. Damn it. We felt bad for them before, even gave them food. And this is how they repay us, with a knife in our backs. Zhang Lu and the others were silent, their heads lowered in shame. At this moment, they couldn't help but realize just how useless they really were. Can't kill zombies, can't assist properly, and now they can't even manage to escape. Bang! A deafening sound echoed from the floor below, making their legs go weak. Downstairs, only John and a man named Wang Defa, a black guy, were still alive. Wang Defa was barely clinging to life, covered head to toe in blood, with countless zombie bite wounds marring his body. Slumped against a corner of the wall, Wang Defa's eyes scanned the distant room. It was only now that he realized Hua Yuhao was suspiciously absent this entire time. Cough. Hua, you damn snake. He tried to stand up, wanting to confront him, but pain surged through every inch of his body, forcing him to collapse again, convulsing uncontrollably. He looked toward John, who was now utterly berserk, and his heart turned ice cold. Zombies were deadly, sure, but a crazed John? He was even worse, completely devoid of humanity in his rage. John had no hesitation killing zombies or humans alike. If Wang Defa hadn't been keeping his distance, he would have already ended up as dead as Jian and the others. The last zombie was torn clean in two by John's bare hands. Bathed in black blood, John turned his maniacal gaze toward Lu Zhixue and the others upstairs. Without any warning, he let loose a bone-chilling roar, like a gorilla gone mad, and hurled himself at the barricades. Crash! The frontmost obstacle shattered instantly, splintering into pieces. John's massive hands worked like excavators, ripping apart anything in his way with terrifying speed and strength. Lu Zhishua's pupils shrank. His palms were sweaty, his adrenaline spiking through the roof. He gripped his chainsaw tightly, locking his sights on the incoming John. When two foes collide, it's the braver one who prevails. As John closed the distance in mere seconds, everyone's nerves were stretched to their breaking point, thin as a single thread. Zhang Xuebing drew his crossbow and aimed for John's eye, but his hands were trembling too much. The arrow missed its mark and hit John's shoulder instead, barely sinking into his beefy muscle. Damn it! His muscles are like steel. Frustrated, he fired another shot. This one grazed John's scalp and embedded itself in the wall behind him. Are you kidding me? Useless. How are you this bad? He's right there, and you still missed. Freaking single dude. Your aim is terrible. Why don't you try then? Fine, I will. Lu Zhishue's mouth twitched. Aim better. Don't shoot me. Whoosh. Another arrow grazed past John's lips. Lazy looked awkward. There's something wrong with this arrow. Yeah, the arrow isn't strong enough. Ha ha ha. John, now furious, stomped his foot hard and came charging forward, baring his teeth and claws. Without hesitation, Lu Zhishue swung his electric chainsaw with full force, aiming right at John. Roar! John didn't even flinch at the chainsaw. His eyes were bloodshot, and the muscles on his face were twisted fiercely. With arms outstretched, his steel-like hands came hurtling towards Lu Zhishue's head with the sound of wind cutting through air. Lu Zhishue's pupils constricted sharply. He knew that unless he could take John down with a single decisive blow, his skull would be crushed like an eggshell. Even with a helmet on, the force would snap his neck in two from the sheer impact. I can't die here. Quickly making the split-second decision, he swung the chainsaw horizontally to block. Clang! The chainsaw clashed brutally against John's hands. The overwhelming impact sent Lu Zhishue staggering backward until he was trapped against the wall. Fueled by rage, John swung his massive fists like sledgehammers, raining them down on Lu Zhishue. Bang, 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 bang. Each collision between the chainsaw and John's fists left Lu Zhishue's arms trembling and numb. Cornered in the tight space, with no room to maneuver around John's hulking frame, Lu Zhishue had no choice but to fend off the relentless blows with all his might. One wrong move, and it was game over. Lao Lu, Zhang Xuebin finally snapped out of his daze. Seeing Lu Zhishue on the brink of defeat, he grabbed a tang sword and lunged at John's side, stabbing him directly in the kidney. Squish! The blade sunk in about 4 inches as blood gushed out. Arg! The searing pain sent John into a frenzy. He whipped his head around, his eyes bulging like copper bells, and swung one of his massive hands at Zhang Xuebin. Xuebin tried pulling the sword out, only to realize it was clamped tightly by John's thick muscles. In a last-ditch effort to evade the incoming blow, he threw himself sideways. He wasn't fast enough. Smack! John's colossal hand struck him like a wrecking ball, sending him flying into a wall. Zhang Xuebin hit it with a sickening thud, spat out a mouthful of blood, and passed out cold. Binzi! Lu Zhishue's eyes burned with fury. He roared, overwhelmed by a volcanic surge of rage. Seeing John turn to attack another teammate, Lu Zhishue raised the chainsaw and swung it down with all his strength, slamming it into John's back. The spinning teeth of the chainsaw tore a massive, gaping wound into John's flesh, sending blood and shredded meat flying. Error! John howled in agony, his massive frame stumbling from the blow. Lu Zhishue, eyes glowing crimson, threw his weight onto John, aiming to deal the final, lethal strike. Crack! The chainsaw blade snapped in half. Are you freaking kidding me? His prized blue-tier weapon broke down at the most critical moment. Even if it's broken, I'll end you myself. Gripping the jagged stump of the chainsaw, Lu Zhishue charged at John again, thrusting wildly. The farmers want to overthrow the landlords too. I shot a smug glance at the unconscious Udandan and Sin Shixian before stepping out of the room. Originally, I planned to practice my blade techniques after finishing a round of landlord fight. But who could have predicted a giant zombie would show up? There's no way I can sleep tonight without getting rid of it first. If I could just get some purple tier gear, or even a skill book, that'd be awesome. Downstairs, Bursts of chaotic chatter floated up. Are we sure about this? Isn't this going a bit too far? What's done is done. Don't act all righteous now. Lu Zhixue and his gang forced us out. That was basically sending us to our deaths. If we're dying, they're coming with us. Given those screams, they're probably done for. When the time comes, all their gear and supplies will belong to us. Ha. I think that's Zhang Shuabin yelling down there. Let's hope he barely clings to life. I'd love to take him out myself. But what if they're still alive? Alive? They're definitely crippled now. And we have way more people. You think we're losing to a bunch of half-dead losers? Hearing footsteps approach, everyone upstairs looked up. I stood at the staircase, running my eyes over the group. About 15 or 16 people, a mix of men and women. Some looked familiar, others were strangers. I glanced briefly at the blocked-off stairway and muttered in frustration. You guys are really making this tricky for me. If it's so tricky, then don't stick your nose in it. Go back to where you came from, or don't blame us for being rough. At the front of the pack, Chun Zijian boldly stepped forward. Clearly, he thought they had the upper hand. After all, it was just me against them, 17 in total. Even subtracting the 8 women, it was still 9 against 1. How could they possibly lose? What irked him even more was the fact that I was better looking than him. He couldn't let that go. Not bad, kid, he sneered. I glanced over Chun Zijian. Tall and skinny, not a shred of muscle on him. Who gave this guy the audacity? My gaze sharpened like a blade as it swept through the crowd. A few familiar faces from school quickly averted their eyes, unable to meet mine. The rest kept their focus on the autumn leaf blade in my hand, their eyes glinting with greed. The deep red hilt and glowing orange blade. It was leagues better than the rusty scraps they were holding. The more Chun Zijian stared at me, the more infuriated he became. My height, my build, even my face, they all made his jealousy boil over. Listen up, kid. The gear and supplies downstairs are ours. He puffed out his chest, trying to act like some kind of big shot. Trying to leech off us? Dream on. His gaze landed on my blade, and he licked his lips. Unless you hand me that knife. Then, maybe, I'll let you have a small share. I ignored him and turned my head towards the blocked-off stairway beneath me. Ah, so Lu Zhixue and his gang got played. Interesting, I chuckled softly. Looks like you've learned how to use your brains. You little. Chun Zijian's face turned crimson with rage. You've got some nerve, acting all high and mighty when you're outnumbered. Pathetic and weak, I retorted flatly. Before he could sputter out another insult, I moved. A flash of the blade. Fast as lightning, unstoppable as thunder. The orange-red gleam of the blade sliced through the air, ringing aloud as it tore through the tension. A sharp, crisp sound echoed as the blade hummed. I sheathed my sword. I can't stand anyone showing off in front of me. My voice came out cold as ice. Even less so someone cursing me. Chun Zijian's expression froze. His mouth opened, and a torrent of blood gushed out. A crimson line stretched from his right shoulder to his left abdomen. 2 seconds later, his upper body began to slide apart. Thud. The entire room fell into dead silence. In their eyes, I hadn't even moved. So how? How had Chun Zijian just split open? Zijian, Kai Qingqing shrieked, her cries cutting through the stillness. Her eyes were bloodshot as she glared at me. Why you killed him? He insulted me. I replied. For just a few words? Her voice was laced with disbelief. Of course. I shrugged. If you think it's unfair, feel free to call the cops. Kai Qingqing was on the verge of breakdown. In this desolate place, where could she even find police? You monster. What? Looking for revenge. My cold gaze locked onto hers, and she collapsed to the floor, trembling, shaking her head furiously. And no, I thought you two were inseparable. Wouldn't you want to join him? I know, please, Flash. The autumn leaf blade pierced through her heart. Don't worry. I'm very sentimental. I smirked darkly. Since you can't bear to part with him, I'll reunite you two. I curse. Blood spilled from her lips as she fell lifelessly to the ground, her eyes wide open in anger and disbelief. I turned to the rest of the group. Clean up the hallway before I get back. Got it. They all trembled in silence, too scared to make a sound. Just as I began to leave, a voice broke the tension. Why did you kill her? Everyone froze and turned to stare at Jean Chong in astonishment. At this moment, someone still dared to speak out? A brave soul indeed. The crowd immediately parted, leaving Jin Chong standing all by himself. What did you say? I halted and turned to face him. Jin Chong's face was filled with grief and anger. She begged you. Why did you still kill her? Oh, I chuckled coldly. Her boyfriend didn't protest. Why are you so upset? What? Were you two having an affair? Everyone exchanged glances. Chun Zijian was in two halves now, incapable of saying anything, let alone protesting. And yet, Jin Chong's reaction was definitely worth scrutinizing. Completely ignoring the other's stares, Jin Chong walked forward to Kai Qingqing's corpse, dropped to his knees, and gently cradled her in his arms. Seriously? Everyone gawked in disbelief. From behind, he looked unmistakably like a proper simp. I lifted my autumn leaf blade. Yet Jin Chong simply stroked Kai Qingqing's face with tender care, his expression filled with deep emotion. A shiver ran down my spine. Holy SHD, you're even more twisted than I am. Love? To me, it's nothing more than hormones playing tricks on people. But this guy in front of me? A certified masterclass simp. Fine, I'll grant your wish. Slash. One clean strike, piercing through both their hearts. The rest of the room collectively shuddered, standing rigid as boards. As I kicked Chen Zijian's corpse aside, looking around at the group, I asked, so, anyone else feel like bonding on a deep level? Silence. All right then, put those two lovebirds in the same room. Their undying love is so moving. It almost killed me from the sheer emotion, I said with mock enthusiasm. Then, without hesitation, I walked over to the window and leaped out. The moment I disappeared from sight, the room collectively sighed in relief. God, that scared me. Who even was that guy? That's Jiang Lin, my classmate. The guy's a freaking monster. And you didn't latch onto him? That's a golden opportunity. Are you nuts? He's the type to kill without blinking. My head staying on my shoulders. Thanks. You girls don't see the big picture. If I were a girl, I'd be working on seducing him by now. Can you stop with this nonsense? What about the stairway situation? Who cares? It's not like he can kill all of us, right? Exactly. If he's so strong, why is he wasting time terrorizing regular folks instead of dealing with zombies? What a loser. But seriously, we need to clear the stairway, or we can't get to the supplies. Several guys exchanged glances, their intentions clear in their sly smirks. They dragged Jin Chong and Kai Qingqing into a room together. BM, the door slammed shut, and muffled laughter and playful jeers filtered through. The girls in the group frowned in obvious disgust. Animals. They can't even leave corpses alone. I clung to the 8th floor exterior wall with one hand, watching the scene unfold below me. John was riddled with weapons, his body a patchwork of wounds, barely holding together. Lu Zhixue and the rest of his group were scattered, beaten, and barely standing. A total mess. Not cool, old Lu, I called out with a sly grin. Borrowing equipment from me just to form a raid party for a boss fight? I actually thought we were buddies. And here you go, leaving me out. That hurts, man really does. Spurt. Blood erupted from Lu Zhixue's mouth like a crimson fountain. His eyes widened in shock, then locked onto me with an expression caught somewhere between disbelief and joy, like he couldn't decide if I was real or just some delirious vision in his final moments. You've got to be kidding me. Why you're still standing there gawking? I swear, his voice was raw, barely a rasp. I'll die. I'll die right now right in front of you if you don't knock it off. Laughing, I pushed off the wall with one arm, soaring down and landing gracefully in front of the group. Thud. A blackened figure lunged at me in a blur. I spun and sent it flying 10 meters back with a kick. It tumbled across the ground like a rag doll before coming to a halt. My brows furrowed as I gave it a closer look. Charred, riddled with weapons in the chest, legs, and waist, and its body pitted with exposed white bone. And yet, it was still moving. What the hell is this freak? The blood it spilled was red, not the inky black of a zombie. A human? Seriously? Lu Zhixue coughed, desperate to speak, but his voice was long gone. My presence took the edge off his barely contained nerves, and he finally collapsed, utterly spent. I scanned the area. Everyone was either injured, maimed, or dead, nobody left unscathed. Damn, gotta love youth and their resilience. Out like a light, just like that. Further away, the figure I'd kicked swaggered back to its feet. Its bloodshot eyes locked onto me, furious and unrelenting. He stared at me with eyes full of fury. Despite being weakened by severe blood loss, he roared like a dying beast and charged at me. A gifted ability, perhaps. I squinted. No ordinary person could reach this level of resilience. Even now, I doubt my own physique could withstand such extensive damage and still function. Unless he has a special talent. Too bad for him. He's up against me. With a soft hum, my Akaba blade left its sheath. The vibrant orange-red gleam of the blade danced through the air like a butterfly in flight. Swish, swish, swish. The moment we crossed paths, John's body disintegrated midair, torn into pieces like a marionette with its strings shredded, scattering lifelessly onto the ground. One-hit kill. Lu Zhishue's eyes widened in disbelief. Through hoarse gasps, he shouted, "Stop posing. Hurry up and save someone." I sheathed my blade, cast a glance over the battlefield, and observed the motionless, bloodied bodies strewn about. They're beyond saving. Look at them. They're goners. Might as well start digging graves. Damn it, brother, they're not dead yet. Fine. I sighed, crouching down to inspect the closest figure. This one's skull is caved in, body's gone cold. Nope, not savable. This one's shoulder is shattered, chest collapsed, ribs are broken. Lost count how many. Also unsalvageable. Just bury him. Jian. Brother Jian. Zhang Xuebin suddenly opened his eyes, blood trailing from his nose and mouth, his entire body trembling. I think. I can still be saved. Oh, such strong will to live. I raised a brow and pulled out a vial of advanced healing ointment. Binzi, you've got guts. I thought you were done for. We were classmates once, and if there's a shred of life left, I couldn't just leave him for dead. Besides, this was the perfect chance to test the efficiency of this second-tier healing potion. I pried his jaws open and carefully dripped some of the potion into his mouth. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones realigning echoed from within his body. Fractures mended, collapsed structures rebuilt, and flesh regenerated at a rapid pace. Fascinating. For a first-tier fighter, a second-tier potion seemed almost miraculous. Thank you. Thanks so much, Lu Zhishue exclaimed, overcome with emotion. Don't forget, you owe me 1 bottle of third-tier medicine in return. His face froze in shock. Third tier? You extortionist. He hadn't even seen a first-tier potion before. But fine, for a brother, third tier it is. Hold on, you're walking off? I haven't even had my turn yet. When he saw me crouching in front of Xiameng, Lu Zhishue immediately understood. Damn it, prioritizing a girl over your bros, huh? Morality? What's that? Does it come with thighs as flawless as hers? In an apocalypse, who cares about morality? A man needs nothing more than raw instinct and unyielding courage. Hey there, miss. Need help? Xiameng's pale face flushed. She recalled the lifeless expression of the Japanese girl the first time we met and instinctively swallowed hard. I don't know, she stammered. You don't know? I chuckled. Your leg's broken into 3 pieces, and you don't know? Her face turned beet red as she buried her head into her chest. She couldn't feel her legs anymore. Meng Meng. Su Xinyao screamed as she ran over, only to see Xiameng's leg bent at 5 unnatural sections. She covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Your leg? Yeah, broken 5 places. Su Xinyao turned angry eyes on me, but they met my mocking gaze, and her legs gave out beneath her in fear. She collapsed on the spot. I caught her instinctively, then pushed her away with a look of disdain. Ugh, you stink. What is this about? She sputtered, her face turning bright red. She sniffed her collar and gagged. Her clothes were drenched in zombie blood. Of course, it reeked something awful. The other girls' faces turned pale. With no cleansing talismans and no water around, the idea of getting clean was pure fantasy. Meng Meng, does it hurt? This is all our fault. I'm sorry, we're just too weak. Xiameng forced a bitter smile. Actually, I can't feel my legs anymore. That's because your spinal nerves are damaged, I pointed out bluntly. You're paralyzed from the waist down. The group froze in shock. Xiameng took a shaky deep breath. Can you save me? I nodded toward Zhang Xuebin. If someone that close to death could be brought back to life, saving her was hardly a challenge. Big brother, please say you can save Meng Meng? Su Xinyao pleaded, staring at me with wide, hopeful eyes. Of course, I replied, holding up a bottle of advanced healing potion. This second-tier medicine? It's more than enough to save low-level scraps like you under level 10. Thank you, big brother. Don't thank me just yet, I said, narrowing my eyes. Nothing in this world is free, right? You know what I mean. Su Xinyao blinked in confusion. Not free. With money now meaningless, what even counted as a price? But then her gaze shifted to Xiameng's flushed face and the suggestive look in my eyes. The realization hit her in a flash. You're taking advantage of the situation. Or you could call it being a hero saving the damsel in distress. I smirked. This is blackmail. Are we playing idiom games now? I quipped, my eyes scanning Su Xinyao from head to toe. A delicate face, petite frame, curves in all the right places. Not bad. Aren't you two best friends? Right now, all it takes is a small sacrifice from you to save her life. What's the hesitation? Or is your so-called sisterhood nothing but shallow plastic? That's nonsense. I'd do anything for Meng Meng. Okay, it's settled then. Come to room 3582 tonight. Don't make me wait. Ignoring her mortified expression, I tilted Xiameng's head back and poured in the healing potion. And don't bother trying to double-cross me, I warned. You know what I'm capable of when I'm pissed off. Test me, and you'll regret it. Long-legged beauties or petite cuties, I like them all. Why choose, when I could have everything? I patted Su Xinyao's head and stood up, leaving the group of stunned girls in my wake. Dead silence. The air felt stifling, heavy with tension. Su Yilan and the others covered their mouths, wide-eyed, as they watched my swaggering figure disappear into the distance. All eyes suddenly focused on Su Xinyao, whose face was flushed beet red. Yao Yao, you're the best sister anyone could ever ask for. I'm so moved. This is what true sisterhood looks like. Sniff, sniff. To save Meng Meng, you're actually willing to throw yourself to the tiger. Zhang Lu wiped her tears. We'll make sure to collect your remains. You won't end up exposed to the wilderness. We promise. Su Yilan frowned. From her earlier interactions with Jiang Lin, although he was a bit of a womanizer, he didn't seem like the kind of person who'd take things that far. Su Xinyao's face turned from crimson to nearly purple, like pig liver. She clenched her teeth and glared at them furiously. I could kill all of you right now. Xiameng couldn't decide whether to laugh or cry. She'd been ready to agree. It's not like losing her chastity was worse than dying. After all, she didn't want to die. Perhaps somewhere in this world, her parents or family could still be waiting for her. She hadn't expected Su Xinyao to step in and argue on her behalf, only to end up digging herself into a corner. Hiss. A sharp, intense pain shot up from her lower body, making her legs feel tingly and weak, before turning into an unbearable, tearing agony. I can feel something again. Xiameng shouted in uncontrollable joy. The restorative medicine was actually working. Crack, crack, crack. Amid the sharp sounds of bone realignment, her once bent legs abruptly straightened out. Unbelievable. Su Xinyao pouted. Unbelievable. I might as well kiss my dignity goodbye right now. Xiameng burst into a carefree laugh. Weren't you all about pushing me into this? Serves you right. That's it. I'm going to fight you. Su Xinyao rushed at her, head first. Xiameng quickly hugged her. All right, I'll go. It's no big deal anyway. Just close your eyes, and when you open them, it'll all be over. Su Xinyao tilted her chin up. Meng Meng, how do you even know about this? You're supposed to be the innocent one. Did you secretly study up? Get lost. But he specifically named me. What if he refuses to acknowledge the deal afterward? Fine, then you go. No, buy one, get one free nonsense. Wow, so this is the depth of our sisterly bond. My heart hurts. Let's just end it all now. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Zhang Xuabin and his group had taken the restorative medicine. Although they weren't fully healed, at least they could move around again. But even so, heartbreak was written across all their faces. Lei Zi, Xiao Wang, and Xiao Li were all dead. A bullet to the head, instant death. By the time Zhang Xuabin arrived, their bodies had already gone ice cold. No matter how miraculous the medicine was, it couldn't bring back the dead. Rest easy, brothers, Zhang Xuabin swore under his breath. I'll find your families, I promise. From now on, your parents are my parents. Same with me, echoed 5 voices in unison. Zhang Xuabin carefully stored the 3 bodies into his bag. Perhaps this game world had some sort of revival item? If it existed, how amazing that would be. The weight in his heart felt unbearable, like he was carrying a massive stone. I'm still too weak. Lu Zhixue appeared the most guilt-stricken of all. After his chainsaw, which granted him a 5-point strength boost, had been destroyed, he was utterly helpless against the frenzy of violence. John was in deep trouble. If it weren't for his brothers risking their lives to save him, he would have been long gone. This was all his fault. If only he were as strong as me. Would our brothers have had to sacrifice their lives? I'm sorry, Lu Zhixue said in a low voice. What are you talking about? We're brothers. This is the end of the world. Death is normal. Don't beat yourself up too much. If we had abilities, we would have taken down that dark bastard with a single punch. Lu Ji, you have to stay strong. Otherwise, our brothers would have died for nothing. Who knows? Maybe there really is a revival token out there. If you can't keep going, Lu Ji, maybe Zhang Xuebin should be the new leader. Piss off. Lu Zhixue shot Zhang Xuebin a glare. You? Worthy? Only if I'm dead. Amid everyone's banter, a glimmer of hope ignited in his heart. If revival tokens really existed, that would be great. Zhang Xuebin smirked. Don't be so sure about that. Seeing me approach from afar, his eyes sparkled mischievously. Then, he suddenly dropped to his knees, sliding forward and wrapping himself around my thigh dramatically. Brother Jiang, I owe you my life. There's no way to repay this debt, except by offering myself to you. Everyone stood there, stunned. Holy crap. This sneaky bastard. My eye twitched as I looked at Zhang Xuebin clinging to my leg, looking shameless. The moment the others started getting ready to copy him, I kicked Zhang Xuebin aside with a disgusted look. Back off, or I'll crush your balls. The group froze in their tracks, their faces pale. They awkwardly shuffled back into their seats. Thank you, Brother Jiang, for saving us. From now on, just give the order, and we'll put our lives on the line. Same here. I waved my hand dismissively. Don't think I'm handing out free charity. Even among brothers, accounts need to be settled. Lu Ji knows what I'm talking about. The group glanced at each other in confusion. Lu Zhixue had conveniently left out the details, leading them to believe the treatment was free. Little did they know, they were already neck-deep in debt, the kind of debt with killer interest rates. Brother Jiang, what do you mean? Zhang Xuebin asked, tilting his head curiously. I dangled the nearly depleted healing potion in my hand. Same rules as with equipment. I used a Tier 2 healing potion on you, so in the future, you'll owe me a Tier 3. Ah, I see. The group finally understood. Oddly enough, instead of showing any displeasure, their eyes lit up with excitement. This was like taking a loan to invest. Strike it big later, then pay back double. Piece of cake, right? And the clincher? If you died, the debt was erased. How awesome was that? Whether you had good gear or not, especially blue-tier gear, could mean the difference between life and death. If they'd had decent gear earlier, John would have been toast, and they wouldn't have been in this mess. The group exchanged knowing glances, then broke out into grins. Brother Jiang, what do you want now? I was thinking, can I take out a loan? Can I borrow some equipment? Don't worry, I'll definitely pay you back. Unless, I die. Before I could respond, the others crowded in. Same here, X4. You've got to be kidding me. Do you all think I'm running a charity here? The weapons in your hands right now are already borrowed from me. How about you try repaying what you already owe first? I'm seriously questioning your ability to pay me back. Now get lost. Move out of the way, Zhang Xuebin. I'm heading downstairs to take out some zombies. I shoved past Zhang Xuebin and his group, cursing under my breath as I made my way down. Hey man, wait up. Lu Zhixue grabbed hold of me in a hurry. What now? Seriously? Don't tell me you forgot. Forgot what? Look at me. I'm still lying here in a mess. Patch me up, will you? For the love of, I haven't even gotten to enjoy it myself yet. And here y'all are using it all up. I tossed him the very last bit of healing powder left in my pack. That's it, it's all I've got. Remember to pay me back with third-tier stuff. And if you try to dodge, I swear I'll break all 3 of your legs. Lu grabbed it like it was some kind of treasure. Relax. Unless I'm dead, you'll definitely get it back. I twitched at the corner of my mouth. Everyone seems to think dying is a way to skip debts, huh? All right, y'all win this time. Lu chuckled awkwardly. Haha, you know it. Whatever, I muttered under my breath. Life or death doesn't seem to faze this guy. If he's alive, Great, he'll pay up. If he's dead, well, tough luck. Unless he comes back to life and coughs it up, what can I do? Waving him off, I turned back toward the stairs. Out of the corner of my eye, something caught my attention, a familiar talisman. What's that? A cleansing talisman, pinned partially under the weight of John's corpse. Beside it were a loaf of bread, a bottle of water, and even a spiked club. An idea clicked in my mind. Wait, stuff from their backpacks drops when they die? Interesting. I was still turning over the idea in my head when, BM, something soft collided with me. Ow. A curvaceous figure suddenly appeared in front of me. It was Qin Zixin. Oh crap. This chick can turn invisible? Before I could even say anything, a dark shadow darted out from around the corner, cursing loudly. FCK? Damn girl. Where the hell are you running off to? It was Wang Defa, gripping a katana in his hand, his face twisted with rage and murder practically radiating off of him. Her heart pounding, Qin Zixin scrambled behind me, both hands and feet frantically working to shield herself with my broad back. She pressed against it, and almost instantly, her wild heartbeat seemed to slow, an overwhelming sense of safety spreading through her chest. Feeling her softness and sensing her calmer breaths behind me, I smirked. Hey, school beauty, no sneak stabbing me in the kidneys, all right? I'm no good at dealing with that. As for Wang Defa, one swift kick sent him flying. The safety Qin Zixin felt morphed into something else entirely. Her cheeks flushed a bright red as blood rushed to her face and down toward her collarbones. Clenching her teeth, she looked like she could just strangle me right there and then, but didn't even know where to begin to explain herself. After all, she had stabbed Hua Yuhao once. That little smear on her record was one she'd never managed to shake off. Grinding her teeth, she clapped my shoulder a little too firmly. As long as you don't try anything funny with me, I won't stab you. But if you do, I swear, I'll kill you dead. I laughed hard, throwing my head back. Ugh, what's that supposed to mean? Do you think I'm some shameless BTCH too? Hey, it's fine. I actually like shameless women, especially ones as pretty as you. Go to hell. Her chest rose and fell with frustration, and she shot a swift kick at me as her face burned brighter. I just shook my head, turning toward Wang Defa, who was laying not far away, coughing up blood. So does this guy. What the hell are you doing? Trying to strong-arm me. Qin Zixin frowned, shooting an annoyed glance at Wang Defa. He's in cahoots with Hua Yuhao. I was downstairs luring zombies, gathered a ton of them nearby, but since I couldn't stray too far, I came up here to check the battle. Then I saw a bunch of loot everywhere, and while I was picking them up all excited, this guy suddenly yelled FCK. Scared me half to death. He was heavily injured and couldn't move at the time. I ignored him. Qin Zixin's petite face tensed up in irritation as she gritted her teeth. Then this bastard called over 4 women. Those 4 bees treated him like he was their long-lost dad and started cursing me out like crazy. I couldn't fight 4 mouths with just one. Then they even wanted to get physical. I couldn't take on all 8 hands myself. She punched the air angrily. But if it was one-on-one, I'd beat the crap out of them, no doubt. And now, this jerk followed me here. I chuckled, but don't you have 2 mouths? Curse them right back. You little jerk. Qin Zixin glared at me angrily, cheeks flushed. They had 8 mouths. I'd have been outshouted and crawling into a corner in no time. I struggled to suppress my laughter. She wasn't wrong there. But then I spotted the flaw in this story. Wait a second. How are you taking so long to pick stuff up? No, I wasn't. She bristled. Those zombies weren't even killed by me. Loot dropped by someone else has a 5-minute protection timer. After that, you still have to pick them up piece by piece. I didn't see anyone nearby. How was I supposed to know this guy was just playing dead? Ah, got it. I nodded, tucking away this tidbit of info. All right, you head upstairs. Everyone else is up there. I'll handle this guy here. Be careful then. Oh, is the school bell actually worried about me? I'm honored. Get lost. Qin Zixin stomped away in embarrassment, her face red with fury. She swore she'd never speak to me again, or else she'd be a little puppy. I dropped my amused expression as soon as she left. Qin Zixin having some sort of stealth talent. Now that was unexpected. Initially, I thought Hua Yuhao had tried to force himself on her and got killed for it. But now, it seems like he was taken by surprise instead. Not that it mattered. Against overwhelming strength, no matter how stealthy she was, She couldn't come close to touching me. I strolled toward Wang Defa, peering down at him. That earlier kick was tougher than I intended. It left his chest sunken and his ribs cracked in multiple places. Clutching his chest, Wang Defa groaned in pain. His face, dark to begin with, had turned ghostly pale. He had never expected things to go so wrong, barely managing to level up and heal his injuries, only to find himself in this deadly situation again just for trying to chase after a girl. If he had known, he would have left right away. Man, beauty truly is a curse. Cough, cough. This is all just a misunderstanding, my friend, he stammered, his face twisted in fear as he looked up at me. I meant no harm to that lovely young lady. I just wanted to make friends. You know, more friends, more opportunities. I love the Dragon Nation, and I love Dragon Nation people even more. Look at my name, Wang Defa. I'm a good guy. I slowly lowered the foot I'd raised, my lips curling into a grin. A friend? Huh. You're a funny one, haha. You know, to be honest, I don't have many friends. Are you sure you want to be my friend? Yes, yes, absolutely. From now on, we're best buddies. Wang Defa's excitement lit up his face. But suddenly, he coughed up blood from his wounds and gasped. Friend, I'm hurt. Help me. No problem, I said with a cheerful smile, lifting my glimmering autumn leaf blade. My friend, let me help you find peace. Wang Defa blinked in confusion, questioning if he'd heard me wrong. Find peace. What's that supposed to mean? Surely, he means help me recover, right? Schlink. The blade pierced his throat, blood gushing out in torrents. WHY. Aren't we friends? His eyes burned with betrayal as they brimmed with tears. Exactly. We're best friends, I said, smiling coldly at him. I just can't stand seeing my friends suffer. Don't worry, it's normal to feel pain. It'll stop real soon. With a swift motion, the blade plunged deeper and cleanly through his neck. Wang Defa's wide-open eyes froze in shock, his lips trembling as if to say something more, but his strength spent, his body crumpled to the ground. TSK, there goes another friend. I shook my head as I turned to leave. Something sparkling nearby caught my eye. His corpse had dropped a few items. So killing really does drop loot, huh? I wondered if it's randomized drops or guaranteed loot. All crap, I muttered, nudging the items with my foot dismissively. Out of nowhere, screeching voices filled the air. Ah, honey. You son of a bee, you killed my honey. I'll kill you, you lowlife scum. Honey. I froze and looked back. For disheveled women came charging at me with crazed fury. But wait a second, wasn't his name Wang Defa? When did he turn into their honey? You liar. I roared, my anger exploding. With a swift strike, I sliced off Wang Defa's head. A liar doesn't deserve the honor of calling himself my friend. Without hesitation, I turned, letting my blade gleam again in the dim light. The four women barely had time to register the fear in their expressions before they, too, were gone, forever frozen in terror. Good riddance. Trash like that doesn't deserve to breathe. I spat on the ground, disgusted. Suddenly, a chilling sensation ran down my spine. I whipped around in alarm, my sharp gaze locking instantly onto a figure across the street, on the 15th floor of the building opposite me. A hulking man, dark-skinned and menacing, stood by the shattered window, staring me down with unrelenting malice. He dragged a finger across his throat in a threatening gesture, sticking his tongue out provocatively. I narrowed my eyes, livid. Disgusting. And what's worse, he thought he could outdo me? Did he not know my stats? I was fully decked out with a purple-grade weapon, rocking blue-tier armor, complete with a level 11 skill set. My combat power was practically off the charts. Who the hell did he think he was messing with? Wanna die? I snarled back, flipping him the bird with maximum disrespect. Fing idiot. The man's face twisted in rage as he smashed his window to bits with his fist. He shoved an arm out and then gave me the universal thumbs down, smirking with ruthless mockery. His grin seemed to taunt. Come get me, trash. Just then, a shirtless white guy came into view, patting his shoulder like he had something to add. His shoulder rose in disdain as he gave me a scornful glance, his eyes looking at me like I was some kind of monkey. Looking to die? I glared fiercely, my eyes practically spitting fire. One after another, these idiots think they can act cocky in front of me? I initially planned to toy with them slowly until they met their end. But forget that. I've run out of patience. I'll end them right now. With a sudden stomp, I launched myself forward, straight out the seventh-floor window. Boom. The tiles on the ground cracked and exploded upon impact, shards scattering everywhere. Thanks to my ridiculously strong physique, I landed completely unharmed, standing firm and tall amidst the debris. A wicked grin spread across my face, my eyes gleaming with ferocious intent. Without hesitation, I dashed forward like an arrow released from a bow, heading straight for the apartment building across the street. My speed defied every known human limit, cutting across the street like a lightning bolt. The hulking black guy, Paul, and his partner, the white guy Robin, were paralyzed with shock. They stared, mouths agape, unable to process what they were seeing. They probably expected me to splatter all over the pavement. Instead, not only was I completely fine, but I was also moving faster than their eyes could track. Within moments, I had crossed 50 or 60 meters. Even the zombies along the way didn't have a chance to react before my blade turned them into pieces, their loot instantly pocketed. At full speed, I stomped hard on the ground, launching myself 3 stories high into the air. Ha ha, you dumbass, here I come. I let out a maniacal laugh. Using the building wall as my foothold, I climbed upward with the agility of a gecko scaling a surface. FCK. Paul's face contorted in panic as he cursed. In just 2 seconds, I appeared in front of him like a specter materializing from thin air. With the speed of lightning, my hand shot out, moving so fast it was a blur to their eyes. In an instant, my fingers clamped around Paul's neck like an iron vice. The overwhelming force was too much. Paul couldn't breathe. His face turned a dark purplish blue. Hee, dumbass, keep acting tough now, I sneered, glaring at him with pure wrath in my eyes. Paul tried to beg for his life, but all he could manage were pitiful, gargling sounds. I'm not interested in listening to your nonsense. With a mere squeeze of my fingers, his neck exploded in a burst of blood, the crimson liquid gushing like a fountain. I casually flung his limp body out the window like discarded trash. Robin, meanwhile, was still standing there in a daze, his mouth hanging slightly open, refusing to believe what had just transpired. He smacked himself hard across the face, the sting snapping him back to reality as his eyes widened in terror. FCK? Chinese Kung Fu is real. You actually killed Paul. Shut up. With a backhanded slap, I unleashed devastating force. Robin's head spun 360 degrees like a twisted marionette, his neck snapping and folding like a pretzel. His limp body careened against the wall before collapsing in a heap. Trash. You dare show off in front of me? Courting death. I had thought they might possess some kind of overpowered abilities like John, but it turns out this was all they had. As Robin died, a loot pile appeared on the floor next to his lifeless body. Scratching my head, my gaze shifted to the window. In all that excitement, I'd accidentally tossed Paul out. Oh well, trash is still trash either way. Robin's loot turned out to be nothing but a pack of biscuits, a bottle of water, and some broken junk. At this stage of the game, if anyone got their hands on something good, they'd use it immediately or hide it. The chances of stumbling across something rare were slim to none. With a swift kick, I sent Robin's corpse flying out of the room. Bang! The door shattered into splinters as Robin's body smashed into it like a cannonball. On the living room floor, the once noisy living room fell into an abrupt silence. Everyone froze, their eyes fixed on Robin, who now lay limp like a pile of lifeless mud. FCK? Who killed Robin? Was it Paul? No way. They're lovers. Paul, get your ass out here and explain yourself. A skinny white dude sprang up suddenly and stormed toward a room with heavy steps. Paul, FCK, who the hell are you? Before the words even finished leaving his mouth, he found himself soaring through the air, taking the same trajectory as Paul, slamming into the wall and collapsing in an unconscious heap. FCK you. I stepped out, cleaning my ears lazily. My sharp gaze swept through the room. When my eyes fell upon the lifeless stares of a few women, a fierce killing intent flared in my own. You bastards, you really deserve to die. Where'd this Chinese bastard come from? Trying to stir us HD? Everyone, get him. I stared coldly at the white guy charging toward me and swung a hand. The slap landed with a sickening crunch, ripping apart half of his face. Splat! The guy hit the ground with a wet, frog-like slap. As silence swallowed the room in stunned disbelief, I cracked a cruel grin and slammed my foot down hard. Smash. It sounded like a watermelon exploding. Every eye in the room widened in horror. Calmly, I raised my autumn leaf-patterned blade. The hour of justice has come. You pieces of trash ready to meet your maker? Blood sprayed wildly. Chaos erupted amongst the black and white punks. FCK? Chinese guy, you're done. No way in hell a lowlife like you humiliates us proud Americans. Kill him. He's a lunatic. He killed Robin and Roger. All together now. Let's show this filthy immigrant what happens when you take on Americans. My expression turned frosty. Annoying. In an instant, I closed the 3-meter gap between me and the loudest white dude in the room. Seizing his head in one hand, I smashed it straight into the wall. Bang! The skull gave way like a crushed eggshell, blood splattering everywhere. I let go, watching his once solid body crumple lifelessly to the floor like a discarded rag doll. Flicking blood off my hand, I smirked. Trash. Sam. Kill him. Angry roars filled the air as 7, 8 of them lunged at me like rabid beasts, intent on tearing me apart limb from limb. Grinning savagely, I stepped forward to meet their rage head-on. The blade in my hand flashed like lightning, each strike precise and lethal. With one swing of the knife came blood and severed flesh. Slash. Slice. Stab. In less than 3 seconds, the room was reduced to scattered limbs and unrecognizable gore. The last man standing, or rather, sitting, was a terrified black guy sprawling back against the wall. His legs shook uncontrollably as he stammered incoherently. No, you're a devil. A monster. Drenched in blood, I tilted my head to the side eerily, my gaze cutting into his soul like a grim reaper's scythe. His terror peaked, causing him to piss himself on the spot. No. Please don't kill me. Help. Someone help. There's a monster here. He scrambled on all fours toward the door, his movements clumsy and awkward, like an animal caught in a steel trap. His piercing screams sounded more like those of a victim in a horror flick than anything else. I burst out laughing. Why are you running? Weren't you going to rip me apart just a minute ago? Come on. Do it. Completely unhinged, he clawed his way to the door, fumbling and falling again and again. At last, his hand reached the handle, his face lighting up with desperate hope, just as his lips began to twist into a fleeting smile of survival. A trace of a cold smirk. Flash. The blade flickered, and the head rolled to the ground. I stepped onto the corpse and sneered. Look down on me? You must have a death wish. Screams erupted. 2 girls outside the door shrieked hysterically at the sight of the severed head. Shut the hell up. Louis Rand's face turned ghostly pale. Why, you killed him? Yeah, and so what? Do you even know who he was? Crossing my arms over my chest, I mocked. Oh, was he your sugar daddy? Or your secret lover? Fury flushed Louis Rand's face. You're insane. A pathetic lowlife. Do you even realize he was a prestigious foreign student from America? My expression darkened. Without hesitation, the blade pierced her heart. Wow, gotta say, I've never seen a bootlicker this cheap before. I sneered, shaking my head. Since you idolize your foreign lord so much, I'll send you down to keep serving him. I pulled the blade out slowly. Louis Rand stared at me with wide, disbelieving eyes as she collapsed, her life fading away. Even in her final moments, she couldn't fathom it. How could I dare to kill a woman? Shun-Yi was slumped on the ground, trembling with fear. I turned towards her and gave a chilling grin. What about you? Planning to join her in bootlicking the dead? Her face went paper white, and as I raised the blade, she broke down, sobbing uncontrollably. No, no, no. I'm not like her. Louis Rand tricked me into coming here with promises of food. Pathetic. The truth dawned on me. This filth had duped all the other women into being dragged here. She should be ripped apart for that. Shun-Yi whimpered, tears streaming down. Please, I'm begging you. Scram. I turned on my heel and headed upstairs. My gaze burned through the floors, locking onto the massive zombie above. You better put on a good show for me. Shun-Yi remained frozen in fear. Only after confirming I had left did she shakily get up and glance into the room. Blood painted every surface. Dismembered limbs littered the floor. A sight straight out of hell. But her eyes sparkled when she spotted the scattered food, water, and weapons amidst the gore. Hell, this was heaven. Her stomach growled ferociously. Compared to hunger and the looming threat of death, What were severed body parts? If it came to that, meat was meat. She snatched up a bloodied biscuit and crammed it into her mouth. Spotting water and chocolate near Lu Iran's corpse, rage flared within her. Worthless bitch. With a vicious stomp, she ground her boot onto Lu Iran's face. This woman had tricked her into coming here to be sold off, like livestock. Dying like this is far too good for you. After scavenging everything useful, Shuni glanced at the other girls who were mentally shattered, then gritted her teeth and left the building. Save them? She could barely keep herself alive. How could she possibly help someone else? Meanwhile, Lu Jishue's group, having recovered slightly, glared at the blocked-off staircase, seething with rage. Those bastards deserve to die. Zhang Xuebin cursed, gritting his teeth. If it weren't for the barricades, Lei and the others wouldn't have died. Are they all dead? Su Hao asked coldly. What? You think I left some alive for next year's festivities? Zhang Xuebin spat. His eyes were reddened. Su Hao gave a bitter smile. There are over 30 people upstairs. Are you really planning to kill them all? It's easy to say harsh words, but taking action is a completely different matter. Everyone looked toward Lu Jishue. Without a change in expression, he unsheathed his katana. I'll handle it myself. His voice was calm, yet it carried an icy, bone-chilling edge. He began walking upstairs, clearing debris along the way. Suddenly, Qin Zixin called out, Yu Dandan and Xin Shixian are on the 35th floor. Don't harm them. Lu Jishue paused for a moment. The 35th floor? Isn't that where that bastard Jianglin is? In an instant, he understood Qin Zixin's hidden meaning. Yet, he wished he didn't. That beast. He admitted it. He was envious, even jealous. The anger he initially felt was completely overtaken by jealousy, his grip on the blade trembling slightly. He really wanted to cut someone down. Su Yilan gently tugged on Qin Zixin's sleeve. How do you know they're on the 35th floor? Qin Zixin's expression stiffened. She couldn't just admit she saw them when she was looking for Jianglin herself, right? Hastily adjusting her hair to cover up her tension, she replied, I ran into them by chance. I even invited them to join us. Oh, I see. Su Yilan nodded without further questioning. Though more people might bring complications, courage tends to swell in numbers, especially for women. When facing monsters like zombies, most people are naturally gripped with fear. Forget direct confrontation. Even running into them around a corner could scare someone senseless. Of course, not everyone was welcome to join. At the very least, Yu Dandan and Xin Shixian were acquaintances, which was better than dealing with complete strangers. Seeing that Su Yilan had stopped probing, Qin Zixin subtly sighed in relief, quickly changing the subject. Xiameng, how are you feeling now? Much better. I can move freely again. Xiameng flexed her arm. The medicine's effect is still working. I should be fully recovered by tomorrow. That's a relief, Qin Zixin said with a sigh. If we had known that black guy was that strong, we should have begged Jianglin for help back then. Don't mention that jerk. Su Xinyao suddenly shrieked, her face red as an overripe apple. Qin Zixin was taken aback. Jianglin had just saved everyone. The medical supplies were his, too. Without him, they'd all be dead by now. With this kind of life-saving deed, why was she acting like she'd eaten gunpowder? What happened? Xiameng covered her mouth and giggled. Don't mind her. She's worked up because she has to spend the night with Jianglin. Qin Zixin. The other women burst into laughter. Su Xinyao stomped her foot in embarrassment, yelling, You're all bullying me. Then she ran off. Still processing the new information, Qin Zixin asked, Wait, what do you mean by spend the night? Su Yilan averted her eyes, her expression shifting slightly. Jianglin's medicine wasn't free. His condition was physical repayment. It was originally supposed to be Xiameng, but Su Xinyao jumped right into it on her own. Jianglin's strength gives him the ultimate say. Tonight, someone has to go. It's not Xiameng, it's Su Xinyao. Qin Zixin was utterly flustered. That scumbag is really something else. But what's with Su Yilan's jealous tone? Oh right, this woman has a serious case of admiration for the strong, and she's a sucker for good looks too. Jianglin is currently the strongest and, to top it off, he's attractive. He's basically her dream guy. Suddenly, a scream erupted from upstairs. Qin Zixin's expression darkened. Lu Jishue had made his move. The death of Lei Zi and their group had completely pushed him over the edge. I turned the corner and immediately ran into a massive zombie. But someone had already gotten there first. 5 people were engaged in a fierce battle with it. The tall, skinny guy leading the group seemed to have an ice-based ability. With a wave of his hand, frost formed all over the massive zombie's body, slowing it down significantly. The others seized the opportunity to attack, but their damage was pitiful, like scratching an itch. Zombies don't have health bars, and the only way to kill one is with a headshot. With the level of damage they were doing, they'd need an entire day to take it down. Leaning against the wall, I watched the show. Pretty amusing, actually. The massive zombie was running around in circles like a dog being teased. Hit once, and it'd cry out loudly. Hit again, and the cycle would repeat. Once I'd had enough fun spectating, I picked up my autumn leaf blade and started walking over. Stop right there. One of the young men at the edge of the group blocked my path. I glanced at him, saying lightly, "Good dogs don't block the road." His face darkened, though he forced a laugh. "Bro, we're fighting this boss. Can't you just—" "Nope." He was at a loss for words. "Come on, man, leave some room for future encounters. Not planning on meeting you again." "Why you? That's just not right." Wang Yifei was so flustered by my comeback, he couldn't even argue properly. He cursed me internally but didn't dare to voice it aloud. The cold sensation creeping along his neck warned him that if he really talked back, his head might not stay attached to his body much longer. He rubbed his neck nervously. "Bro, we've been fighting this thing for so long. Now you come to steal it? That's just wrong. I was born without morals. Come on, man, show me some respect." "Not happening," I sneered. "I've been reserving this boss for 2 days. Did you ask me before trying to take it? And now you want me to give you face? Where's my face supposed to go?" "What?" Wang Yifei was baffled. "Reserved? You can reserve a boss. So next time someone sees a boss, they can just claim, 'I reserved this thing a year ago.'" He wanted to argue, but then saw the look in my eyes and chickened out. "Move." "Okay." He stepped aside instinctively, then realized what he'd done and wished a hole would open up so he could crawl right in. Su Fan, watching from the side, gritted his teeth. "Everyone, fall back. Let him have the boss." The others bolted without a second thought. As they passed me, their expressions varied: mockery, intrigue, anticipation for a good show. 2 of them recognized me from before, the guys who were in the audience during my rooftop roasted lamb stunt. One of them turned pale and was dragged along by his companion, who urgently whispered, "Don't act impulsively. You have no idea how strong that freak is." "You serious?" All of us together beat on that thing for 2 hours and barely scratched it. "You really think he can take it down by himself? Just wait and watch him get turned into mincemeat." The frozen effect dissipated, and the massive zombie regained its mobility, roaring in anger. Its bloodthirsty eyes locked onto me. Everyone else's eyes followed suit, watching, waiting to see how I'd get torn apart. I stared back at the colossal zombie, my gaze burning like I had just stumbled upon a priceless treasure. All those eyes on me. Honestly, the spotlight felt incredible. Shame there weren't more people here. Otherwise, this could have been a true legendary moment. Time to make this badassery count. I extended my left hand, gesturing with my fingers at the massive zombie. "Come on, kill me." Boom. The massive zombie hit the ground hard, the entire plaza trembling with the quake. I sheathed my blade, standing tall and looking down at the enormous behemoth I had just reduced to bones. 5 minutes of practice, and my swordsmanship had reached a new high. "Thanks, buddy." I chuckled lightly, driving my autumn-hued blade straight through its eye socket. "And now, time to say goodbye." Bzzzzz. A pink beam of light shot straight into the sky. The blinding glow forced everyone to instinctively shield their eyes. My heart pounded. Pink. What kind of artifact is this? As the light faded, a delicate blue ring lay quietly in the puddle of blood. Second-tier artifact, rock-solid insignia. Class, Myths and Legends, pink. Once unsealed, non-tradable, non-droppable. An artifact. I nearly burst into laughter. "Put that down." An enraged voice barked from behind me. A tall, slim man with greed in his eyes lunged forward with his blade. "Don't just stand there. It's an artifact. Kill him, and it's ours." The crowd instantly lost its sanity. "Charge. Whoever gets it, keeps it. The artifact belongs to me." Among them, Su Fan's voice screeched above the chaos. "Freeze him." He's been fighting the boss for ages. He's got to be tired. Frost quickly crept over my body as the chilling effect enveloped me. I felt the cold seep in, but instead of panic, a faint smirk tugged at my lips. Interesting skill, I said nonchalantly. Might come in handy to cool off in the summer. I swung my blade in a reverse grip. Flash. The tall, slim man was instantly split in half, blood misting the air. I turned, my blade flashing like lightning. Four heads hit the ground simultaneously, rolling lifelessly. This isn't possible. Su Fan shrieked. You're slowed down by my frost. How are you still this fast? My grin widened. You ever consider, maybe even slowed down? You guys are still nothing but snails to me? Please, we were wrong. Good. Glad you know that. I raised my blade. Now rest in peace. Just then, a crisp feminine voice cut through the chaos. Stop. We're all from the Dragon Nation. Why fight each other? You Dan. Dan stepped forward with a righteous look on his face. Sure, we wanted to kill you, but let's put the facts aside for a moment. Are you really without fault? If you hadn't stolen our boss, that artifact would have been ours. I froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. Put the facts aside. I shook my head, chuckling. Girl, your logic is something else. What do you mean I stole your boss? I glanced around at the group. Did this boss have your name engraved on it? Or did you deal most of the damage to it? I pointed at the corpse on the ground. They tried to kill me for loot. Now they're dead. That's what they get. If any of you feel like trying your luck, go right ahead. Su Fan's face turned as white as a sheet, and he quickly backed away. Misunderstanding. It's all just a big misunderstanding. Zhang Feng directly dropped to his knees. Boss, have mercy. We didn't know better. I let out a cold snort and slipped the cragstone seal onto my finger. A pink shimmer flashed briefly and disappeared. Get out of here, I said, waving them off. Next time I catch you lot scheming, you already know what'll happen. As if granted a pardon, the group scrambled out, stumbling over each other to escape. Only Udandan remained, glaring daggers at me through clenched teeth. What? Still not convinced? I smirked, watching her with an amused expression. You're just a butcher, she spat angrily. A butcher? I laughed at that. In this world, kindness doesn't keep you alive for very long. Remember this, little girl. I turned and walked away, my voice drifting behind me. If you want to live, stop relying on the kindness of others. Leaving the plaza behind, I found a quiet corner to examine the ring. The attributes of the cragstone seal were still question marks, but I could feel the immense power sealed inside. It appeared to be locked by some sort of condition that needed to be fulfilled in order to unleash its true potential. What's the condition to unseal it? I muttered, turning the ring over in my hand and sinking into thought. Just then, a system notification chimed. Artifact level equipment detected. Would you like to spend 100 experience points to view the basic attributes? 100 experience points? At level 5, I only had around 500 experience total. But for an artifact? Worth it. Confirm, I replied. Cragstone seal, sealed. Defense, plus 50. Constitution, plus 20. Special ability, Cragstone body, locked. Unseal condition, defeat 100 elite tier monsters, 0 out of 100. I sucked in a sharp breath. Even in its sealed state, it gave me 50 extra defense and 20 constitution. Fully unsealed, just how strong would it become? Elite tier monsters. Those would be a step above regular zombies, but weaker than bosses, right? 100 of them. It's going to be a grind, but definitely doable. I slipped the ring securely onto my finger, ready to take on whatever came next. Once I slipped on the ring, I felt an immediate transformation. My body became more resilient, tougher. I decided to test it out with a small cut on my arm using a blade. To my surprise, it left nothing but a faint white mark. Not bad, I muttered with a satisfied nod. The next steps were clear. Hunt down elite monsters, unseal the artifact, and then confront the mastermind behind everything. This world was dangerous, with treacherous depths, but I was more than ready to dive into its abyss. The night deepened, and the distant howls of zombies filled the air. I gripped my autumn blade tightly and disappeared into the shadows. It was hunting time. Boom. A giant zombie slammed to the ground, and loot scattered everywhere. Before I could collect my rewards, I heard a confident female voice behind me. You should share some of that loot with us. What the? A bold one. Everyone turned to the girl who spoke, Ding Mimi. She was attractive, with big, gem-like eyes and a curvaceous figure. Even though her clothes were filthy and she looked disheveled from head to toe, she still radiated the allure of a mature woman. Unsurprisingly, she had at least 30 or 50 guys pining for her attention on a regular day. Maybe that's why her confidence was through the roof, especially when dealing with men. Even now, facing someone like me, someone who had just cut down a horde without hesitation, she stood with her head held high and walked right up to me. "This boss was originally ours," she declared, puffing up her chest. "You took the kill. That's bad enough. And now you're hoarding all the drops? Don't you think you should share at least some of it with us?" Her tone was soft, syrupy, her gaze flirtatious. "We're classmates, right? You guys should be protecting us girls. That's your honor as men. Besides, you're already strong enough. You don't really need all of this, do you?" "Yeah, exactly," another girl piped up, her voice even haughtier. "The way you fight is so brutal. Killing without hesitation? Way too much. You owe us an apology right now." The third girl took it a step further, practically baring her fangs as she made her demand. "Not just an apology. You need to hand over that artifact ring, or this won't end here." The scene fell deathly silent. I twitched slightly, a vein throbbing in my temple. Well then, aren't they confident? Ding Mimi still had some redeeming qualities, some charm, at least. But the other two? A prominent, square jawline on one. The other had crooked teeth, a gaping mouth, and rolls upon rolls like she hadn't stepped off a couch in years. Yet here they were, acting like queens and daring to talk about dividing up my hard-earned loot. 3 days without a bath, reeking of filth, their makeup so heavy it looked like it was done in the dark, and they had the nerve to target my artifact? Were they suicidal? I made a wave to collect every last piece of loot into my inventory, and then turned sharply to look at Su Fan and the others. "Anyone who takes these 3 idiots out for me, I'll let them live." The group exchanged uneasy glances, hesitating. "No takers." I sneered coldly. "Then you can all die together." Flash. I moved like a phantom. The autumn blade sliced cleanly through the air. A head flew skyward, blood spraying like a fountain. "Stop!" Su Fan and the others screamed in panic. Too fast. Too strong. They had originally thought I might compromise, considering Ding Mimi's figure. Who would have expected I wouldn't even spare her a second glance? "Sorry, but we're left with no choice." Su Fan gritted his teeth. "You're insane." Ding Mimi and her 2 companions turned pale. "Wait. Brother, don't kill me." Ding Mimi finally panicked. "I'll do anything you want, just don't kill me." I rolled my eyes. Did they really think I was some kind of garbage disposal? Before my time-traveling days, I might have humored their nonsense for amusement. But now that I'm unmatched, why settle for a bus ride when I can drive a Maybach instead? Su Fan and the others' eyes turned bloodshot. "I gave you food and drink, and I couldn't even get a single touch? Now suddenly, you're willing to give everything to Zhonglin? Keep your word, or..." Su Fan gritted his teeth. "It's either us or them. Us or them. Trash like this dares to challenge me? You've got 10 seconds. If you don't kill them, you all die." I began counting down. 10, 9, 8. By the time I got to 7, Su Fan and his group made up their minds. They raised their weapons and struck down. Bang, bang, bang. Screams echoed back to me. 1, 0, time's up. I glanced at the scene on the ground, shaking my head in mock sorrow. What a pity, they're not quite dead yet. "What?" Su Fan immediately looked down in panic. Sure enough, Ding Mimi was still twitching on the ground. Without hesitation, he struck again, stabbing her deeply in the chest. "You won't die a good death." Ding Mimi gasped out her final breath. "Now she's dead." Su Fan snarled, glaring at me. "Ha!" I clapped and laughed heartily. "Yes, she's dead now. You were 2 seconds late, but what can I say? I've always been too kind-hearted. All right, I'll let you pass this time." I slowly raised my autumn leaf blade. "Which is why, this means you all deserve to die more. You liar. My friends, you killed your own comrades. How can I trust you not to come after me later?" I shrugged nonchalantly. "In case you plot some revenge against me down the line, it's only fair I send you off now, as a tribute to these 3 poor girls." "What the?" Su Fan was filled with rage. "I said I'd spare you, didn't I? And I have." My face grew cold. "That doesn't mean I can't kill you now." "What? You think I'm supposed to let you go and live in constant fear of you forever? Murderous intent swept through the air like a tidal wave of blood and corpses. Su Fan and his team froze on the spot. Their hatred melted into sheer terror. Attack him, Su Fan roared. I slow. Crack, crack, crack. A freezing blue ice spread quickly over my body, slowing me by 30%. Not bad, I silently acknowledged. But precisely because of skills like his, people like this can never walk free. If a guy like Su Fan ambushed me someday during another fight, it'd be game over. The rest of his team charged forward, weapons raised high. Go to hell, you fool. The hefty leader swung his spiked club, his eyes filled with smug triumph. So much for that cocky act. Thought you could show off. Well, you're done for now. That artifact is about to be mine. Wait, where'd he go? The fat man suddenly felt a strange lightness in his body as the world around him spun. He saw his own body collapse, the horrified expressions of his comrades, the looming ceiling above him. Am I dead? His consciousness faded into eternal darkness. Blood sprayed across the air. Severed limbs flew in every direction. The autumn leaf blade in my grip transformed into the scythe of death itself, cutting down lives with every swing. These fools charging at me. Fragile, like scarecrows made of paper in the face of a storm. Pathetic trash. Su Fan's face had gone deathly pale, his entire body trembling like a leaf. His wide eyes stared at the carnage, lips quivering but unable to form a single word. His underlings couldn't even give me a reason to catch my breath. Thud, thud, thud. I walked toward him through a crimson puddle, every step leaving blood-red footprints on the ground. No, please, I beg you, I was wrong. Su Fan's legs buckled, and he collapsed to his knees. Spare me. I'll never cross you again. Pathetic. Where's all that bravado from a minute ago? Scram. I waved dismissively. Su Fan scrambled to his feet like he'd been granted a royal pardon, stumbling and crawling in his desperation to flee. Just as he turned to run. Thunk. The autumn leaf blade skewered right through his chest. But why? Blood gushed from his mouth. Did you seriously think I'd just let you leave? I murmured into his ear. I haven't even left yet. What made you think you'd get to go first? Be a start. I yanked the blade out, and Su Fan collapsed with a thud. A few items dropped from his body, one of them a ring radiating an enticing glow. In the corner of the room, Wang Yifei stood frozen, a nervous grin plastered across his face. Boss, I didn't do anything. I was just watching, like a good guy. Interesting. While the others nearly pissed themselves, this guy looks like he's enjoying the show. I pressed my blade against his neck. So many people just died. What if one of them was your friend, huh? What if one day, you start thinking about revenge? Sir, I swear to you, I wasn't close with any of them. Wang Yifei raised both hands in panic, his expression more pitiful than someone in tears. You were amazing back there. Seriously, a true man among men. I scrutinized him closely, this punk's acting. His heartbeat steady, not the slightest ounce of fear in him. A clone, maybe? Or some quirky life-saving skill. Whatever, I said finally. I'm in a good mood today. I'll let you off the hook. I fiddled with the stone mark in my possession, and a notification popped up in the system. Would you like to unbind and unlock it? Once unbound, the equipment will become non-tradable and non-droppable. Seriously? What a pointless question. Of course, I'm unlocking it. Stone mark has been. Tier 2 artifact. All attributes plus 30. Rock shield. Recovers 1 point per second, with a maximum of 5,000 points. Blocks all attacks except true damage. The corners of my lips couldn't help but curl upward. 5,000 points of shield. Coupled with the terrifying boost to all attributes, I'm now standing at the apex of the food chain. Name, Jiang Lin LV 11. Strength, 73. Constitution, 64. Spirit, 51. Speed, 51. These stats are absolutely overpowered. Ha! I couldn't hold back as I burst into laughter, tilting my head back. The surge of power coursing through my body made every cell brim with exhilaration. Wang Yifei stood nearby, his jaw practically on the floor. I could sense the shock in his eyes. What had already been a pretty strong me had now grown so powerful it was suffocating. But I quickly reined myself in. No room for being reckless. Su Fan's Frost Slow debuff had already served as a stark warning. Who knows what twisted abilities are still lurking out there? And if I run into something with true damage? Well, 5,000 shield points would amount to nothing more than a decoration. Stay low-key. Gotta play it cool. Boss. Wang Yifei suddenly dropped to one knee. Little bro Wang Yifei is ready to charge through hellfire and high water for you. Cut that crap. I rolled my eyes. Hellfire and high water? You expect me to believe that? This guy clearly had secrets, but you know what? It doesn't matter. In the face of absolute power, tricks and schemes are nothing but paper tigers. Time to uncover more mysteries in this post-apocalyptic world. Yeah, just trying to spice things up and show loyalty in a formal way. Wang Yifei scratched his head with an embarrassed grin. Tisk, I snorted. If you're really loyal, spill the beans about your talent. Don't tell me you're just relying on sheer guts. Wang Yifei froze, rubbing his nose awkwardly. After a brief hesitation, he gritted his teeth and said, Boss, sharp as always. Yes, I do have a talent, cloning technique. I can produce one clone of my current level every day. Each clone shares my memories and is essentially another me. He paused and sighed. But the limitation is that the clone's strength is fixed. They can never level up. Cloning talent? My eyes narrowed slightly. That kind of ability is insane. The main body can just stay hidden while the clones go wild across the world. Lose a clone? No problem. There's plenty more where that came from. Wait a minute, thousands upon thousands of clones. So for his wife, wouldn't that mean? In some regards, his combat potential might actually surpass mine. Noticing my strange expression, Wang Yifei crossed his arms and stepped back defensively. Boss, I've put all my cards on the table here. Take me under your wing already. And what do I get out of taking you in? I raised an eyebrow. Wang Yifei scratched his head in frustration before his gaze landed on the massive zombie corpse nearby. Suddenly, he slapped his hands together as if having an epiphany. Got it. Boss, I'm not afraid of dying. I can roam far and wide seeking out bosses for you, and you'll get insane drops. Loaded with gear, ready to roll. That's true. Going solo is exhilarating, but the range is too limited. I need eyes and ears everywhere. Boss, with your strength, you can totally set up your own faction. Wang Yifei urged while striking the iron while it's hot. With more people, finding a boss would be a breeze. Plus, leave the small stuff to me. My clones can handle everything. I chuckled. Ha. Interesting. All right then, go for it. Let me see if you're just all talk, or if you've actually got the skills. Building a faction isn't that simple, though. People's hearts are complicated. Who would follow you without some form of benefit? Unless I stepped in personally, balancing kindness with authority, there's no way I'd gain total loyalty. But I don't have the time for that right now. Lu Zhixue did come to mind. He's already got the groundwork laid. But, unfortunately, he's too familiar with me, and it wouldn't be easy to play hardball with him. Wang Yifei, on the other hand, is perfect. A stranger. Not obedient. Kill. Talking back. Kill. Slacking off. Kill. They're strangers anyway. It wouldn't matter if they all died. And if others hesitate to join? Just spread the word that I'm handing out gear here. They'll all come running like stray dogs to a bone. I pointed to the pile of gear on the floor. This is your startup capital. I'll toss in 5 experience pills too. Within 2 days, I want this entire building's survivors under your command. Think you can do it? Wang Yifei grabbed the experience pills, a surge of determination flashing in his eyes. I can do it. I look forward to the good news. I waved him off and left. Wang Yifei sent the experience pills to his main body before strutting confidently down the corridor on patrol. Even though Su Fan and his team's gear was trash, they managed to scavenge a full set. Unfortunately, today's clone was already created, merely at LV2. If he had consumed the pills earlier, he could have spawned an LV3 clone instead. But with the equipment as backup, his confidence was solid. It wasn't long before he spotted someone. Shin-Yi. Hey, you over there. Little miss. Freeze. Shin-Yi froze in her tracks, then bolted. What the hell? You're running? Wang Yifei took off after her. Shin-Yi, having gone 2 days without food, was weak and wobbly. Wang Yifei's LV2 physique closed the gap in just 3 seconds, trapping her in a corner. Cackle, cackle, cackle. Run, huh? Why aren't you running anymore? Shin-Yi crouched down, trembling, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Wang Yifei scratched his nose awkwardly. Ahem, I don't mean any harm. I just wanna. Before the words left his mouth, Shin-Yi suddenly jumped up, gripping a rusty knife and stabbing at his gut with her eyes squeezed shut. Die already, you bastard. Clink. The knife hit the breastplate, leaving only a small dent. Wang Yifei's face turned green. What the hell? What are you doing? This is brand new armor. I haven't even had time to break it in. Shin Yi collapsed back down, baffled. What kind of insane gear is this? So tough. But recalling what he'd just said, her anger ignited. Consider yourself lucky I didn't kill you. Do you have any idea how terrifying you were being? Bang! You. Wang Yifei's finger trembled with anger. If it wasn't for the fact that I don't argue with women, if it were my big bro, he'd have chopped you into pieces by now. My short temper. Fine, you've got spirit, you're feisty. I like it. Scram. Shin Yi glared at him fiercely, shouldering him out of the way as she stormed past. Wang Yifei licked his lips and hurried after her. Hey, don't go. I'm seriously inviting you. It's too dangerous for a girl to be out here alone in the apocalypse. I'm Wang Yifei, 19 years old. Don't let my age fool you. I'm not just young, I'm ridiculously handsome. And I'm not just handsome, I'm badass. Join my group, and no one will dare lay a finger on you. Shin Yi stopped and gave him a once-over. 5'9", tan skin, no visible muscles to speak of, and let's not ignore that baby face. About as reassuring as a paper shield. Ugh, for crying out loud. Wang Yifei fumed, hefting his spiked mace and slamming it into the nearby door. Bang! A huge dent appeared in the door. See that? Shin Yi quirked an eyebrow. I thought you were going to smash a zombie or something. That's it. Wang Yifei's face turned beet red. Where am I supposed to find a zombie right now? Just wait until I see one. I'll show you how it's done. Shin Yi stared at Wang Yifei's punchable face, her mind torn in two. This guy seemed unreliable, with those shifty little eyes. But at least he hadn't forced anything on her. That in itself showed a scrap of integrity. Not to mention, she'd already stabbed him earlier, and he'd only cursed at her, hadn't even raised a hand. Fine. Desperate times call for desperate measures. She rolled her eyes. Fine, but we're setting some ground rules. Stop. Wang Yifei raised a hand abruptly, his playful grin suddenly replaced by an unusually serious expression. Let's get one thing straight first. In this group, everyone's a subordinate, including me. There's just one big boss. The boss's word is law, no exceptions. And whatever it is you're about to say, it's probably just the usual don't touch me rule, right? Relax. No one will force you to do anything unless you're okay with it. Mark my words. Safety? Not a problem at all. He hesitated, his tone suddenly turning ominous. Unless, of course, the boss asks you to share his bed. In that case, absolute obedience. No resistance allowed. Shin Yi froze, taking a good 2 seconds to process what he just said. Share his bed. Absolute obedience? This bastard thinks he's an emperor or something. Just as she was about to lose her temper, Wang Yifei cut her off again. Hang on, don't get mad yet. Hear me out. This is all for your own good. My boss is invincible. And I'm not exaggerating. He doesn't flinch when killing people, and he takes down anyone who dares cross him, with no mercy. You see that moron Su Fan? He rounded up, 10 guys to try to steal my boss's artifact earlier. Wang Yifei held up 2 fingers and pinched them together. Snap. Like squashing a bug. Now there's pieces of them scattered everywhere. Good luck even trying to put them back together. If you think you can stir up trouble just because you're kinda pretty, well, there's only one outcome. Death. You know Ding Mimi, right? That woman, all high and mighty just because she was pretty and sexy. Well, guess what? She died, tragically too. Didn't even get to close her eyes. Shin Yi's mouth opened slightly in shock. She knew Ding Mimi, a stunning beauty, no less attractive than herself, with an even more enviable figure. Who would have thought she'd end up dead? Su Fan had met her as well. She'd even awakened some sort of superpower. He once tried to recruit her to join their crew. Dead too? Who was this mysterious boss? What kind of monster was he? Seeing her frozen, Wang Yifei smirked smugly and nodded in satisfaction. Just between us, my big bro is a softie if you're cooperative. But don't get on his bad side. Trust me, he won't care what happens to you if you oppose him. That being said, you'd better be useful. Useless people? Straight to the trash pile where they belong. Oh, and don't worry, Big Bro's not going to be interested in you romantically. Honestly, you're not that gorgeous. Girls like you? You're just about right for someone like me. Come on. Today's mission is to recruit some cannon fodder. No troublemakers or idiots, though. Shin Yi shot him a glare. A toad wanting to bite a swan. That was the most absurd thing. She glanced around. Aren't we waiting for the big boss? What are you thinking? He scoffed. Would Big Bro waste time on something so small? That's our job. Left speechless, Shun Yi could only follow. As she hurried to catch up, she silently speculated about the mysterious Big Bro's identity. The two figures quickly disappeared down the corridor. On the 18th floor, I sat cross-legged on the sofa, excitement bubbling over as I rubbed my hands together. The spoils from the giant zombie were laid out in front of me. The most eye-catching prize? That massive piece of meat. Snowflake-like marbled patterns spread perfectly throughout. It was enough to make my mouth water. M12, grade Wagyu beef. Holy crap, what a find. This was highest tier food, the best loot yet. M12, grade was practically on par with A5 Wagyu. If only I could conjure some rice too. I hadn't eaten in 2 days. But the beef would have to do. Placing the meat to the side, I prepared to fry up a steak for a taste test. Next, my eyes fell on 2 weapons. Second tier Razor Battle Axe, blue grade common. Strength +9. Second tier Wolf Fong Compound Bow, blue grade common. Strength +7. Useful, but not impressive. They didn't stand a chance against my autumn leaf blade. As for the compound bow, I couldn't even shoot. It might as well be a toy. Backpack expansion scroll. Effect. Increases backpack capacity by 10 slots. Hell yeah, this is awesome. Without hesitation, I used it, expanding my backpack to 120 slots. With my insane drop rate, I could easily fill my inventory after cutting down a horde of zombies. These 10 extra slots would make looting much more convenient. Finally, there was the grand prize, a purple tier item. I thought it was a skill book, but instead, it turned out to be a card. All right, let's see what you are. Deconstructor Profession Certificate. Used to unlock a secondary profession. Deconstructor. Use? Yes/no. Deconstructu? Like breaking down equipment. If it let me dismantle gear, then absolutely a good thing. But should I make the transition now? What if an even cooler job card drops later on? You can only switch jobs once, right? Wouldn't that just be a massive waste? Easy. The attribute panel flickered briefly, and a line of small text appeared at the bottom. Sub-profession slots, 0/3. My eyes narrowed. This scene felt oddly familiar, just like when the game reset back then. After that reset, I gained my dual talents. And now, could it really be because I'm a transmigrator? Or do we all get 3 slots by default? I stared at the panel, then burst out laughing. Whatever, man. Life's about enjoying these moments. Maybe my long-awaited cheat power finally showed up. With 3 sub-profession slots available, what was there to hesitate about? I chose yes. The job transfer card dissolved into golden light. A warm surge coursed through my body, and then nothing. I patted myself down thoroughly, but there was no noticeable change. Opening my attribute panel, I saw a new line at the bottom. Sub-profession, disassembler LV1, 0/1000. There's levels and proficiency involved. I reached for my spiked club. Disassemble. A white light instantly enveloped the weapon. Oh, this looks fun. Extending my arm fully, I held it as far away from myself as possible. 2 seconds later, the spiked club vanished, leaving a stone in my hand. Proficiency +1. Wait, that's it. All that light and fuss, just for a lousy rock. Reinforcement stone. Function, used to enhance equipment levels. Reinforcement stone. I picked up the autumn leaf blade and pressed the stone against it. Enhance for me. No reaction. Ugh. Crap. Looks like enhancing equipment will require dropping a reinforcement specialist job card too. Oh well, can't be too greedy. With my 100% drop rate, I'll farm enough bosses sooner or later to get everything I want. For now, I'll stockpile reinforcement stones and prep for a huge payoff down the line. Just praying that the enhancement success rates aren't miserably low. Dragging the table out to the balcony, I got ready to cook some M12 Wagyu beef. Sadly, I don't have a portable stove, so I'll have to dismantle some furniture for firewood. Meanwhile, Wang Yifei was leading Shun Yi toward Li Jinren's room. Xiao Fei, is Big Brother in there? Shun Yi asked. Along the way, she'd been prying for information about Big Brother from him. From everything she gathered, This so-called big brother resembled the man who had saved her too much. "Hey, call me Fei Ji," Wang Yifei exclaimed, clearly irked. "You think you can just meet Big Brother whenever you want? Our goal right now is to recruit cannon fodder. Otherwise, it's us who'll die out there." Shinny frowned. Puffed. A little kid demanding respect as Feiji. Wang Yifei's face turned noticeably green. All right, Feiji," she rolled her eyes. "So the person in there is the cannon fodder you're looking for." Only then did Wang Yifei seem satisfied. "There's a problem. This building has a bunch of jocks, huge guys with tempers. We need to find some backup first," he said grimly. His face darkened. "There are a lot of foreigners downstairs too. Those guys aren't easy to deal with. I mean, I'm a badass, but even I can't take on a whole crowd by myself." Shin Yi's expression turned cold, a faint smirk forming at the corner of her lips. "No need. Those guys are already dead." "What? All of them?" Wang Yifei was stunned. "Yeah, all dead. Scattered in pieces all over the place. There's not even enough left to piece them back together." Wang Yifei froze for a moment. Why did that sound so familiar? Wait a minute. Isn't that exactly how he described Su Fan's fate earlier? Could it be the big boss did this too? Besides Jiang Lin, he couldn't think of anyone else capable of pulling off something this insane. Ha ha ha. Serves them right. Wang Yifei laughed loudly. Click. The sound of a door unlocking. Li Jianren stepped out with a stormy expression, standing outside his door shouting, "Serves them right." Was this a challenge? Li Jianren glanced at Shun Yi first, then his eyes locked onto Wang Yifei. He quickly scanned his surroundings, only relaxing when he didn't see Jiang Lin. The memory of Zhang Feng being sliced clean in half by Jiang Lin was still fresh in his mind. That guy was terrifying. Wang Yifei showing up meant Jiang Lin likely came out on top, but that had nothing to do with him. Li Jianren frowned. "What are you doing here?"